Good morning, everybody. Let's start. See, we'll have a short class today. I'm not well, so we'll have a short class of 1.5 hour or roughly 2 hours, whatever I continue because I'm not keeping well today. But from 26th onwards, definitely the class would be incorporating each and every segment of environment and with more and more of objective type questions and more of contemporary issues. Today I regret that I'm not well as such. So just for the sake of starting that this should not be discontinued, I have started the class, but from 26th, be serious about environment and ecology. Let's cover up each and every segment which would be required for us for the preliminary examination. Now today, first of all, let's discuss the terms related to environment, the fundamentals, and quickly because there are students of the classroom also, newcomers also, some students from outside also. So, good morning, everybody. Good morning to all of you. So, let's start with discussing all the first of all fundamental terms and then principles of ecology also. Let's discuss all those things and but all these things should be discussed in a quick fashion so that you can revise all these things and we can put some contemporary input also in these things. Clear? Now, as far as fundamentals of environment is concerned, first term that you have to know is called as ecology. Now, don't have to remember, neither UPSC would be asking you that the term was given by Ernest Haeckel, and this term means that it comes from two words, oikos and logos. Oikos means habitat, oikos means habitat, and logos means study. So, virtually the study of habitat would be called as ecology. No, just remember that there are two types of mutual interactions in nature. Two types of mutual interactions in nature. First is between the biotic component themselves. Biotic component means plants, animals, and microorganisms. So first is between the biotic component themselves. And biotic component means plants, animals, and microorganisms. So themselves as such. Second is between biotic and abiotic component. Biotic and abiotic component. Clear? So component. And when we talk about these kind of mutual interactions between biotic component themselves and between biotic and abiotic component, the purpose of these interactions, mutual interactions, are what? That they are responsible for determining species diversity. That what kind of species should be present in a definite area. This they are responsible for determining species diversity, and they are also responsible for determining the abundance of species. So it means what? It means that the types and their numbers would be determined by these kind of interactions only. The types and their numbers would be determined by these kind of interactions only. Not only this, the genetic variation between the species would be determined by these kind of interactions only. So when you talk about ecology, don't have to study what is environment. Neither they are going to ask you in examination. When you talk about ecology, ecology is a study of mutual interactions in nature, and these mutual interactions are of two types. One is between biotic component themselves. Second is between biotic and abiotic components. The purpose of these interactions are to determine species diversity, to determine not only species diversity but also genetic variation between them, and also as far as these mutual interactions are concerned, this would be responsible for determining abundance of species. Clear? So that's called as ecology. So this is responsible for species diversity, abundance of species, as well as genetic variation between them. And genetic variation means what? Genetic variation would be reflected through what is called as HEP map. HEP map means a map which compares the genetic makeup of different organisms. So genetic variation would be reflected in that. Now the second term is called as what? The second term is referred to as biosphere. Biosphere. Clear? So that's the second term. Let's take up that. Now when you talk about biosphere, biosphere is referred to as what? It is referred to as the organic world. Organic world. Clear? So one in NCERT you can see biosphere is called as the organic world. Second, it can be said that it is a narrow zone of contact between. A narrow zone of contact between. Because catch the keywords. Contact between land, water and air. A narrow zone of contact between land, water and air. So that's called as the biosphere. So it's a organic world. It can be called as organic world or a narrow zone of contact between land, water and air. And when you talk about biosphere, biosphere would be consisting of three components. Biosphere would be consisting of three components. Biotic component. Biotic component means that this is nothing but the living component as such. Abiotic component, everybody understands, just pay a lip service to it. That is non-living component. And third would be what? Third would be energy component. Energy component. Clear? It means that the sources of energy. So there are three parts of biosphere. One is biotic component. Second would be abiotic component. Living things, for example, plants, animals, and microorganisms would be considered as what? It would be considered as biotic component. Abiotic component means what? Abiotic component means, for example, lithosphere, for example, hydrosphere, for example, the atmosphere. And atmosphere, the lower lying part only, not the above. Clear? So lower lying part of atmosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere would be considered as abiotic component. And then we can see energy component. Energy component means it includes the sources of energy. Clear? Sources of energy. So, sources of energy, the main source of energy is what? The main source of energy is the sun. Clear? But sun cannot be considered as the sole source of energy. So the main source of energy is the sun, but sun cannot be considered. And let's look at why sun cannot be considered as the sole source of energy. We'll discuss that. Clear? But main source of energy. And the transference of energy in the food chain would be governed by the laws of thermodynamics, that energy is neither created nor destroyed. Clear? Energy is neither created nor destroyed. Now that's called as biosphere. Now the third term, let's speak up. And that's called as what? That's called as ecosystem. So first of all, let's deal with the terms only, first of all. Clear? Third term is called as ecosystem. See, biosphere is whatever you look at. If you look outside, you can look at the biosphere itself. Clear? But the entire thing that you look at is nothing but biosphere only. But if we take a fundamental unit of biosphere, which is consisting of three similar components, that is abiotic, biotic and energy components. So if you are saying that, if you are taking a fundamental unit of biosphere, which is consisting of three components, three similar components means biotic, abiotic and energy component, which is consisting of three similar components, biotic, abiotic and energy component, then it would be called as ecosystem. Clear? Then it would be referred to as ecosystem. See, sometimes ecosystem can be large, sometimes ecosystem can be small. Large ecosystem can be coastal ecosystem, marine ecosystem, terrestrial ecosystem. These are large ecosystem. But sometimes ecosystem can be definitely small. And if you talk about small ecosystem as such, one example of small ecosystem can be the ecosystem existing within the body. If suppose a question is asked that which kind of cell in human body is in largest number, Of human body, it would be nerve cell. In human body, it would be the bacterial cells. So 90% of cells that we have inside our body are nothing but bacterial cells. Nothing but bacterial cells. Clear? 90% of cells inside our body are nothing but bacterial cells. The question is that they are present inside our gut and they form an ecosystem of their own. How? Because some of the foods that we consume would be called as what? Some of the foods that we consume would be called as probiotic foods. Probiotic foods means that these foods are responsible for supplying the body with good bacterial cells. So when we say probiotic food, these foods are responsible for supplying the body with good bacterial cells. Good bacterial cells. Clear? And these bacterial cells, good bacterial cells, would be developing your immune system. For example, curd gives your body two types of bacteria, lactobacillus and bifida. These kind of bacteria develop the immune system of yours. It develops the immune system so that you can face the diseases. Clear? So these kind of bacterial cells would be forming an ecosystem of their own inside the human body. Clear? Ecosystem of their own inside their human body. They would be called as what? They would be referred to as what? This kind of ecosystem would be called as microbiome inside the body. Microbiome inside the body. Clear? Microbiome. Bio means certainly different thing. We'll discuss that. But if we say where is sorry, where is the microbiome present inside the body? It is present inside your gut. It develops your immune system. Clear? So these bacterial cells in enough numbers are constituting an ecosystem of their own inside the human body. And the source of this ecosystem is what? Probiotic food that you consume. Probiotic food that you consume. Clear? But these bacterial cells which are present inside your body, in the gut in the largest number, would be deriving their nutrition from somewhere. Would be deriving their nutrition from somewhere. Clear? Deriving their nutrition from somewhere. And they derive their nutrition from the food that you consume. The food that you consume won't be entirely digested by you. The food that you consume won't be entirely digested by you. The part which is called as prebiotic, that's not digested by you, would be serving as what? Serving as a source of energy for bacterial cells, which is present inside the gut. So they have asked you question on probiotic in examination also. So do remember that probiotic foods are those foods which supply human body with good bacterial cells. These bacterial cells develop the immune system. Clear? These bacterial cells develop the immune system. They are responsible for developing the immune system. And this is an example of what? A small ecosystem existing within the or inside the body itself. Clear? This is an example of a small ecosystem existing inside the body itself. Clear? Fine. So there can be large ecosystem, there can be small ecosystem. And in the limelight of that, I have given you two terms. One is probiotic and second is prebiotic. Clear? Now see. Next is what? Next is a term which is called as community. Community. Now community means what? Community means that if we talk about ecosystem, we know that ecosystem can be divided, has three components. One is called as abiotic component, second is called as biotic component, and third would be called as energy component. Clear? So if we take the biotic component itself and make a subdivision of the biotic component, make a subdivision of the biotic component. This would be referred to as what? This would be referred to as community. If we are taking the biotic component itself and making a subdivision of the biotic component, this would be referred to as community. Clear? Community. And we can see that there can be different levels of community in an ecosystem. For example, if suppose you take a forest ecosystem, clear? If you take a forest ecosystem, there can be different levels of community. A community would be existing on the surface. For example, lions, tigers, deers, etc. would be forming a community of their own. So a community would be existing on the surface. A community would be existing on the canopy of trees. Clear? A community would be existing on the canopy of trees. A community can exist in the water bodies. Clear? In the water bodies as such. So there can be different levels of community within an ecosystem. But if we talk about large terrestrial communities, clear? They can include not only animals but also include plants, which includes plants as well as animals. They would be referred to as what? They would be referred to as biomes. Clear? They can be aquatic biomes also, but generally large terrestrial community would be called as, which consists of plants and animals, would be referred to as biomes. Clear? And we can see each and every member of the community, would be performing certain functions. So if you are talking about member of the community, each and every member of the community would be performing certain functions, and these functions would be for the maintenance of the community. These functions would be for the maintenance of the community. So these functions would be called as what? They would be called as niche. So when you are talking about what is niche, so you can say that niche is what? Niche is the functions performed by members of community for their maintenance. Functions performed by members of community for their maintenance. Now this would be referred to as what? This would be referred to as niche. Clear? And we can see that niche can be categorized into three types. We can categorize niche into three types. If suppose the function performed by members of community is maintenance of dwelling place, that is the habitat, then this would be called as what? This would be called as habitat niche. If the functions performed by members of community would be maintenance of dwelling place, this would be called as habitat niche. If suppose the functions would be, if suppose the function is food accumulation, then this kind of niche would be called as what? It would be called as trophic niche. This kind of niche would be called as trophic niche. And if the function is procreation means generation of new ones, then this would be called as what? Then this would be called as reproductive niche. So if the function is procreation, that is generation of new ones, then it is referred to as Sir, so consumption of what is better, probiotics or prebiotics? See, if you are consuming probiotic food, it also has a prebiotic part because the food won't be entirely consumed by you. Clear? In case of probiotic, we can see a prebiotic part can be present. So you are consuming both probiotic and prebiotic. If you consume probiotic, there are stuffs which are probiotic nature. For example, curd, yogurt. These are probiotic food. It supplies your body with good bacterial cells. Clear? But the general food that you consume would be having different parts. Some probiotic, some prebiotic. If the component is present in abundance, more and more of good bacterial cells is present in abundance, then it's called as probiotic. And the examples would be including curd, yogurt, etc. You can see the thing which is mentioned, Yakut, world's first probiotic drink it is. It supplies your body with good bacterial cells as such. Clear? Now, if the function is procreation, this would be called as what? This would be called as reproductiveness. Clear? So, if the function is maintenance of dwelling place, it is called as habitatness. If the function is food accumulation, it is called as tropicness. If the function is procreation, it would be called as the reproductiveness. But then, do remember that there's a principle also in this that you have to remember. And this principle is called as what? This principle would be referred to as the competitive exclusion principle. This principle would be called as competitive exclusion principle. Clear? And competitive exclusion principle means what? It means that no two members of the community can share the same niche. Competitive exclusion principle means that no two members of the community can share the same niche. Clear? It has to be different either way. It's not that two members of the community can have the same nest, can have the same method of reproduction. It is not possible. If the same nest is being shared, the other nest should be different. So no two members of the community can share the same niche. That's called as competitive exclusion principle. But there are some other fundamental terms also which you have to know. Clear? One such term that you have to know is called as what? It is called as ecotone. Invasive species as a term we'll discuss later on because in the schedule I have given it later on. Clear? So we'll discuss that invasive species later on. But here we have to discuss first of all some of the term. Suppose this is one ecosystem, ecosystem A, and this is another ecosystem, that is ecosystem B. And this is the demarcation zone between two ecosystems. Clear? Clear? CEP example. Competitive exclusion principle you cannot give first of all right because abbreviations if written in uh, that manner won't be communicating or well to the teacher because every teacher does not know that you have written abbreviation. Competitive exclusion principle example means I'm giving you example. Suppose sometimes what happens, the nest of birds would be shared by the snake, but then the habitat niche is the same, but the procreation method would be different, reproductive niche would be different. So it has to be different either way. It's not that one niche is the same, the other niche would be also the same. No, not at all. Clear? So that's the example which can be cited. Now, if suppose this is one ecosystem and this is another ecosystem, we can see the demarcation zone between two ecosystems would be called as what? It is referred to as ecotone. The demarcation zone between two ecosystems would be referred to as ecotone. Clear? Fine. And if this is referred to as ecotone, then what happens? First characteristic of the ecotone would be, just remember the characteristic, only point wise, let's cover up all these things because this is nothing but a type of revision exercise first of all. And then we'll put the current inputs also. Clear? So first today let's discuss the fundamentals, basics, and then I'm told you I'm not very well today, so I'll continue for 1.5 hour, max 2 hours. But after 26, we start the classes properly in a more regulated manner. Whether your teacher would be fine definitely after that, and then we'll solve some tests in the class itself, put some contemporary inputs everywhere, whatever contemporary input can be put. Clear? So we'll do that and try to make it more and more comprehensive so that it caters to the needs of examination as such. Clear? Now this is called as ecotone. Ecotone means what? It's a demarcation zone. It's a demarcation zone between two ecosystems. First thing. Clear? It's a demarcation zone between two ecosystems. Second thing is what? Second thing is this area, which is called as ecotone, would be also called as transitional zone. And we are saying transitional zone. Why? Because the characteristic of one ecosystem, the characteristic of one ecosystem is reducing and that of the other would be enhancing. I'm saying that it's called as a transitional zone because the characteristic of one ecosystem is reducing and that of the other would be enhancing. Clear? Characteristic of one ecosystem. For example, suppose mangrove areas, mangrove swamps would be called as what? It would be referred to as ecotone. Clear? Now, in mangrove areas, we can see the soil is saline in nature. So this would be called as ecotone. So the characteristic of one ecosystem is reducing and that of the other would be enhancing. So that's why it would be called as ecotone. For example, suppose not only mangrove swamps. Mangrove swamps is one example which can be given. But also estuary can be another example which can be given. Estuary can be another example which can be given. And estuary means what? That if suppose this is a river and this meets the sea. So the point where the river meets the sea would be called as estuary because separating what? Separating river ecosystem from the marine ecosystem. Separating river ecosystem from the marine ecosystem as such. So the characteristic we are saying that's called as a transitional zone because the characteristic of one ecosystem would be reducing and that of the other would be enhancing. Fine. Happy Holi, get well soon. Well, I'll get well soon. But 26th onwards, I'll get well in that manner that everything is proper. Clear? Let's continue further. Let's discuss the terms first. Today, let's have the terms discussed so that again you don't have to go to the terms, etc. The basics, fundamental parts. Let's cover up these terms and principles of ecology, etc. Today itself. Clear? So that when you discuss biosphere reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, then you have some questions because they tend to ask you questions from different types of animals today, these days. Now, so we should be discussing all those animals which are certainly the main glimpses of our national parks as such. For example, Nilgiri Tahar, Nilgiri Marten, the Gaur, the sloth bear. Let's discuss those and also those animals which happen to be news because of their diminishing numbers. Clear? So let's discuss all those animals so that one or two questions are asked in the examination pertaining to that. Fine. So let's assemble all these things together and discuss one by one. Now, so that's first of all, it's a demarcation zone, and demarcation zone means that it separates one ecosystem. Second is transitional zone because the characteristic of one ecosystem would be reducing and that of the other would be enhancing. But this would be also called as what? This would be also called as the zone of competition. The zone of competition. Clear? And zone of competition means what? That the members of two ecosystem would be struggling hard for their survival. The members of two ecosystem would be not struggling, competing hard with their survival for their survival in this area. Clear? And Here we can see, suppose this is one ecosystem and this is another ecosystem, and the margin of two ecosystem is overlapping in this area. So if the margin of two ecosystem is overlapping in this area, what will happen? The localized condition in this area would be favorable for development of a large number of species. I'm saying that if the margin of two ecosystem is overlapping in this area, we can say that the localized conditions in this area is favorable for development of a large number of species. Clear? And this phenomena is called as what? This phenomena is called as edge effect. So we can see that not only demarcation zone, transitional zone, or zone of competition it can be called, but it also exhibits what is called as edge effect. It also exhibits what is called as edge effect. Clear? Fine. But do remember that when some of the books mistakenly have written that the species which are present in this area are edge species. No. The species which are present in this area cannot be called as edge species, merely that the area exhibits edge effect. Clear? The edge species are what? If you talk about edge species are what? Edge species stands for evolutionary distinct and globally endangered. It stands for evolutionary distinct and globally endangered. Clear? And it means what? It means that evolutionary they are distinct and globally endangered means that they are only surviving member of their genus, of their family on the planet Earth. Clear? So you can see that these species are the only surviving member of their genus on planet Earth. Clear? Planet Earth. Clear? So, for example, suppose elephant is a edge species. Why? Because the mammoth is no longer there. But if you go to Bhimbetka, that's the rock paintings you have near Bhopal, you can see depiction of mammoths there. So it did exist earlier. So this kind of species, which would be only surviving member of their genus on the planet Earth, would be called as what? It would be called as edge species. Clear? So only now in this context, we'll discuss what? That which is the most imperiled marine organism today on Earth, and which is the most endangered mammal on Earth. Clear? First, which is the most imperiled marine organism on Earth today, because we are discussing edge species. So in that limelight of that, let's discuss what is the most imperiled marine organism on Earth. Now, when you talk about the most imperiled marine organism, this marine organism is called as what? It's a type of fish which is called as rhinorace. So it's a collective term. Clear? This is a collective term. Rhinorace, given for two types of fishes. One is called as the giant guitar fish. Giant guitar fish. And second is called as the wedge fish. Clear? So one is called as the giant guitar fish and second is called as the wedge fish. But remember what? Rhinorace. So we can see that the main the most imperiled marine organism on Earth would be called as rhinorace. That's a group of fish which includes the wedge fish also, which includes the giant guitar fish also. And the main reason for why they are imperiled as such, endangered as such, is overfishing. Clear? Overfishing is the main reason. But if a question is asked in examination, that which is the most that which is the most endangered mammal on earth. Now, most endangered mammal on earth. Endangered mammal on earth is called as what? Most endangered mammal on earth is called as what? Now, this kind of mammal would be called as the northern white rhino. The northern white rhino. Clear? Northern white. Why we say northern white rhino is the most endangered mammal on earth? See, and whatever I say, I would be writing down. I cannot dictate because this class is not for dictation. But let's complete this small topics as such. I have said that the most endangered mammal on earth is northern white rhino. But why we are saying northern white rhino? White rhino. See, the last surviving male member, and his name was Sudan, died. As far as northern white rhino is concerned, clear? Northern white rhino is concerned, the last surviving male member died. And we can see we have female members. Only two female members survive. But the last surviving male member died. His name was Sudan. Clear? Now these kind of rhinos, whether it is northern white rhinos, but abundantly, this is endangered, abundantly is present southern white rhinos. And southern white rhinos and northern white rhinos. So this is more abundant. And this is very rare. Most endangered mammal. Clear? Most endangered mammal. Now, when we say northern white rhino, two female members were surviving. So these types of rhinos are present where? They are present in the central and the eastern grassland of Africa. Central and eastern grassland of Africa. They are present. Clear? Central and eastern grassland of Africa, they are present. Now, what the scientists have done? Scientists are developing through in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilization. That's fertilization in the lab. And scientists are developing through in vitro fertilization the hybrid of these two members. The hybrid of north and south white rhinos. The hybrid of north and south white rhinos. Clear? So they are developing. Now, how they are developing? They have taken the sperm from the last surviving member. He died. So the sperm was extracted from the body of Sudan. So sperm was taken from Sudan, and this was used for fertilization in the eggs of southern white rhino. White rhino. So this was used for fertilization in the eggs of southern white rhino. Clear? So a hybrid of the two types of rhino, north white rhino and south white rhino, has been just recollect that if suppose they ask you a question that which is according to IUCN the most imperiled marine organism, it is called as a rhino race, which is a combination of what? Giant guitar fish and the wedge fish. Clear that you know? And overfishing is the main reason for its decline. And if they ask you that which is the most endangered mammal on earth, and why endangered still? Because two female surviving members are there. So it is called as a northern white rhino according to IUCN, because the last surviving male member of northern white rhino, the name of which was Sudan, died, and two surviving female members are there, and they have extracted the sperm of the male member and used it for in vitro fertilization with with the eggs of southern white rhino, which is more abundantly present, and hybrid varieties will be developed. Clear? But we can see that these rhinos are present in central and eastern grasslands as such. These rhinos are present in central and eastern grassland as such. So some contemporary input. One also comes to my mind, and that is called as what? There's a term which is called as virgin birth. Virgin birth means that the birth which takes place without fertilization. So no fertilization is there. Clear? So virgin birth means and this kind of development of the newborns would be called as what? It would be called as facultative parthenogenesis. Facultative parthenogenesis. And this have been reported in which? This has been reported in lizards. Clear? It has been reported in lizards, some fishes also. But for the first time last year, it was for the first time last year, it was reported in crocodile. And this was reported from Costa Rica. For the first time, it was reported in crocodile. Virgin birth, which is also called as facultative parthenogenesis. This was reported for the first time in crocodile, and this was reported from Costa Rica. Clear? Costa Rica. Now that's your edge species. We started with edge species, but since number of things strike the mind, contemporary inputs, so I covered up that. Clear? Now, there's a type of species which is called as what? Which is called as Keystone species. There's a type of species which is referred to as Keystone species. Clear? See, the purpose was that if suppose death takes place of the female members also anyhow due to such, then this would be endangering the only two surviving female members of the northern white rhinos. Clear? So what they did was they fertilized it with the more abundantly present the southern white rhino, so that these two surviving female members of the northern white rhino, they are kept intact. Clear? That was the reason. But you should know all these things. Now, the next term that you have to know is what is called as Keystone. See, parthenogenesis is another term. Parthenogenesis is another term. Parthenocarpic is another term. Clear? Facultative parthenogenesis means simply remember facultative parthenogenesis, and this means this is called as virgin birth. No fertilization takes place, and no use of gamete is there. Clear? This has been reported in lizards, some fishes also, but for the first time it was reported in crocodile, and this was reported from Costa Rica last year. Clear? You can check it out. It was reported from Costa Rica last year. And as far as parthenocarpic is said, there are some fruits which are called as parthenocarpic fruits. Parthenocarpic fruits means these fruits are without seeds. Clear? Seeds. So they are called as parthenocarpic fruits. Now, next is next is what? Next is called as Keystone species. Keystone species, first thing that you have to remember is that they are responsible for maintaining They are responsible for maintaining the structure of ecosystem. They are responsible for maintaining the structure of ecosystem. It means that that if these keystone species are removed from the ecosystem, if they are removed from the ecosystem, then the structure of ecosystem would be disrupted. If suppose they are removed, then the structure of ecosystem is going to be disrupted anyhow. Clear? If they are removed. So they are responsible for maintaining the structure of ecosystem. If they are removed, the structure of ecosystem would be disrupted. And remember that they not only ensure the survival of other species, ensure the survival of other species, but also determine their abundance, but also determine their abundance, also determine their abundance. Clear? So they not only ensure the survival of other species, but also determine their abundance. Clear? So this is called as keystone species. Remember that keystone species can be both plants and animals. So we can see that keystone species can be both plants and animals. If we say plants, for example, why weren't the spermatozoa of male northern white rhino preserved? So we have to see the scientists for that purpose, that why it was not preserved. It definitely would have been preserved also, but this was also, they are in billions and millions. So but they are part of it would be used for fertilizing the egg of these southern white. It's not that they won't be preserved. Definitely they would be preserved. Clear? They have been preserved, but a part of it has been used for fertilizing, and only part of is required by you for that purpose. Clear? Now, keystone species can be both plants and animals. Do remember that when they are talking about plants, the best example for this is called as fig plant. Fig plant present in the temperate area as such. Fig plant is present in the temperate area as such. And this plant is responsible for developing those kind of fruits which are very hard shelled as such. Clear? Which are very hard shelled. And the monkeys won't be consuming these fruits if suppose the conditions are favorable. Conditions favorable means that there is abundance of food for the monkeys. But whenever the conditions would be disfavorable, whenever the conditions is not favorable as such, they would be consuming these fruits for their survival. So ensuring the survival of monkeys in adverse condition is the fig plant. Ensuring. See, if preserving, then x2 हो जाएगा. Yes. Now ensuring the monkeys in the ensuring the survival of the monkeys in the adverse condition is the fig plant. Maintaining the structure of the ecosystem would be the fig plant. Clear? I am saying that, I repeat, that fig plant is present in the temperate area. The fruits of these plants are hard shelled, stony in nature. So what happens? The monkeys won't be eating these fruits for their survival when the favorable condition is there. But if suppose the conditions are unfavorable as such, they would be responsible for eating or consuming these fruits for survival. So ensuring the survival of monkeys in adverse condition is the fig plant, and maintaining the structure of the ecosystem is the fig plant. Henceforth, it would be called as what? Keystone species. So I've cited an example, but animals, many example can be cited. Starfish, lemurs. Lemurs are also just like monkeys. They are present in Madagascar in large number. Largest number. They are present in Madagascar in largest numbers. Clear? So if we are talking about lemurs, they are present in Madagascar in largest numbers. We can see that if you remove lemurs from Madagascar, what will happen? The biodiversity of that area would be affected. Why? Why should the biodiversity be affected? Now, the reason behind that is what? The reason behind that is that the seeds of some of the plants which survive in this area have to pass through the digestive tract of lemur in order to germinate. The seeds of some of these plants, they have to pass through the digestive tract of lemur in order to germinate. So lemur in a way is maintaining the structure of the ecosystem. Clear? Starfishes can be cited as examples. Why? Because if you remove starfishes from the coastal ecosystem, there would be sudden enhancement in the numbers of mussels or chimps, which would be disrupting the coastal ecosystem. Clear? So that's why it can be called as what? It would be called as keystone species. So I've said, and I repeat, maintaining the structure of the ecosystem is the keystone species, and if they are removed, the structure of ecosystem would be getting disrupted. Then we can see that the not only ensure the survival of other species but also determine their abundance. But you cannot make a definition on this, because if you make a definition like this, that they are responsible for ensuring the survival of other species and also determining the abundance of other species, we can see each and every species would be a keystone species. So I have to mention that they are responsible for maintaining the structure of ecosystem. Clear? They are responsible for maintaining this. They can be both plants and animals. Plants, I have cited the example of fig plant, and animals, I have cited the example of what? I have cited the example of starfish and also lemurs. Now, there's another type of species, and this type of species is called as what? It's called as umbrella species. Umbrella species. Now, what happens in case of umbrella species? If suppose we take conservation initiative for one species, if suppose we are taking the conservation initiative for tiger, the habitat of other species, in maintaining the habitat of tiger, the habitat of other species would be protected in turn. So this kind of species, which is the tiger, would be called as the umbrella species, because in the conservation initiative of umbrella species, what we have done is we have protected the habitat of other species. Clear? In the conservation initiative of tiger, we have protected the hair. So tiger would be called as the umbrella species. Clear? So we say that umbrella species are those for which conservation initiative is taken. For which, when conservation initiative taken protects other species as well. Other species as well. Clear? For example, suppose tiger or lion or elephant, all these can be called as umbrella species. In protecting, in running the conservation program for these species, what happens that the habitat of other species also would be protected in turn. Clear? So that's called as umbrella species. Now, suppose we use the symbol of one species for conservation initiative. Symbol means the picture of one species for conservation initiative, but our motive is to protect other species as well. So there is a deliberate attempt to protect other species as well. Symbol of tiger, lion, elephant can be used to protect other species also. Then the species whose symbol is used would be called as what? It would be called as flagship species. I am repeating, flagship species. Clear? If we are saying that the symbol of one species is used for conservation initiative, but the motive is to protect other species as well, then this species whose symbol is used would be called as what? It would be called as nothing but flagship species. But the difference is what? The difference between umbrella species and flagship species is what? That in case of umbrella, what has happened, that automatically in protecting the habitat of umbrella species, or one major species, the habitat of other species have been protected. Clear? So under the ambit of this species, under the umbrella of this species, what happens is the habitat of other species gets protected. But in case of flagship, if suppose we are saying that if the symbol of this species is used for conservation initiative, now in the case of umbrella, automatically it got protected. But in the case of flagship, there's a deliberate attempt to protect these species. Clear? There's a deliberate attempt to protect these species. Fine. So we are using now next species called as what? Next species we'll discuss in invasive species separately. I have mentioned in the schedule. I think on the fourth or the fifth day we will be discussing that separately. That has been mentioned. I remember. And another species is called as what? Is called as indicator species. Indicator species. Clear? Indicator species fulfills two purposes. First is that this kind of species is used for identification of an ecosystem. This kind of species is used for identification of an ecosystem. And second is also to know about its condition. To know about condition. To know about the condition. So you can see that as far as indicator species is used for twofold purpose, it is used for identification of an ecosystem, and second is to know about the condition. As far as identification of an ecosystem is concerned, we can see the best example or example which can be cited. Why should we cite? Say best spotted owl. If we see spotted owl, we say that this kind of habitat is what? This kind of habitat is old habitat. Generally, spotted owl is present in old habitat, but sometimes spotted owl can be present in other habitat also. Clear? Sometimes spotted owl can be present in other habitat also. Fine. So we are saying that generally they are present in old habitat. So it means also that if we are using indicator species, we cannot base our conclusion. We cannot base our conclusion on indicator species alone. Clear? So our conclusion should not be based on indicator species alone. Why? We have to select some other parameters for this purpose. Clear? We have to select some other parameters for this purpose. Fine. So this can be said. One is spotted owl. Now, as far as the second purpose, to know about the condition of the ecosystem, also indicator species used. There are many examples which can be cited. One is your Gangetic dolphins. Gangetic dolphins. Gangetic dolphins in local language is called as sons. Sons. Clear? Gangetic dolphin in local language is called as sons. Now, Gangetic dolphin, you can see that always would be moving in the mid of the river. It never would be moving on the banks. And why? Because the banks are contaminated. The banks of river Ganga are contaminated. So always the Gangetic dolphin would be moving in the mid of the river. First thing. Clear? It never would be moving on the banks as such. First. And second thing is what? That we can also cite the example of when you talk about river dolphins. Do remember that river dolphins happen to be a concern for us. Conserving the Gangetic dolphin is a prime concern. For this, we have launched a conservation initiative in River Ganga. Clear? For preserving the Gangetic dolphin. But if a question is asked that which fish is called as the tiger of Ganga? Tiger of Ganga. If you Google it, you can see the name would be Gangetic dolphins. But that is wrong. But the tiger of Ganga is what? The tiger of Ganga is called as golden mahseer. Clear? Golden mahseer. Golden mahseer are large fishes And these have what? These have golden scales. We can see golden mahseer are large fish which have golden scales. Large fish which have golden scales. Clear. And very famous is the migratory pattern of the golden mahseer. Migratory pattern is very famous. It's famous for its migratory pattern. Why? Generally, what happens? Old habitat means those forests which would be called as frontier forest. Frontier, I'll discuss what is frontier forest. Frontier forest means what? Frontier forest means that oldest forest of the planet Earth. Clear? So those habitat which would be called as frontier forest. Just now I'll discuss what is frontier forest for your convenience. Clear? Now these are known for migratory patterns. Generally what happens, the fishes migrate downstream in rivers for the purpose of laying of eggs. So it does not only migrate downstream, but also migrates upstream. Clear? So it's a unique pattern that this kind of fish won't be only migrating downstream, would be also migrating upstream for this purpose. For the laying of eggs, it would be migrating upstream also. Clear? That's downstream and upstream. Now for laying of eggs. So this is called as what? This is called as tiger of Ganga. So be very confirmed that tiger of Ganga is not Gangetic dolphin. Gangetic dolphin can be used an indicator species to tell about the condition of the river. Clear? Tell about the condition of the river, because if the river is contaminated, Gangetic dolphin won't be present there. And also we can see that Gangetic dolphin would be moving in the mid of Ganga. Why? Because banks are always contaminated in nature. Clear? Now that's one thing. Second thing that you have to remember in this, that indicator species can be other thing also. For example, there's a type of indicator species. Now one more thing. When I've talked about the Gangetic dolphin, let us talk about the Irrawaddy dolphins also. Just remember that Irrawaddy dolphins, they have asked you a question in preliminary examination. Irrawaddy dolphins are present in Myanmar. Clear? And rock fishings, sand mining, Irrawaddy dolphins. It's right down here. Irrawaddy dolphins are present in Myanmar. And rock fishing, then sand mining are reasons for their declining number. Clear? So you can see not only the Gangetic dolphin is facing a threat, but also Irrawaddy dolphin is facing a threat. Clear? Not only Gangetic dolphin is facing a threat, but also Irrawaddy dolphin is facing a threat. One thing, first thing that you have to know. Now the second thing that you have to know is, that also do remember here, I have just now one more thing. Let's talk about ghadials also, because ghadials are also used as indicator species. Clear? Earlier the ghadials were present in river Ganga also, river Yamuna also. Clear? But now we can see that ghadials are mainly confined to the Chambal river. And the migratory pattern of ghadials were responsible for what? Ghadials act as an indicator species. Because ghadials migrated from Ganga and Yamuna to Chambal. Why? Because Ganga and Yamuna became contaminated. Clear? Ganga and Yamuna became contaminated. We can see that sand mining in Chambal river, is the main reason for their decline. Sand mining in Chambal river is the main reason for their decline. Clear? First thing. And as far as ghadials are concerned, only few of them are left. So according to IUCN, it's not vulnerable. it's critically endangered. So you can see gharials are what? They are critically endangered. And they also act as indicator species because they would be living in those river ecosystem which are not polluted as such. Those rivers ecosystem which are not polluted as such. So critically endangered. Now, second thing is what? When you talk about gharials, now we can see that there is, they can ask you, there is a hatching and rearing center. Hatching and rearing center for gharials. And these hatching and rearing center for gharials is located where? It's located in Morena district. Morena district. Clear? Of Madhya Pradesh. Now what they do is they bring the eggs of the gharials taken from the Chambal river here, and this hatching center is called as what? It's called as Deuri. The place is Deuri where it is situated. So you can go there and you can see that only few gharials are left. This generation may see the gharials. Next generation definitely is not going to see the gharials because they are critically endangered. Stories of gharials would be written in the books. That gharial was just like unicorn. Stories of gharials would be written. So what they do is they pick the eggs from these rivers. And hatching of eggs takes place in Deori hatching and rearing center. When the gharials attain a considerable length, they would be returned back to the Chambal river. Clear? Returned back to the Chambal river. So this is called as Devri hatching and rearing center. Now, you have just asked me a question about old habitat. Now, the old habitat can be in the form of what is called as frontier forest. Frontier forest. Clear? Now, frontier forest are what? They are original forest of the earth. So we can see that original forest of earth. Now, some of the original forest of the earth can be in the form of what? Can be in the form of natural ecosystem. Can be in the form of natural ecosystem. Now this would be called as what? This would be called as frontier forest. Clear? This would be called as frontier forest. Fine. And if we say that where is a frontier forest? So 20% of Earth's forest today is nothing but frontier forest. Clear? And if they ask you a question, suppose that frontier forest would be present where? These forests, 48% would be present in the form of what is called as boreal forest. So boreal forest is present between two regions of the world. One is temperate region and second is tundra. Clear? But 44% of the frontier forest are nothing but tropical forest. 44% of the frontier forest are nothing but tropical forest. So just remember that as far as frontier forest is concerned, it's the original forest of the planet Earth. The original forest of the planet Earth can be in the form of natural ecosystem, which would be called as what? Which would be referred to as frontier forest. And 20% of Earth's forest is nothing but in the form of what is called as frontier forest, where 48% of the frontier forest would be in the form of boreal forest, which is located in between the temperate and tundra region, and 44% of the frontier forest would be in the form of what? Would be in the form of tropical forest. Clear? Would be in the form of tropical forest. Now, all these are the one by one, all the terms that you have to know. Clear? We would be moving ahead and discussing all the terms. Clear? So all these are nothing but the different types of terms that you have to know. Now, some other terms also deserves attention. One term which deserves attention is called as what? It is called as the carbon footprint. Then plastic footprint also. There's a term which is called as water footprint also. Fine. But let us first of all discuss the different types of water, because you have grey water, you have green water, you have also what is called as fossil water. Clear? So let's discuss different types of water and let's complete these terms also. Fine. Now there's a type of water which is called as what? Which is called as green water. Green water means what? Green water means it is a fraction of rainfall which is trapped, fraction of rainfall which is trapped in the soil, in the soil, and is used for what? It is used for cultivation. Fraction of rainfall which is trapped inside the soil, and this is used for cultivation. Clear? This is used for cultivation. So this is called as green water. But there's a type of water. So when you are talking about, suppose this is the surface of the earth, this is the soil, the trapped water inside the soil of the rainfall would be called as what? It would be called as green water. Clear? But here, when you dig wells, reach this part, here the water is present, and this water is called as what? It is called as fossil water, or it is called as paleo water. So fossil water or paleo water is the water which is present in undisturbed space, because this is undisturbed space. Fossil or paleo water can be the water which is present in undisturbed space. So we can see that underground water can be divided into two types, green water and also fossil water. But there's a term which is called as grey water. Grey water, this water is contaminated water, which comes out of houses, or industries. Clear? So the water that is coming out from your drains, the house drain or the industries drains, are contaminated, and this would be called as what? This would be called as grey water. Clear? Grey water. Then there's a type of water which is called as blue water. So blue water would be the water which is present in rivers or lakes. So when we classify water, we can classify water into different types. See, water alpha and beta, gamma diversity. When you talk about biodiversity, we can see that it's the varied fauna and flora which is present in a region. So that would be called as biodiversity. And there are many perspectives of biodiversity. One is that what amount of vegetation would be or animal would be endemic in that area. Clear? Second is what is the number of vegetation also. So that's another perspective of biodiversity. Which vegetation is under threat also. So that is also seen under biodiversity. When we talk about alpha biodiversity means that is nothing but the number of species which would be present in a specific area. When you say beta diversity means what? That is the number of species which would be present across the space. So that would be called as beta biodiversity. Clear? So one is called as alpha mainly, and second would be called as beta biodiversity. One is alpha and second would be called as beta. Mainly two diversity. Gamma they have made it clear. Mainly two diversity is present, and for that purpose you have in situ and ex situ conservation also. In situ, if suppose the conservation takes place at the place where the species are present, and if suppose it is preserved beyond that area, beyond their habitat in the form of zoological or botanical parks, then it would be called as ex situ conservation. But they are not going to ask you these questions. There in biodiversity, the questions which are asked would be of different types of animals and vegetations. See the questions last year. They have asked you about lion-tailed macaw. So these are the new questions on biodiversity. They're not going to ask you what do you understand by alpha or beta, etc. diversity. Don't waste your time on these things. These are simple things which can be studied, but don't waste your time. We're going to ask you these in examination. Now, from here, we'll discuss not only some of the terms, but we'll try to discuss some of also the principles of ecology. So there are three principles of ecology which needs to be discussed over here. One principle is called as homeostatic principle, and briefly we'll discuss, because that's for preliminary examination only. So briefly we'll discuss homeostatic principle and the resilience characteristic. Then we'll try to discuss what is called as ecological productivity, and then we'll try to discuss what is called as the plant succession. Three principles of ecology on which we can see the questions have been asked in your examination as such. Questions have been asked in your examination. So three principles of ecology we will be discussing. Clear? Now, let's start with that. At least one principle needs to be discussed. We'll take it up from 26. Not feeling at all well, because I would have moved in a rapid pace, covered up all these things within 2 hours. Clear? But not feeling okay. But your class would not be discontinued. Let's continue that first principle we are going to discuss. Now, principles of ecology. When we talk about principles of ecology, the first principle is called as what is called as homeostatic principle. It's called as homeostatic principle, and associated with this is the resilience characteristic. Associated with this is the resilience characteristic. Now, when you talk about homeostatic principle and resilience characteristic, it means that each and every ecosystem would be having an inbuilt self-regulatory mechanism of its own. Each and every ecosystem would be having an inbuilt inside it self-regulatory mechanism of its own, through which the internal conditions within the ecosystem would be maintained. Through which the internal conditions within the ecosystem would be maintained despite the external changes. Clear? So if any kind of external change takes place, ecosystem would be adapting to that change, adjusting according to it, so that internal conditions can be maintained. And the characteristic of ecosystem for this purpose would be called as what? It would be called as resilience characteristic. Clear? Resilience characteristic. Now, I give you an example. Now, for example, when winter comes, we can see on the skin of animals, hairs would be growing in large numbers. When winter falls, when winter comes, on the skin of animals, hairs would be growing in large numbers. Clear? Now, hairs would be growing in large numbers. This is nothing but an adjustment, because the external condition is dip in temperature. Clear? External condition is nothing but dip in temperature. So the hairs would be growing in large numbers. And to meet this challenge, the animal has adjusted. Why? Because the hairs would be acting as an insulator. Clear? Or suppose you are shifted from your place to directly Siachen Glacier, what will happen? Your body would undergo a change. RBC production in your body would be enhancing, so that you do not suffer. So we can see each and every ecosystem would be having a self-regulatory mechanism of its own, by virtue of which the internal conditions within the ecosystem would be maintained despite external changes. Clear? And the characteristic of the ecosystem for this purpose would be called as resilience characteristic. Clear? So if they ask you that what do you understand by homeostatic principle, it is a principle according to which the internal conditions within the ecosystem is maintained. Clear? So it is a characteristic through which internal conditions within the ecosystem would be maintained. And you can see that the adjustment done for this purpose, the adaptation done for this purpose would reflect would reflect resilience characteristic. Would reflect resilience characteristic. Suppose your body adjusts and RBC production in your body is enhanced. RBC production in your body is enhanced. Then this would be nothing but reflective of the resilience characteristic of your body. Clear? But then the resilience characteristic can be exhibited to a certain level only. Suppose volcanic eruption takes place near the smart board. It cannot be that everything would be adjusted and it would be fine. So it means that the resilience characteristic of the ecosystem can be exhibited to a certain level only. And this would be called as what? This would be referred to as resilience limit. So the resilience characteristic of the ecosystem can be exhibited to a certain level only, and this level would be called as resilience limit. Now, based on this, we can see the definition of environmental degradation is clear. So, if suppose the magnitude of external change or the nature of external change is such that the resilience limit of the ecosystem is surpassed. Resilience limit of the ecosystem surpassed means that the ecosystem is no longer able to adjust, no longer able to adapt to maintain the internal conditions. So, if we can see the magnitude of external change is such that the nature of external change is such that the resilience limit of the ecosystem is surpassed, then it is at that juncture that environmental degradation takes place. Then it is at that point that environmental degradation takes place. Then it is at that juncture that environmental degradation takes place. Clear? So, environmental degradation is dependent on what? The passing of resilience limit of the ecosystem. Clear? And but these are theoretical parts, can be asked, cannot be asked as questions also. But do remember one point, that passing of the resilience limit is responsible for environmental degradation. But when we talk about degradation, when we talk about environmental degradation can be both natural and can be both anthropogenic. Suppose volcanic eruption takes place, it is also responsible for environmental degradation. Clear? So it can be natural or it can be both anthropogenic, natural as well as anthropogenic. But when we talk about environmental degradation, natural and anthropogenic, do remember the fact that environmental degradation can be natural and it can be anthropogenic. When we talk about environmental degradation, the first degradation which took place due to anthropogenic factors was transformation of nature by man, when with the advent of agriculture we humans converted natural ecosystem into agro ecosystem. This is the first form of environmental degradation. Clear? So we say that because of anthropogenic factors, the first degradation which took place by us only was when through anthropogenic factors, through anthropogenic means the natural ecosystem was converted into agro ecosystem. Clear? Agro ecosystems. This is the first form of environmental degradation that we can talk about. Fine. Now this is called as homeostatic principle, but leaving you with one term also. And since we have discussed resilient characteristic, remember that Maharashtra launched what is called as climate resilient agriculture. So the word resilience should be utilized for contemporary issues. Maharashtra launched climate resilient agriculture. It is also called as not only climate resilient agriculture, it's also called as climate smart agriculture. It is also called as climate adaptive agriculture. Or for the farmers of Maharashtra, it was launched. I'm blending the contemporary issues with the static portion also. Clear? So Maharashtra launched climate resilient agriculture for its farmers. And why? Because the farmers were distressed. So farmers were suffering from some distress. And why farmers were suffering? Because they suffered. Why? The farmers were suffering. Why? because they cultivated vulnerability for drought in Maharashtra was very high. And vulnerability of drought was not due to excessive rainfall, but vulnerability for drought was mainly why? It was mainly because they tend to cultivate those crops which are water intensive in nature. Clear? So there were protests, there were suicides also by farmers. And as a means to overcome this, the government was launching what is called as government started what is called as climate adaptive agriculture or climate smart agriculture. Clear? There were three components of climate adaptive agriculture. One component is what? One component is water harvesting on a large scale. Second component is what? Developing resilience among farmers. Resilience means so that they can withstand the impact. Resilience among farmers. But how can you develop resilience among farmers? And this should be developed through sustainable. This should be developed through sustainable management of the area. This should be developed by sustainable management of the area. And third is what? Third is what? Third is establishment of climate index insurance. Establishment of climate index insurance. Now this would be helping the farmers. This would be helping the farmers in case of crop failure. Clear? So there are three components. One, water harvesting on a large scale. Second is developing resilience among farmers through sustainable management of the area. And third is climate index insurance, which would be helping the farmers in case of crop failure. Which would be helping the farmers in case of crop failure. So this is your climate resilient agriculture. Now, in the last class, we discussed what? We discussed started discussing environment, in which we have discussed the fundamentals of environment, and we completed up till what? Up till I think the homeostatic principle. With all current updates, also we completed that. Now, today, first of all, let's discuss two other principles of ecology, and let's see what addition can be made in that. Clear? So let's discuss two other principles of ecology. Now, first principle of ecology that you have to discuss is called as plant succession. Now, this is referred to as plant succession. Now, when we say succession, succession is a process through which it's a process which includes all ecological changes with the help of which the species get established in an area. I'm saying that succession is a process which includes all ecological changes with the help of which species get established in an area. There were some concern that I do not use the PDF because so many things, how to type so many PDFs. Now I'll write on the board and I'll give you time to take a click of that, screenshot of that. Clear? So first of all, I'll write on the board, and every time when I erase, before that I'll give you space that you can click that. Clear? So when we say succession, succession is a process which includes all ecological changes, through which species get established in an area. Obviously, suppose species are getting established in an area, so it can be of two types. It can be animal succession, it can be plant succession also. So if we define plant succession, we can say that plant succession is a process which includes all ecological changes. It's a process which includes all ecological changes through which vegetation gets established in an area. We are saying that through which vegetation gets established in an area. So when you are talking about plant succession can be of two main types. It can be primary plant succession. Primary plant succession means the process through which vegetation would be established in that area. I am saying that it is a process through which vegetation would be established in that area, that has no vegetation, no vegetation. Clear? So if suppose the vegetation is established in that area which has no vegetation from the very beginning, no vegetation from the incipient stage, that kind of plant succession would be called as what? That kind of plant succession would be called as primary plant succession. Clear? That kind of plant succession would be called as primary plant succession. But if suppose vegetation gets established in an area, if suppose there is temporary loss of vegetation, there was vegetation initially, vegetation was present, clear, but there is temporary loss. It can be due to wildfires, it can be due to wildfires, it can be due to droughts. And because of this establishment of vegetation in that area, if we say establishment of vegetation in that area which has witnessed temporary loss of vegetation, this would be called as what? It would be called as secondary plant succession. Secondary plant succession. So we are saying that if we talk about succession, succession is the process which includes all ecological changes by virtue of which species get established in an area. Clear? And if we are talking about two types of, if we are talking about animal succession and plant succession, we can say plant succession can be the process through which includes all ecological changes through which we can see vegetation gets established in an area. Now, there can be two types of plant succession. One is primary plant succession if vegetation is established in an area that has no vegetation from the very beginning. But there can be also secondary plant succession if suppose there is temporary loss of vegetation in that area, then the vegetation is established. So that would be called as temporary plant succession as such. Clear? Temporary plants, secondary plant succession if there's temporary loss of vegetation in that area. So if the establishment of vegetation takes place in that area, then this would be called as the secondary plant successions. Two kinds of, and the vegetation which is established in this manner through primary plant succession would be called as primary vegetation. We can see that the entire concept of frontier forest is based on primary vegetation. The entire concept of biodiversity hotspot is based on primary vegetation. So two types of plant succession is there. Clear? Take a screenshot. Let's move forward. Or I'll save all these pages. At the end, they can be transmitted also. Now, see, when you talk about succession, there's also another perception to it. Now, succession includes many processes. One process is called as what? Now, we are not talking about plant and animal here. We are talking about succession in general. Now, when we talk about succession in general, succession includes many processes. One process is called as what? It is called as nudation. Second process is called as what? It's called as invasion. So one is nudation, second would be called as invasion, third would be called as competition, fourth would be called as coaction, and fifth would be called as stabilization. Clear? I'm saying that, and this is answer to one of the questions that that has been put forward for you. That when you talk about succession, we can see succession includes. Now, this is a generic manner in which we have mentioned succession. It includes 5 phases. One is called as what's called as nudation. Clear? So this would be called as what? It is called as nudation. Now, nudation is the process through which bare areas are developed. Now, bare areas means without any vegetation, without any species would be developed. Clear? So bare areas would be developed without any species there. Whether anyone or now they can be developed how? They can be developed through landslides. They can be developed also through not only landslides, erosion, deposition. So all these factors would be responsible for developing bare areas. Now in this bare area, species need to be established. So when you are talking about the second phase, which is called as invasion, invasion means that it is successful establishment of species in a bare area. So invasion means successful establishment of species in a bare area, not in an area which already has species. In a bare area, it would be called as what? It would be called as invasion. Third would be what? Third would be competition. Now, competition is nothing but they are talking about the competition between different species which are established here in the bare area. So there would be competition, and we can see that as far as coaction is concerned, individuals of species of different species would be affected by each other's life. So that is called as coaction. So fourth would be called as what? It would be called as coaction. So species, individuals of different species would be affected by the life of other species. So that's called as coaction. And fifth would be called as what? Fifth would be called as stabilization. Stabilization means that finally you have the climax species, or which can be called as the terminal species, and with this the succession ends. Take a look at this and also try to take a pic of this. Clear? So nudation, invasion, competition, coaction, and stabilization. So all these are mentioned there. And in one of the question you can see this is the correct order also, in which the different stages of succession can be mentioned. Good morning, everybody. Different stages of succession can be mentioned. Now let's move on to another thing, and let's discuss that if you talk about primary plant succession and secondary plant succession, we can see establishment of species cannot take place in an abrupt manner. We are saying that establishment of species cannot take place abruptly. So there should be a sequence to it. So when we are talking about the sequential manner through which vegetation gets established, vegetation gets established. So the sequential manner through which vegetation is getting established is called as what? It's referred to as serrae. So you can see that the establishment of vegetation would be called as, in a different area would be called as plant succession, in a bare area would be called as plant succession. But the sequential manner in which it is established, the phased wise manner in which it is established would be called as serrae. Now, for the invasion of species, what we have discussed, that succession includes what? Succession includes many things. It includes, first of all, nudation. It includes invasion. It includes competition. It includes coaction. It includes stabilization. Clear? Now, for the invasion of species, what is necessary is, first of all, soil. So you can see that serrae would be having three kinds of phases. Now the first phase would be called as what? It would be called as phase of pioneer plants. That's called as the first phase. The phase of pioneer plants. Clear? Now, in this phase, we can see that first of all, in the fissures of rocks, suppose the cracks are there in the rocks, small vegetation would be developing. So, small vegetation comes up in the fissures, small vegetation. And these vegetation would be responsible for what? It would be responsible for broadening the fissures. Broadening the fissures. And it would be initiating soil formation. So two things it is doing. One is that it is responsible for broadening the fissures, widening the fissures, and it is responsible for initiating soil formation. See, just 1 second. What you have asked, Vanshika, please explain what is coaction again. See, when you are talking about species, there would be individuals of different species. They would be affecting each other's life. I'm saying that if suppose there is a definite species, kind of species, there would be individuals of this species. Now that can affect each other's life. Now this is called as what? It's called as coaction. This is an action between themselves, individuals of species. And then only stabilization would occur when terminal species get developed or climax species get developed. Clear? So remember the order in which it is established. Now, phase of pioneer plants means what? That fissures would be developed first of all. And in these fissures, we can see cracks in these fissures. From these fissures, soil formation would take place. First of all, in the fissures of rocks, we can see fissures means cracks. Small vegetation develops. These vegetation are responsible for broadening the fissures, widening the fissures. So they are responsible for what? Broadening the fissures. They initiate also soil formation. Clear? Now we can see that there are two notable examples of this. These kind of vegetation. One is called as what? One is called as lichens. So when you talk about lichens, lichens is a combination of what? It is a combination of fungus. Fungus is mandatory with a photosynthetic partner. Now photosynthetic partner can be, generally it is algae, but can be also bacteria. Frequently what is present is algae. They have asked you in an examination also, in preliminary examination, that lichens is a combination of what? So lichens is a combination of two things. One is fungus with a photosynthetic partner, which is generally an algae. See, uh, just as far as three principles of ecology is concerned, the first principle is homeostatic principle. The second principle is plant succession. In plant succession itself, I am dealing with nudation also, invasion also, coactions also. Clear? The third principle of ecology, after this we will discuss, after SERE, because plant succession you have to explain. SERE questions have been asked in examination. And the third principle of ecology would be called as ecological productivity. Only one principle I have completed in the last class. Clear? Is that clear? Only one principle I've completed in the last class, which was homeostatic principle and resilience. The second principle of ecology is what? It is plant succession. Clear? The third principle will deal with ecological productivity. In plant succession, I have talked about two types of plant succession. One is called as primary plant succession and second would be secondary plant succession. Primary plant succession, I have given you what it is, and secondary plant succession, I have discussed what it is. Now, in the limelight of that, I have discussed succession in general, which includes five types of phases: nudation, invasion, competition, coaction, and stabilization. That's another perception. But here we can see that the sequential manner through vegetation gets established, through which vegetation gets established, would be called as SERE. So it's a sequential manner. It's a phase-wise manner. And in that there is first phase which is called as phase of pioneer plant. So let me complete first of all This. Then we come to third principle, ecological productivity. Then we come to wildlife sanctuaries, national park, biosphere reserves, etc., eco-sensitive zones, process of phytoremediation, bioremediation, etc. Clear? So let's complete that. Now, first phase we have discussed, phase of pioneer plants. We can see in the rocks, cracks develop. You can see here the cracks develop. In the cracks, there are fissures. In the cracks, small vegetation would be present. Now, these vegetation would be broadening the fissures. They would be responsible for widening the fissures. And not only they do this, they would be initiating soil formation also. Now, we can see two notable examples of this kind of vegetation is there. One notable example is called as lichens, which is a combination of fungus with a photosynthetic partner. And photosynthetic partner generally an algae, sometimes can be bacteria. Second is what? Second is mosses. Mosses. Clear? And mosses are what? Mosses are flowerless plants. Plants which belong to the class of Bryophyta. They are flowerless plant which belong to the class of Bryophyta. So that's called S. These are two examples as such. Now, the second thing that you have to know is the second phase. This is the first phase, phase of pioneer plant. The second phase is called as phase of opportunist plant. Phase of opportunist plant. So after the formation of soil, in this area, suppose the soil has been formed, we can see small vegetation would be thriving. Small vegetation means what? Like grasses, or suppose herbs, they would be coming into existence. And what they do is they survive for 1 or 2 years. I am writing here everything. Survive for 1 or 2 years. But during this period, they are responsible for developing. They develop seeds on a large scale. Clear? And since they develop seeds on a large scale, it means that they are ensuring the survival of their future generation. So they are ensuring the survival of their future generation. So these kind of plants would be called as, because they are acting for themselves only. So they are ensuring the survival of their future generation. These kind of plants would be called as what? They would be called as opportunist plant. So the second phase is phase of opportunist plant. Third phase is what? Third phase is phase of climax plant, which in other words we have discussed terminal species, climax plants. Clear? See, just remember one thing. Serre does not take place for secondary plant succession. Already the soil is there. Only what has happened in secondary plant succession, temporary loss of vegetation has taken place. So serre would be meant for only and only primary plant succession. It cannot be meant for secondary plant succession as such. Clear? Now we can see that phase of climax plants. Now during this phase we can see tall trees would be growing. And the leaves of these trees obviously would be obstructing solar radiation. And because of this, so we can see sunlight obstructed. And because of this, the lower vegetation would be very scarce. Because of this, we can see lower vegetation would be very scarce. So these kind of plants, these kind of trees would be called as what? They would be referred to as climax plants. There are numerous examples. For example, if you take pine, spruce, oak, deodar, all these are examples of climax plants. Clear? Climax plants. We can see that as far as climax plants is concerned, succession is a continuous process. But
With the establishment of climax plants, succession comes to an halt. That's why we say that they are terminal plants or climax plants as such. So these are three phases of succession that you have to remember. And the best example where we can see succession would be reflected, where the succession can be seen, is the Himalayas. Why? Because Himalayas are still in the process of its formation. And where there won't be any snow-capped mountain, you can see lichens and mosses in large numbers. And in the middle Himalayas, also, you can see herbs, grasses on large numbers. In the middle and the outer Himalayas, you can see pine forest in large numbers. Clear pine forest in large numbers. Now, in this context, you have to remember a contemporary term, and that is called as biomass begetting. Clear. Take a screenshot of this so that I can save this. Take a screenshot of this immediately. Fine, so that it can be saved. These slides. Fine. Let's move. एक चीज मैं छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में कर लेंगे आप अभी ना पहले आप नहीं अभी छोड़ दीजिए पहले okay we'll save all these slides and we'll send it to you. Clear? We'll save all these slides of today and we'll send it to you. At the break, one number of slides which I have discussed, those information would be sent, and after when the class terminates, then also it would be sent. No problem, because there was an issue concerning, because we have to move on a rapid. We cannot dictate here. Clear? Now see, there is a term, and that term is called as what? That term is called as biomass begetting. Now, in this context, we have to discuss. Clear? So there is a term which is called as what? Which is called as biomass begetting. We see that pine forest, which is present in Uttarakhand or Himachal Pradesh also. Now, this is responsible for pine forest, which is present in Uttarakhand, or this is present in Himachal Pradesh. This is responsible for forest fires. Clear? So the vulnerability of Uttarakhand is more because of pine forest, and the leaves of pine consists of oil secretions. Now that's one picture. On the other hand, we can see bricklands, where the bricks are made. Bricklands are also a big source of air pollution. And why bricklands are a source of air pollution? Because for energy purpose, they use what? For energy purpose, they use wood, they use coal. Energy purpose, they use wood, they use coal. They also use not only wood and coal, but sawdust also. So whenever this would be burnt, this would be responsible for emission of CO2 and other gases, black carbon, brown carbon, carbon monoxide on a large scale, and this is responsible for pollution. Clear? Now we had two pictures. So what we are doing is that the dry pine leaves. Now dry pine leaves, which is also called as nothing but the biomass. Fine. The dry organic weight is always called as the biomass. So we can see that the dry pine leaves would be collected. Clear? And this would be compressed to form briquette. Briquette means small pieces. To form briquette. Fine. Small, like this, the briquettes would be formed. Suppose squarer briquettes. And this would be in an industrial unit, that it would be compressed to form, and this would be burnt where? In the bricklands. What is the advantage? The advantage is what? That when you burn coal, Coal has centuries of deposition of carbon. When you are responsible for burning coal, coal has centuries of deposition of carbon. Clear? Centuries and centuries of deposition of carbon. So CO2 emitted would be on a large scale. When you burn wood, it has years of deposition of carbon. CO2 emitted would be on a large scale, but not as high as that in the coal. Clear? But when you are burning briquettes, it only has that amount of carbon which the leaves absorb during photosynthesis. Clear? So the amount of CO2 released would be less. So this biomass briquetting would be responsible for what? It would be responsible for less air pollution. It would be responsible for less air pollution. One thing. Second thing is what? That this would be giving, collecting the leaves of pine would be giving employment opportunities to the people of Uttarakhand. Employment opportunities to the people of Uttarakhand. And third is what? Third is that when you are talking about biomass briquette, this would be reducing vulnerability for wildfires. This would be reducing vulnerability for wildfires. So this is called as what? Or forest fires, you can say. This is called as biomass briquetting. Since pan came as an example, I mentioned it here. Clear? So let's understand that what is biomass briquetting. Fine, clear. You can take a screenshot. I wait for 1 second to 3 seconds, or you will get these slides afterwards. Clear? These slides you will get afterwards, definitely. So that's your second principle of ecology that we have discussed. Now, sorry. Now the third principle of ecology you have to discuss. Now the third principle of ecology that you have to discuss is called as what? It's called as, let's save this also. It's called as ecological productivity. And on the basis of this, also another question has been given. Ecological productivity. Fine. Ecological productivity. Now, ecological productivity is what? When we define ecological productivity, we say that this is the rate at which natural organic matter is generated. This is the rate at which natural organic matter is generated per unit area, per unit time. It's a natural, it's a rate at which natural organic matter would be generated per unit area, per unit time. So that would be called as ecological productivity. We can see when you are talking about natural organic matter, when suppose plants are responsible for performing photosynthesis, what kind of natural organic matter they generate? They develop natural organic matter in the form of cellulose, in the form of polysaccharides, which get stored in different parts of the plant. So you can see it is a rate at which the natural organic matter would be generated per unit area, per unit time. Clear? Per unit time. And there are two important, it depends upon two factors. The first factor on which it depends is the amount of solar radiation. Amount of solar radiation. Clear? If the amount of solar radiation is high, then ecological productivity would be high. So that's the amount of solar radiation. And second is what? The characteristic of plants. The characteristic of plants through which the characteristic of plants through which sunlight is converted into chemical energy. The characteristic of the plant through which sunlight is converted into chemical energy so that it can be used in photosynthesis. So there are two factors. Now, obviously, we can see that ecological productivity would be decreasing from this area towards the poles, from the equatorial area towards the poles, because of solar radiation. So, maximum ecological productivity, if we say, maximum ecological productivity, if we say, is for tropical rainforest, maximum. Clear, on earth it is for tropical rainforest. When we talk about oceans, we know that oceans cover 3/4 of the entire earth. Clear. So oceans cover what? Oceans are covering 3/4 of the entire earth. But ecological productivity of ocean, EP, is low. When you're talking about ecological productivity of oceans, would be low. Clear. So EP would be low. And there are two factors which are responsible. First factor which is responsible is obstruction of solar radiation. Obstruction of solar radiation by the water body. And the second factor which is responsible is what? Lack of nutrients. In saline water. So first factor is obstruction of solar radiation, and second is what? Second is lack of nutrients in saline water. So these are two factors. Clear? But that part of the ocean, this is suppose the ocean, that part of the ocean which is near the coast, that part of the ocean which is present near the coast would be registering this part. Suppose this is the part, would be registering very high ecological productivity. That part of the ocean which is near the coast would be registering very high ecological productivity. And why very high ecological productivity? Because in this area we can see corals are present. Clear? Corals are generally present in the continental shelf. Corals are present and they live with a primary producer, which is called as what? It is called as zooxanthellae. We'll understand that first of all. Primary producer called zooxanthellae. And in this area we can see the concentration of phytoplanktons and algae would be more. Phytoplanktons means the plant life in ocean would be called as phytoplanktons. So in this area we can see the concentration of phytoplanktons and algae would be more. Marine algae would be more, and all these are responsible for what? All these are responsible for photosynthesis. Clear? Now explain the climax phase and its significance. See, when you talk about climax vegetation means that the plant succession would be ceasing here, would be stopping here. Although succession is a continuous process, it cannot stop altogether, but for the time being it ceases here. So in this phase we can see that large trees would be growing, trees having greater height would be growing, and these trees, the leaves of these trees would be obstructing solar radiation. So if the leaves of these trees obstruct solar radiation, what will happen? The lower vegetation which should be present near the surface would be very scarce. The lower vegetation would be very scarce. So only tall trees would be there. You can go to Himachal Pradesh or Uttarakhand, you can see tall trees, pine forest. So the example of climax plant is nothing but pine forest. We can talk about oak, deodar, spruce, etc. We can say. Now we are talking about ecological productivity of oceans. So that part of the ocean which is near the coast and where corals are also present, ecological productivity is very high. And this part of the ocean is also called as what is called as the tropical rainforest of ocean. It's called as tropical rainforest of oceans, where the corals are present in the ocean. As near the coast, they are called as tropical rainforest of the ocean. But what is the reason? The first reason is that when river comes, they are responsible for deposition of sediments. Clear? Deposition of sediments in this manner. We have said that lack of nutrients and saline water is one of the reason for low ecological productivity of the ocean. So if suppose sediments are deposited, sediments would be having what? Sediments would be having nothing but nutrients. Clear? So sediments deposited means nutrients. And that's why we can see concentration of phytoplankton in this area, concentration of algae in this area would be more. That's why ecological productivity is very high. You can see the concentration of phytoplankton in this area, the concentration of algae in this area would be more. And that's the reason why we say that ecological productivity in this area would be very high. Clear? Ecological productivity in this area would be very high. So, so that's one thing that you have to know. Clear? And these areas of the ocean where the corals are present in large number, which is near the coast, would be called as what? It would be called as tropical rainforest of the oceans. Clear? And if suppose I give in numbers, let's say this, take a screenshot or else I say this. See, ecological productivity is represented in what? Ecological productivity, if we say. For example, ecotones. Ecotones means mangrove. Mangrove registers a very high ecological productivity. It's 2,500 gram per centimeter square per year. Clear? Then the mangroves. Then we can see estuary. Estuary is also an ecotone. So remember that all ecotones would be registering very high ecological productivity. We know that ecotone would be exhibiting edge effect, would be having high biodiversity, would be a transitional zone, demarcation zone, competition zone, etc. But they would be registering very high ecological productivity also. So we can see mangrove swamps would be registering what? It would be registering, it's the ecotone, mangrove. It registers ecological productivity of 2,500 gram per centimeter square per year. Estuary 1,800 is also an ecotone because this is the demarcation zone between a river ecosystem and a marine ecosystem. So it 1,800. Then cultivated land 650 gram per centimeter square. Open oceans. Now that's 125 gram per centimeter square per year. So you can see low ecological productivity is that of the ocean. But if you talk about coral bed, so that is 2000 gram per centimeter square per year. Or if suppose we talk about other algal beds or algal bed in oceans, we can see this is also 2000 gram per centimeter square per year. Clear? So all these would be different ecological productivity. One thing that you have to remember, that ecological productivity of oceans would be very high. Ecological productivity of oceans would be very high in that part where the corals are present and where it is near to the. Otherwise, ecological productivity of ocean is very low. Clear? And there are two factors which are responsible for low ecological productivity of ocean. One is what? Lack of nutrients in the saline water, and second is obstruction of solar radiation by the water body. Clear? Obstruction of solar radiation by the water body as such. Now see the questions also they have asked you earlier. That they have asked you ecological productivity of what? They have asked you arrange the following in order of decreasing ecological productivity, and they have asked you mangrove, then lakes, then they have asked you grassland, and then they have given you ocean. Clear? Now mangrove would be maximum. Now this would be followed by what? This would be followed by grassland. This would be followed by lakes, because look at the surface area which is responsible for performing photosynthesis. Clear? This would be followed by lakes, and this would be followed by oceans. That's the correct order. Fine. Correct order of ecological productivity. And similarly, they can ask you about ecological productivity of different areas as such. Clear? They can put in estuary also. So you have been given the numbers as such, on the basis of which ecological productivity can be determined. Clear? First thing. See, dry leaves of pine is collected, so that suppose all these are dry leaves of pine. I take it, I compress it to form small pieces, which is called as briquette. Clear? Briquette. And this would be used in the bricklins. Bricklins means where brick is prepared as an energy source. So you don't have to burn their coal, wood, and sawdust, which would be enhancing air pollution to a greater extent. Clear? Because when you burn coal, when you burn wood, when you burn those things, it enhances air pollution to a greater extent. Clear? So here briquette means these are leaves only. So the amount of carbon in leaves is less when compared to wood, when compared to coal. So the CO2 which would be released would be less. That is, will be less harmful for the air as such. Less harmful for the air as such. Clear? So this is called as biomass briquetting. Clear? Now see, this is one thing. But they can ask you, about the ecological productivity of wetlands also. You know that 1971 is the Ramsar Convention. Clear? And which includes wetlands of international importance. All these are facts and figures, that 75 wetlands from India have been included in the Ramsar list. Clear? The first two wetlands which were included in the Ramsar list were Chilka from Odisha and Keoldev from Rajasthan. Clear? Keoldev from Rajasthan. Two wetlands were included. 1971, Chilka from Odisha and Keoldev from Rajasthan. The biggest wetland of India is what? The biggest wetland of India is Sundarbans. The smallest wetland of India, when we are talking about the smallest wetland of India, is what is called as Renuka. Renuka is present where? Renuka is present in Himachal Pradesh. So that's called as smallest wetland of India. And now you have a new 75 wetlands have been added into the Ramsar Convention. But now you have one thing new which has to be added to that, and that is called as what? That the government of India is considering opening 16 wetlands of India for the purpose of what? For the Ramsar sites, for the purpose of tourism. And for this purpose, five wetlands have been considered as nothing but on a pilot basis they have been considered. For example, Sultanpur has been considered, Chilka has been considered also. For a pilot project they have been considered. So remember that also, one thing which you should be remembering. And do know that 16 Ramsar sites in India. Sultanpur is Haryana. Now also Bhitarnika in Odisha, Chilka in Odisha, Sirpur in Madhya Pradesh have been considered. One I don't remember right now, but you can look at that. Five have been considered. So it includes what? It's Sultanpur in Haryana. Then also that they have been considered on a pilot basis. So wetlands would be used for what purpose? Wetlands would be used for the purpose of tourism. Clear? And this has been decided by the government. It would be used for tourism. Otherwise, there are 75 wetlands of India included in the Ramsar list. Clear? Generally, a wetland is called as a wetland of international. Now, a wetland is called as, in between, I have to see, look at your questions. Now, wetland is called as wetlands of international importance only when these wetlands would be responsible for attracting what? 20,000 water birds. So if 20,000 water birds are attracted, then it is called as wetlands of international importance. Clear? Wetlands of international importance. So 75 wetlands from India have been added into the Ramsar list. Clear? And we can see that the biggest wetland of India was the Sundarban. Biggest. That's in West Bengal. Clear? The smallest is what? The smallest is Renuka. Renuka is in Himachal Pradesh. And the first wetlands which were added into the Ramsar list includes Chilka. Chilka is in Odisha, and Keoldev. Keoldev. Clear? So these were added. But then now you have to remember that not only this, that 16 wetlands or 16 Ramsar sites in India have been considered for tourism, out of which 5 have been taken as pilot projects. Which includes what? Which includes Sultanpur. I'm remembering name of that is in Haryana. Bhitarnika, and that's in Odisha. Then also Chilka, and Chilka is again in Odisha. Then also Sirpur, one you can look at. Madhya Pradesh, this much I remember. So all these, one more, you can check it out. Now all these have been included. Yes, you can. Yeah, 5 have been added into that. So now the numbers are 80. Yes, 5 have been added. So now the numbers are 80. Yes, I missed it out. Now the numbers are 80. Clear. But 16 wetlands have been considered for tourism, and out of which 5 we can see that have been included. What? That have been included also as the on a pilot basis have been considered for tourism as such. Clear? So that you have to know. But here we are discussing what? Here we are not discussing these factuals. Here discussing that wetlands can be divided into different category. Now, mangrove swamp is a type of wetland only. Mangrove swamp is a type of wetland only, and this wetland, mangrove swamp, would be having highest ecological productivity. Clear? Highest ecological productivity. Yes, that's 80. Yes, I remember now. I got it. A highest ecological productivity. Now this would be followed by what? This would be followed by marshes. Marshes are present where? They are present near rivers or lakes. Clear? They would be having less ecological productivity compared to mangrove. Then there is a wetland which is called as what? Which is called as fens. Fens are formed due to surface water accumulation. They are formed due to surface water accumulation, and also they have been formed due to not only surface water accumulation but also underground water accumulation. Clear? And this would be followed by what? This would be followed by peat bogs. Peat bogs are what? Peat bogs are wetlands which have been formed due to melting of snow. Or it has been formed also due to rainwater accumulation. So it has been formed due to melting of snow, or it has been formed due to rainwater accumulation. So this is called as what? This is called as peat bog. So you can see that remember that 80 wetlands are there from the Ramsar list, in the Ramsar list from India. 16 wetlands have been considered for tourist purpose. 5 wetlands have been included as pilot projects. Considered as pilot project, which includes all these. First wetland was Sundarban, smallest biggest wetland was Sundarban, smallest is Renuka, largest is Sundarban, and smallest is what? It is Renuka, that's in West Bengal. And the first wetland which was included in the Ramsar list from India included what? Included Chilka and Keoldev National Park. Here, Chilka and Keoldev National Park. But as far as wetland is concerned, they are broadly of 4 types, and the ecological productivity would be varying like this only. Clear? Ecological productivity would be varying like this only. Mangrove swamps, followed by marshes, followed by pens, and followed by peat bogs. Clear? Fine. So this you have to remember. Now see, as far as ecological productivity is concerned, there's also Let's discuss one new term also. And we know that in the limelight, one or two new term needs to be discussed by us. One new term that you have to discuss is called as what? It is called as the gross environment product. Gross environment product. We know that what is gross domestic. Now, these are three principles of ecology that we have discussed. Clear? Three principles of ecology that we have completed. I would save this also. Now, one thing that you have to discuss is called as gross environment product. And for the first time, we can see Uttarakhand has announced that it would be the first state to introduce this kind of gross environment product. What is this? We know that we have understanding of what is called as gross domestic product, which is based on output and growth, etc. But there are environmental factors which affect our growth. There are social inequalities which affect our growth. So if these factors are taken into consideration, if these factors are taken into consideration, then we can see that this would be input of human activity. This would be responsible for what? This would be responsible for affecting human activities, would be responsible for affecting environment quality. Human activity would be responsible for affecting social well-being. So social well-being and also environment quality would be affected by human activity. So if we take this into consideration, then this term would be called as what? It would be called as the gross environment product. Clear? Gross environment product. And that's why we can say that when you talk about GEP would be including gross environment product, would be including the forest environment product, it would be including the soil environment product, it would be including the air environment product, and it would be including also the water gross environment product. So you have to write this, just write this. This is a new term and can be asked as indicate in your examination. Write down gross environment product. Gross environment product. Traditional indicators like GDP. Traditional indicators like GDP measures only output and growth. Measures only output and growth. But they fail to take into consideration. But they fail to take into consideration the impact of human activities. But they fail to take into consideration the impact of human activities. Impact of human activities on environment quality. Impact of human activities on environment quality and social well-being. On environment quality or social well-being. So what is GEP? Gross environment product. Write down GEP is a measure of. GEP is a measure of environmental cost. GEP is a measure of environmental cost. Measure of environmental cost. Measure of environmental cost and societal well-being. Measure of environmental cost and societal well-being. Sustainable implications. Sustainable implications. Among many. And we can see that Uttarakhand became the first state that decided to introduce the gross environment product. Write down Uttarakhand has become the first state. Uttarakhand has become the first state to introduce GP, to introduce GP. And as far as GP index is concerned, GP index is concerned, it includes what? It includes the forest GP index, so environmental cost on the forest, plus the air GP index, plus the water GP index. So the environmental cost or society, the cost of societal well-being on air, the cost of environment cost on water, and also the soil GP, and also the soil GP. Clear? So take all these into consideration. Fine, all these into consideration. And remember that when we are talking about the mangroves, when talking about ecotone like mangroves, we know that mangrove is what? Mangrove is a ecotone. So it would be registering very high ecological productivity. We know that productivity. And also we know that mangrove vegetation is responsible for, and since it is an ecotone, it exhibits the edge effect. It has high ecological productivity. It's a transitional zone, demarcation zone, all is known to you. But mangrove vegetation is also responsible for reducing the impact of global warming. Mangrove vegetation is also responsible for reducing the impact of tropical cyclones, because they act as barriers. Mangrove vegetation is also responsible for reducing the impact of tsunamis. So there are different benefits of mangrove vegetation. But here you have to remember two terms. One is called as what? One is called as mangrove alliance. Now, mangrove alliance was formed at the sidelines of COP27. COP27 means Sharm el Sheikh. That's in Egypt. Clear? COP27. And we can see there are 7 countries which are a part of mangrove alliance. One is your India. Second is your Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Spain, UAE, Japan, Australia. So these are the countries. 7 countries are a part of mangrove alliance. The purpose was what? The purpose was to enhance awareness related to mangroves. The purpose was to enhance awareness related to mangroves. So this is called as what? This is called as, yes, you can see that's similar to green GDP, where the environmental cost is assessed. Clear? Now this is awareness is enhanced related to mangrove. That's the purpose. But last year, the government of India in its union budget also announced what is called as, for mangrove alliance, an initiative which is called as MISTI. MISTI means mangrove alliance. Mangrove alliance for shoreline habitat. Mangrove alliance for shoreline habitat and tangible income. Mangrove alliance for shoreline habitat and tangible income. So mangrove. So remember that a question on mangrove is asked. Mangrove is what? Ecotone. It registers high ecological productivity. Clear, it reduces the effect of impact of tsunamis and also what? Tropical cyclones, because it acts as barriers. Fine. And mangrove alliance mangrove is known for very high biodiversity, because this would be exhibiting what is called as edge effect. Clear. And in the recent times, two main initiatives have been taken for mangroves. One is the Mangrove Alliance, which was at the COP27, Sharm el Sheikh, signed by 7 countries, and 7 countries included India. So those 7 countries have been enlisted there, and we can see that the purpose was to enhance awareness related to mangroves. And MISTI means Mangrove Alliance, Mangrove Initiative, not Alliance, Mangrove Initiative for shoreline habitat and tangible income. This initiative was launched in the Union Budget 2023 for enhancing the significance of mangroves. So this is also to be remembered by you. Clear. This is to be remembered by you. But then I give you one more thing. Remember one thing, that when mangrove gets damaged, then obviously global warming would be enhancing. And we'll discuss that how mangroves are responsible for producing blue carbon, which is responsible for reducing the adverse impact of global warming and climate change, which is responsible for reducing the adverse impact of global warming and climate change. But recently, some initiatives have been taken, and they have been taken in the state of Odisha. Do remember that there are 69 species of mangroves that we have in India. 69 species of mangrove that we have in India. And majority of these species, maximum of these species are concentrated where? Maximum of these species are concentrated in the eastern coast. Clear. Followed by western coast. Clear. And not only eastern coast and followed by western coast, we can see the remaining would be confined to which area? The remaining would be confined to uh, the Andaman and Nicobar Island. So an initiative has been taken for mangroves as such, and this initiative which has been taken for mangroves in Odisha is to re-establish the mangrove vegetation. Clear. But mangrove vegetation can only be re-established in those areas which has a history of mangrove vegetation. You cannot establish mangrove vegetation in Delhi. Clear. Mangrove vegetation in Delhi. So some mangrove vegetation which have been recently established in Odisha includes Avicennia. So remember the names of mangrove vegetation. One is Avicennia. Clear. Second is what? Second is called as Rhizopora. Rhizopora. Third is Bruguiera. If they ask you these names, because they are sitting with anything, they can ask you anything as such. And Candelia. So nobody can remember all the 69 species of mangroves, but certainly these species which have been recently reestablished in Odisha deserves attention. Clear. Deserves attention. So that can be mentioned. So all these related to mangroves. Clear. All these related to mangroves. First of all, now let's deal with some other things. Let's deal with corals also. Let's deal with oceanic acidification also. Let's deal with different kinds of algae also. Let's deal with some processes also that we have to cover up. And then a number of things needs to be covered up today so that we can start with ozone layer. That day we couldn't complete the class, so let's complete it and cover up a number of things. Now we know that when you talk about biosphere, we have discussed that biosphere includes biotic, abiotic, and energy component. Biotic component includes what? Plants, animals, and microorganisms. When you are talking about, I'm just remember these names: Avicennia, Rhizopora, Bruguiera, and Candelia. These have been recently planted more and more in the coastal areas of Odisha, particularly Bhitarnika region. They have planted. An initiative has been taken to re-establish the mangroves in these areas as such. Clear. An initiative has been taken to re-establish the mangrove vegetation in these areas as such. So that's one additional information. Remember MISTI, remember Mangrove Alliance, remember significance of mangrove because it has very high ecological productivity now. Let's move forward. Save it. Now we can see that when you talk about biotic component, it includes what? It includes plants, animals, and microorganisms. Plants, animals, and microorganisms. Plants would be called as what? Plants would be called as autotrophs. And autotrophs, why? Because they manufacture their own food. Understood? Clear? And they perform photosynthesis, manufacture their own food. So they would be called as autotroph. They are primary producers of the food chain. Primary producer of food chain. Clear? So they would be consumed by herbivore by carnivore, and a food chain would be constituted. Clear? So we are saying that they would be consumed by herbivore, and herbivore would be consumed by carnivore, and a food chain would be constituted. Very good. But if you talk about the food chain, um, we can see that it's not only that plants are responsible for performing photosynthesis. Some bacteria, photosynthesis is not only performed by plants. Some bacteria like cyanobacteria, clear, algae, clear, all these are, and also modified vegetative parts. Some parts of the plant modified vegetative parts, they also perform photosynthesis. Some bacteria are, algae are responsible for performing photosynthesis. Modified vegetative parts are also responsible for performing photosynthesis. But all these are responsible for performing photosynthesis. But when photosynthesis is performed, natural organic matter is generated. When photosynthesis is performed, what is generated? Natural organic matter is generated, which is in the form of cellulose, which is in the form of polysaccharides, which gets stored in different parts of the plant. Clear? Now, when we talk about primary production, see the second question that another question which has been asked in your test. When we talk about primary production is the amount of biomass produced per unit area over a period of time by photosynthesis. Clear? And when you are saying primary production is what? Primary production is nothing but the amount of biomass, which is produced per unit area over a period of time through photosynthesis. That would be called as primary production. Now secondary production is defined as the rate of production of new organic matter in consumers, not in producers. Clear? When you are talking about secondary productivity is defined as the rate of production of organic matter in consumers, not in producers as such. And then we are talking about what? The rate of biomass production is called as ecological productivity, we know. But ecological productivity can be of two types. One would be called as what? One would be called as GPP, that is gross primary productivity. And second would be called as net primary productivity. And why? Now, gross primary productivity in an ecosystem is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. But a considerable amount of organic matter would be lost through respiration. So, if suppose we are responsible for deducting the respiration losses from the GPP, then it is called as what's called as net primary productivity. Clear? So the answer to your question is lying here only. So that's called as net primary productivity. Write down primary productivity or primary production. Primary production is the rate of organic matter produced. That's biomass, organic matter produced per unit area over a period of time. Per unit area over a period of time. So that's called as primary productivity. Clear? Per unit area over a period of time. Now, secondary productivity is what? Secondary productivity is the rate of biomass or organic matter produced by consumers. Write down. Secondary productivity is the rate of biomass, is the rate of biomass produced by the consumers. Rate of biomass produced by the consumers. Produced by the consumers. So that would be called as what? That would be called as secondary productivity. And we can see ecological productivity that you have discussed can be divided into two types. One is called as gross primary productivity and second is called as net primary productivity. Write down. Gross primary productivity. Gross primary productivity in an ecosystem. Gross primary productivity in an ecosystem is the rate of production of organic matter. Is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. Is the rate of production of organic matter during photosynthesis. During photosynthesis. And we can see a considerable part of this organic matter would be lost in the process of respiration. Write down. A considerable part of this organic matter, a considerable part of this organic matter, considerable part of this organic matter is lost during respiration. Is lost during respiration. Lost during respiration. Clear? So you can see net primary productivity is what? The net primary productivity is GPP minus respiration losses. Write down. The net primary productivity, the net primary productivity, net primary productivity is GPP, minus respiration losses, is GPP minus respiration losses. So that's called as net primary productivity. Clear? We have said that when you talk about plants, plants are autotrophs. They are primary producers of the food chain. Photosynthesis is performed by plants not only but also by some bacteria, algae, and modified vegetative parts. Modified vegetative parts means that, for example, a weak-stemmed plant like Tanespora would be climbing on another plant for mechanical support. So it climbs on another plant for mechanical support. Now the roots of these plant would be hanging in the atmosphere. The roots of this plant would be hanging in the atmosphere. And when they hang in the atmosphere, these modified roots, they are responsible for performing photosynthesis. So one can say that the modified root system, so for example, Tinospora, it can be in the case of money plant also. Money plant also, that it can be performed. Clear? Money plant also that it can be performed. But coming to algae, when we talk about algae, there are different kinds of algae on which the questions can be framed. Clear? When you talk about algae, there are different types of algae on which the questions can be framed. Fine. Now, do remember that algae, on which question? Now, marine algae, when you're talking about marine algae, are also called as seaweeds, are also called as sea vegetables. Marine algae are also called as seaweeds and also called as sea vegetables. And they are what? They are rich in nutrients. Sea vegetables. Clear? And marine algae can be of different types. Different types. For example, there is a type of green algae. Green algae. Now, green algae would be present always in the intertidal zone. Clear? Green algae is always present in the intertidal zone. There's another algae which is called as brown algae. Brown algae is used for making of what? It is used for making of liquid fertilizers. Liquid fertilizers. And some varieties of brown algae, can they, some varieties obviously can attain greater height. Greater height means that they would be growing 1 inches or 1.5 inches per day. Now these kind of algae are responsible for making of what is called as kelp forest. So in the coastal ecosystem, you can see this forest. So these are brown algae which grow to a greater extent. Then there are red algae. Red algae. Red algae are used for making the agar sticks. Red algae are used for making of agar sticks. Clear? Agar sticks. But if green algae is present in intertidal zone, we can see brown algae and red algae would be present in what? It would be present, they would be present in the subtidal zone. Below the tidal zone, subtidal zone, they are present. Clear? So they are present in the subtidal zone. Fine. Then also we can see there is a type of algae, and this type of algae is called as what? It is called as diatoms, present in the coastal areas. Diatoms. Now this type of algae is called as what? It is called as diatoms. And diatoms are what? Diatoms are single cell algae. They have single cell. Clear? And we can see there are two factors required for their survival. Two factors required for their survival. The first factor required for their survival is what? Moisture. That's the first factor which is required for their survival. And the second factor which is required for their survival is what? Not only moisture, but also sunlight. And why? Because they are nothing but primary producers. All algae are primary producers. They are primary producers. They perform photosynthesis. Sunlight. Clear? And they are present in abundance. So they are present in abundance. We can see 1/4 of biomass is made up of what? It is made up of diatoms. So diatoms constitute roughly about 1/4 of the entire biomass. Diatoms constitute roughly about 1/4 of the entire biomass. Clear? And as far as diatoms are concerned, we know that they are single cell algae. There are two factors required for their survival. One is moisture, second is sunlight, and they are 1/4 of the biomass. That means they are present in abundance. They constitute roughly about 1/4 of the biomass. That means that they are present in abundance. These are called as diatoms. Clear? Now that's one type of algae only. And the inner content of diatom is what? The inner content of diatom is mainly silica. The inner content of diatom is mainly silica. So that's about, first of all, green algae, then brown algae, then red algae, then what is called as diatoms. Clear? There's a type of algae which is an invasive algae now in the coastal areas of India. And that algae is called as what? It's called as Kappa ficus. So let's make a reference to what is called as Kappa ficus. So diatoms, clear? Make a reference to. So I'll save this also. Fine. So there's a type of Kappa ficus is what? Let's write it properly so that the words go clearly to you. Kappa ficus. Clear? Kappa ficus. Now this is what? This is an invasive algae in India. Invasive algae in India. Clear? In Indian coast. And this turns what? This turns corals into black or gray color. Black or gray color. Clear? They are responsible for corals are brightly colored. They have pink, red, blue, green, etc. Different types of colors. So if corals are turned into black coral or gray coral, these corals are what? These corals are nothing but dead corals. These are nothing but dead corals only. Clear? Dead corals only. Fine. So they are responsible for turning. And as far as Kappa ficus is concerned, we can see that this is an invasive species in India, and this has been cultivated. The problem is what? We'll discuss afterwards that where it came from. This is endemic in Philippines, but it came to India from Japan. So it came to India from Japan, but is endemic in Philippines. Clear? And Kappa ficus was cultivated in the coastal area of India. Kappa ficus cultivated in the coastal area of India. Coastal area of India. Why? Because Kappa ficus is responsible for secreting carrageenan. Carrageenan. Carrageenan is what? Carrageenan is it is used in the food industry as an emulsifying agent. Clear? So this is used in the food industry as a emulsifying agent. Emulsifying agent, carrageenan. But this was the purpose. Commercial cultivation of this algae took place in India, and this took place in India. Why? Because this algae secreted a substance which is called as carrageenan, and this was used for what? This was used for the food industry as such. Clear? But then it had a adverse impact. It turned out to be invasive in nature. Why? Because it was responsible for turning corals into black and gray corals, and these black and gray corals are nothing but dead corals only. Black and gray corals are nothing but dead corals only. Clear? Dead corals only. Fine. So this you have to remember. Kappa ficus. Now next that you have to say is another type of algae is called as what? It's called as zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae. Clear? Zooxanthellae. Do remember that when you talk about seaweeds, there are more than 900 varieties of seaweeds. There are more than 900 varieties of 900 plus varieties of seaweeds. Seaweeds means sea algae. And more than 300 varieties maximum is present in the coastal area of Tamil Nadu. More than 300 varieties are present in the coastal areas of Tamil Nadu. Clear? 300 varieties are present in the coastal areas of Tamil Nadu. Now, zooxanthellae is another type of algae. And this algae, zooxanthellae, is in a symbiotic relationship with. Symbiotic relationship means give and take relationship with corals. This type of algae is in a symbiotic relationship with corals. What are corals? Corals are marine organisms. They are invertebrates. Belong to the class of Anthrozoa. They are also called as what? They are also called as polyps. So corals are invertebrates, belong to the class of Anthrozoa. And we can see the coral reef when we talk about. Coral reef is nothing but calcium carbonate secreted by the corals. Coral reef is nothing but calcium carbonate secreted by the corals. And just like mangroves, See, yes, no, copper fibers is not used for this purpose. See, when you talk about biofuels, just 1 second. Biofuels are those fuels which would be generated from biological sources. There are three generations of biofuels. One generation of first generation is the first generation biofuels is prepared from foodstuffs only. For example, sugar. For example, oil. But if suppose you divert sugar, you divert oil for production of fuels, then there will be an allegation against you that you are diverting fuel for food for fuel purpose. Clear? That you are diverting food for fuel purpose. So that's the one thing. Second is what? Second is called as the generation biofuels. And second generation biofuels is based on what? It's based on agricultural waste. For example, stubble. Or for example, suppose the sugarcane molasses. But the amount generated is less. The third generation biofuels is based on algae. So we cultivate algae on a large scale, but Kappa ficus was not cultivated for that reason. Clear? Green algae, red algae was cultivated not for this Kappa ficus. Kappa ficus was cultivated for another reason. Clear? So when you talk about corals, we can see they are invertebrates. Belong, I think that's clear. Uh, Now, when you talk about corals, they are invertebrates belong to the class of Anthrozoa, and the secretion, they are also called as polyps. The secretion of coral is nothing but calcium carbonate, which is responsible for making the leaf-like reef-like structures like this, which is called as coral reefs. Clear? Coral reefs. But zooxanthellae and corals are in a symbiotic relationship. Zooxanthellae is responsible for providing corals what? It provides corals organic matter, because zooxanthellae is what? Zooxanthellae is performing photosynthesis. It performs photosynthesis, provides corals with organic matter. And then we can see that corals are responsible for supplying zooxanthellae. Corals are responsible for supplying zooxanthellae what? They are responsible for supplying zooxanthellae with a protected area, so that they can perform photosynthesis. Clear? Protected area so that they can perform photosynthesis. Clear? So that's called as the symbiotic relationship between corals and zooxanthellae. When you talk about corals, let's say this, corals are of different colors. Corals can be of different colors. Corals can be pink, blue, red, green, clear, etc. Different colors, orange also. But when you talk about black coral or gray coral, black coral or gray coral are nothing but dead corals. Clear? So one coral is a coral which is in a symbiotic relationship with zooxanthellae. Another is dead corals. But there is a coral which is called as azooxanthellate. Azooxanthellate means a type of coral which is called as azooxanthellate. And that means what? That means if you talk about uh, ocean, suppose this is the ocean. Inside the ocean, we can see dissolved oxygen is present and CO2 is also present. But CO2 is confined to upper part of the ocean only up to a depth of 300 meter. Clear? CO2 is confined to the upper part of the ocean only up to a depth of 300 meter, because this part of the ocean is in contact with the atmosphere. When you talk about oxygen, oxygen would be confined to mainly the upper part 600 meters. Clear? This, but we are not concerned of the ocean, oxygen right now. We are concerned about the CO2. Oceans act as one of the biggest carbon sinks. Two big carbon sinks of the world include what? One is ocean and second is forest. One third of CO2 is absorbed by the oceans. One third of CO2 is absorbed by the forest. And the third, after this, the third biggest natural carbon sink would be the wetlands. Clear? The third biggest natural carbon sinks would be the wetlands. So when you are talking about Oceans, we can see oceans are considered as the natural carbon sink, and 1/3 of CO2 is absorbed into the oceans from the atmosphere. Clear? So it means that the corals would be present in the upper part of the ocean only. Why? Because it is in a symbiotic relationship with Zoox anthellae, and Zoox anthellae requires CO2 to perform photosynthesis. Clear? Zoox anthellae requires CO2 to perform photosynthesis, because Zoox anthellae is nothing but a primary producer of the food chain. Primary producer of the food chain. So it requires CO2 to perform photosynthesis. But there's a type of corals which would be present deep inside the ocean. Deep inside the ocean. So how can Zoox anthellae, this kind of corals, would be without symbiotic relationship? Without symbiotic relationship. And that's why we say a Zoox anthellae. Without Zoox anthellae it is present. Clear? That's why we are saying a Zoox anthellae. Without Zoox anthellae this is present. So a Zoox anthellae, they derive their nutrition from where? They derive nutrition from planktons. Planktons means life in ocean. Planktons, life in ocean. Not they are not deriving nutrition from the Zoox anthellae. Clear? Zoox anthellae means what? Zoox anthellae means the algae. So they are not deriving their nutrition from them. They are deriving their nutrition from planktons, life in ocean, inside it. Clear? So that would be called as a Zoox anthellae. Now, when you talk about corals, we can see a phenomena which should be remembered by each and every one of us is called as what? It is called as coral bleaching. And coral bleaching takes place due to oceanic acidification. So let's understand in briefly for preliminary examination, not in very much detail, oceanic acidification and what is coral bleaching as such. Clear? Now, if we talk about oceanic acidification, we can see that oceans, act as biggest carbon sink. Oceans act as biggest carbon sink. And as far as oceans are concerned, we can see, suppose this is the ocean. 1/3 of CO2 we know would be absorbed in the oceans through photosynthesis. So we are saying that 1/3 CO2 is absorbed in the ocean through photosynthesis. Is absorbed in the ocean, not through photosynthesis, for photosynthesis as such. And why? Because the phytoplanktons, that is plant life in ocean, which includes the algae also, they are primary producers. They are primary producers. So they absorb, they utilize CO2, and CO2 is confined in the upper part of the ocean. That is up to a depth of 300 meters. CO2 is present, because we have discussed that part of the ocean is in contact with the atmosphere. But if suppose due to industrial emission, more and more of CO2 is pumped into the atmosphere. I'm saying that due to industrial emission, more and more of CO2 is pumped into the atmosphere. See, major difference between Zoox. See, biodiversity of the ocean is not only confined to the upper part. Biodiversity would be present in the lower part also, where a zooxanthellae is present. Clear? And the major difference between zooxanthellae and a zooxanthellae is what? Zooxanthellae and between, you should have asked between corals and a zooxanthellae, because zooxanthellae is what? Zooxanthellae is nothing but in a symbiotic relationship with corals. It supplies corals with what? It supplies corals with organic matter, because it performs photosynthesis. A zooxanthellae is what? A zooxanthellae is a type of coral only without any symbiotic relationship with zooxanthellae. Clear? It is present deep inside the ocean. So zooxanthellae would be present only up to a level of 300 meters inside the ocean, where CO2 is present, because that is required for by the zooxanthellae for their survival. Clear? That is required by Zoox anthellae for their survival. Fine. Zoox anthellae for their survival. So that is present there. First thing. So if it is present beyond that, the corals would be called as azooxanthellae, means beyond, without zooxanthellae they are present. They are deriving their nutrients from animals, not from zooxanthellae. And that's how they survive. Clear? We have mentioned that they are deriving their nutrition from planktons, not phytoplanktons. Not They are deriving their nutrition from planktons. Planktons means life in oceans, not plant life, because plant life will be confined to the upper part only. Clear? So they are deriving their nutrition from planktons, and they would be called as azooxanthellae. That's the main. Zooxanthellae is what? Zooxanthellae is a type of algae. Azooxanthellae is a type of coral, which is without zooxanthellae. Clear? Now, we can see if excess amount of CO2 is present in the atmosphere due to suppose fossil fuel combustion, which is obviously leading to global warming. Now, this also means that more and more CO2 would be absorbed by the oceans. Clear? And if more of CO2 is absorbed by the ocean, this surplus CO2, because this is beyond the requirement of phytoplanktons and algae to perform photosynthesis, this surplus CO2 would be combining with water, to form carbonic acid, which is the main reason behind oceanic acidification. Clear? But there are other factors behind oceanic acidification. That's the main reason we are saying. This is the main reason. But the other factors which are responsible for oceanic acidification include what? It includes cement industry waste. It also includes fertilizer waste. Now, all these are responsible for enhancing oceanic acidification. Clear? We know that you have studied that carbonic acid, H2CO3, is nothing but a weak acid. And this weak acid would be responsible for release of hydrogen ion. So hydrogen ion would be released from the weak acid, that is carbonic acid, but this would be combining with the carbonate ion, naturally present in the ocean, and this would be further continuing acidification. So this is present in the carbonate ion, which is naturally present in the ocean, and this would further continue oceanic acidification. Now, if we say that global warming is leading into oceanic acidification, then we can see that oceanic acidification is responsible for what? Oceanic acidification is responsible for coral bleaching. So oceanic acidification is responsible for coral bleaching. Clear? And coral bleaching does not mean that the corals turn pale. Do remember that coral bleaching does not mean the corals turn pale. The color becomes pale. No, that is one thing. But the most important implication of coral bleaching is what? That the density of zooxanthellae declines, because zooxanthellae in a symbiotic relationship with corals. The density of zooxanthellae declines, and why so? Because the photosynthetic pigment in zooxanthellae gets reduced. Clear? So the implication of coral bleaching is what? The meaning of coral bleaching is not only that the corals turn pale, but the density of zooxanthellae declines. and density of zooxanthellae declines. Why? Because the photosynthetic pigment which is present in zooxanthellae would be getting reduced. Clear? Would be getting reduced. One thing. Fine. So photosynthetic pigment which is present in zooxanthellae would be getting reduced. That you have to know. Now, if this happens, then the corals, the photosynthetic pigment is getting reduced. So zooxanthellae won't be able to perform photosynthesis in a better manner. And if it is not able to perform photosynthesis in a better manner, it means that it wouldn't be able to supply corals with organic matter properly. Clear? So the corals are responsible for expelling these kind of zooxanthellae. The corals are responsible for expelling these kind of zooxanthellae, and we can see that these kind of corals which expels zooxanthellae, which removes zooxanthellae from it, would be called as stressed coral. Would be called as stressed coral. Clear? So one coral you know very well. That's a coral in general which is of different colors, would be having a symbiotic relationship with an algae which is called as zooxanthellae, which is primary producers of the food chain. Clear? Second type of coral is what? And there are different types of colors of corals. Second type of corals would be called as what? Second type of corals would be called as the stressed corals. And stressed coral is nothing but an adverse impact of oceanic acidification only. Clear? Stressed coral is nothing but an adverse impact of oceanic acidification. Third type of coral we have discussed would be called as dead corals. When they are, suppose due to invasive species like Kappa ficus, they become what? They become dark or gray in color. So they would be called as dead corals. One coral we have discussed that is present deep inside the ocean, and this is present deep inside the ocean, and this kind of coral would be called as what? This kind of coral would be called as the zooxanthellae, because without zooxanthellae they are present, because zooxanthellae at the depth of the ocean cannot perform photosynthesis. And why cannot perform photosynthesis? Cannot perform photosynthesis because the CO2 is not present, because the upper part of the ocean only would be having the CO2, not the lower part of the ocean. Clear? CO2 is not present, and these are different types of corals. But do remember that the IPCC report, assessment report of 2015, said that even if we are responsible for attaining that, or restricting ourselves to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade or 1.5 degrees centigrade enhancement in the temperature of Earth, even if we are responsible for restricting ourselves to 1.5 degrees centigrade enhancement in temperature of Earth, then nothing but 70 to 90% of corals would vanish. And the relevance of coral is also, why? Because coral area, the area which is coral would be area where the corals are present, are called as tropical rainforest of ocean. They are areas of immense biodiversity. They are the areas from where you obtain what? A number of nutrients, a number of vitamins would be obtained. So they are not only of ecological significance but also of economic significance. Clear? Also of economic significance. In the limelight of this, initiative has been proposed, that why not implement this initiative, and this is called as 50 reef project. 50 reef project means, and 50 reef project means this initiative was taken way back, but 50 reef project means what? That this was a theory, economic theory given by uh, uh, Nobel laureate. Clear? And he said that we should, if there is a risk, if somebody wants risk averse investment to be made, clear, risk averse investment should to be made, then he should be investing in what? He should be investing in 50 coral reef areas of the world. And why these 50 coral reef areas of the world? Clear? Now 50 coral reef areas of the world, why? Because these areas would be withstanding the adverse impact of global warming and climate change. But these 50 coral reef areas can be utilized for repopulating the other coral reef areas of the world. Clear? So the significance was that it's an economic theory. Clear? It's an economic theory. Just remember, don't have to remember the name of the person who gave it, but it's an economic theory, and this is called as 50 project given in the 1950s. Clear? And this theory is called as 50 reef project. So the remedy lies in that we can select 50 coral reef areas of the world which would be withstanding the adverse impact of global warming and climate change, but can be used for repopulating the other coral reef areas of the world. And you know very well that these coral reefs are responsible for saving us from natural disasters like tsunami and also tropical cyclones. Clear? So one part is completed. Now let's move ahead. Now, when you talk about uh, upper part of the ocean, we know that in the upper part of the ocean, CO2 is present up till a depth of, just now we have learned that, up till a depth of 300 meters. What that the upper part of the oceans, they have CO2 present. It's the upper part of the ocean where the CO2 is present up to a depth of 300 meter. And we can see that phytoplanktons and algae would be confined to this part only. Clear? Would be confined to this part only. But so if phytoplanktons and algae, the primary producers, are confined to this part only, then it means what? It means that the food chain would be present in this part, because in the lower part hardly the solar radiation reaches and photosynthesis cannot be performed. But there was a deep horizon experiment in 1974. And this experiment came to the conclusion that a food chain is present at the bottom of the ocean also. Now, how come a food chain would be present in the bottom of the ocean? Now, we can see that from the bottom of the ocean, from the oceanic floor, leakage of natural gas, that is methane, takes place. Hydrogen sulfide takes place. Clear? Hydrogen sulfide takes place. Leakage of chemicals like methane, hydrogen sulfide takes place. And the bacteria which are present here, they are present near the brine pools. Suppose these are depressions in the oceanic floor where the saline water accumulates. So these are called as brine pools. Brine pools. So saline water, the salinity is 4 to 5 times greater than the average oceanic water. The bacteria which are present over here would be utilizing these chemicals, that is methane, hydrogen sulfide, to generate natural organic matter. And this process would be called as what? This process would be called as chemosynthesis. Chemosynthesis. So chemicals are utilized for generation of natural organic matter. So the chemicals would be utilized for generation of natural organic matter, and this process would be called as what? It would be called as chemosynthesis. So we can see that if we talk about bacteria can be saprophytic. Clear? Bacteria can be saprophytic. Bacteria can be not only saprophytic, they would be responsible for decomposition of dead plants. They can be autotrophs also. They can be heterotroph if they are saprophytic. They can be autotroph if they manufacture their own food. If they manufacture their own food, then we can see that if they are manufacturing their own food, it can be on the basis of what? It can be on the basis of photosynthesis, or it can be on the basis of chemosynthesis. Clear? It can be on the basis of photosynthesis. It can be on the basis of chemosynthesis. Fine. So, so as far as bacteria is concerned, it would be performing both photosynthesis. And there would be two types of food chain present in the ocean. First, in the upper part, the basis of which is photosynthesis. But second, in the lower part, the basis of which is chemosynthesis. The basis of which is chemosynthesis. But you have to remember on one thing, that if we go deep inside the sea, from the oceanic floor, we know that leakage of seepage of methane takes place. Now, water has a unique characteristic. Clear? Water has a very unique characteristic. We can see that at a low temperature and high pressure, at low temperature and high pressure, it forms cage-like structure. cage-like structure in which, so it's a cage-like structure what is forming, in which methane gets stored. Here what we can see, that methane gets stored. Now this would be called as what? This would be referred to as gas hydrates. We can see water has a unique characteristic. At a very low temperature and high pressure, it would be responsible for forming see, biogas and natural gas would be released by the biotic components. They are formed inside the animals. Clear? That's why they would be considered as biotic component. Otherwise, if you talk about atmosphere, the methane which is present in atmosphere through anthropogenic activity would be called as abiotic, but methane which is present in atmosphere through the animals, because the ruminants are responsible for release of methane. Clear? Now we can see that as far as gas hydrates are concerned, we know that water has a unique characteristic at a very low temperature and at high pressure. Obviously, at the depth of the ocean, this is the volume of water, so pressure is very high. And since the sunlight cannot penetrate, the temperature is very low. So at the depth of the ocean, at very low temperature and high pressure, it would be forming a cage-like structure. And in this cage-like structure, we can see methane gets stored. Clear? So this is called as what? This is called as gas hydrates. So we can extract these gas hydrates. So the purpose would be what? These gas hydrates can be extracted, disassociated, we'll break them up, disassociated for the purpose of energy. For the purpose of energy. And do remember that not only it is formed at low temperature and high pressure, but it is also formed at extremely low temperature. Clear? It's not only formed at low temperature and high pressure, we can see that it is also formed at extremely low temperature. Gas hydrates would be formed at extremely low temperature. Clear? So these are called as gas hydrates. Now India's gas hydrate reserves include what? It includes the Krishna Godavari basin. Godavari basin. It also includes the Kerala Konkan basin. Konkan basin. Clear? It also includes the Mahanadi basin. So all these are India's gas hydrate reserves. But it does not mean only that gas hydrates, it does not mean that gas hydrate would be formed at low temperature and high pressure. We can see gas hydrate would be also formed at extremely low temperature. Extremely low temperature. It's not formed at low temperature and high pressure, but gas hydrates would be also formed at extremely low temperature. Clear? Extremely low temperature. And why extremely low temperature? Because it would be formed in also permafrost region. Clear? It would be formed in permafrost region, the region which is covered with ice. And we'll discuss more about permafrost region in global warming and climate change. That's formed in perma. But we cannot think of extracting gas hydrates from the permafrost region. We cannot think that. And why we cannot think that? Because if we extract gas hydrates from permafrost region is responsible for moderating the temperature of Earth. Clear? Permafrost region is responsible for moderating the temperature of Earth. So we won't be responsible for extracting gas hydrates from this area. First. Second thing is what? As far as oceanic floor is concerned, we can see not only gas hydrates is present near the oceanic floor, not only chemosynthesis takes place near the oceanic floor, but also near the oceanic floor. Suppose this is your oceanic floor. We can see that small rock-like structures are present. These small rock-like structures like structures which are present near the oceanic floor, and they are called as what? They are called as polymetallic nodules. Polymetallic nodules, PMNs, you can say, in other words. Now this consists of what? This consists of iron, nickel, cobalt, nickel, cobalt, and manganese. And PMNs, manganese. This can be used for what? This can be used for energy purpose. This can be used for energy purpose. And why energy purpose? Because these are used for making the batteries of smartphones, and laptops. These are used for making the batteries of smartphones and laptops. Clear? Fine. Batteries of smartphones and laptops. So they can be used for energy purpose. So Government of India has launched a mission which is called as what? Which is called as Deep Ocean Mission. So in fact, it was launched by whom? It was launched by Ministry of Earth Sciences. Ministry of Earth Sciences in 2018. Clear? And through this mission, we would be a submersible vehicle would be sent inside the ocean, which would be carrying 3 persons inside. Submersible vehicle would be sent inside the ocean, and this would be for the purpose of extracting polymetallic nodules, which can be used for energy purpose, as it is used for making the batteries of smartphones and laptops. Clear? As it is used for making the batteries of smartphones and laptops. Although the Deep Ocean Mission also included what? It included Deep Ocean Mission also included what? It included establishment of a desalination plant with the help of tidal energy. So this was also there. Clear? But this is about Deep Ocean Mission and the polymetallic nodules that you have to remember. But much in news is also lithium. Much in news is also lithium. And we know that lithium is used for what? Lithium is used for, just like polymetallic nodules, lithium is used for making the batteries of electric vehicles. Making the batteries of electric vehicles. And lithium reserve has been recently discovered. Where? At Salal, Haimana, that is in Riyasi districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Clear? But generally we import lithium. So we import lithium ion batteries. Ion batteries. We do not manufacture it of our own. Clear? So, but these lithium reserves would be certainly significant for us. So we are importing. Now, the thing is what? That we have a program, and the Government of India initiative is what? Government of India's initiative is what? That 100% two-wheeler and three-wheeler should be electric would be electric vehicles by 2030, and 65% of buses should be electric vehicles by 2030. Clear? And we are a signatory to also an alliance, and this is called declaration, which is called as zero emission vehicles declaration. So India has signed a declaration called zero emission vehicles declaration, And this declaration was signed at the COP 26 2021. That's Glasgow. Clear? Glasgow. And we say that zero emission would be taking place from the vehicles. Clear? So 65 to 70% of the buses should be 65 to 70% of the buses should be electric vehicles by 2030. So this is our initiative. But we are facing a problem. Sir, please explain why desalination plant was also included in deep ocean mission. Just once. Now see, when you talk about desalination plant being included in the deep ocean mission, now there are cities in India which suffer from what is called as economic water scarcity. Economic water scarcity means that water source is available for you, but either it happens to be contaminated or it happens to be saline in nature. So in order to get fresh water, in order to get pure water, there would be a high incurrence of cost. In order to get pure water, in order to get fresh water, there would be a high incurrence of cost. Now, this kind of water scarcity would be called as economic water scarcity. Clear? This kind of water scarcity would be called as economic water scarcity. So we can see cities like Chennai witnesses what is called as economic water scarcity. Fine. Cities like Chennai witnesses economic water scarcity. Fine. So that's one thing. Second thing that you have to know is that when you are talking about economic water scarcity, you have to establish for this purpose. And why economic water scarcity? Why it is called? Because if you have to convert saline water, Chennai is a coastal city. On one side is water body only, but you cannot use that water because that water is saline in nature, and the cost of desalination plant is very high. Why? Because it is an energy intensive process. Frequently, again and again, you have to evaporate water. So it is an energy intensive process. But if suppose the source of energy is tidal energy, then you can establish a desalination plant. So desalination plant by tidal energy, based on tidal energy, this would be responsible for removing economic water scarcity from cities like Chennai. So that was the purpose. I think once again that's clear now. So this was zero emission vehicles declaration, which was signed at the COP 26. But as far as the purpose of electric vehicle is what? Remember one thing, that lithium is also called as what? It's also called as white gold. Clear? First thing. Second, the biggest reserve of lithium, the biggest reserve of lithium is in Chile and Bolivia. From these countries, we also import lithium. Clear? Chile and Bolivia first. Now, second thing is what? That as far as lithium ion batteries are concerned, we can see that suppose this is the battery. The anode of these battery would be made up of what? It would be made up of copper foil. Copper foil. And the coating is what? Coat is of graphite. If a question is asked on lithium ion batteries, the cathode is made up of what? The cathode is made up of aluminum foil. Aluminum foil. Clear? And this has a coating of what? Coating of lithium oxides. Lithium oxides means, when you are talking about lithium oxides, it means lithium with cobalt, manganese, iron and nickel. So it can be lithium with cobalt, iron, manganese and nickel. Now all these things are present in lithium ion batteries, and obviously the electrolyte would be electrolyte would be nothing but lithium ion based. Clear? So when you are talking about electrolyte, this would be lithium ion solution only. Lithium ion solution, you can write, not ion based solution. Clear? So this is, so if they asked you like this, which of the following is present in lithium ion battery? lithium, lithium solution, lithium plus copper plus aluminum plus cobalt plus iron plus manganese plus nickel, all clear, plus nickel, all these things are present in lithium ion batteries. Clear? So question on lithium and batteries can be asked. Remember that where the reserves have been found, Salal Hemema and Hemana, and that's in Riyazi district of Jammu and Kashmir. And I think that we import lithium from Chile and Bolivia. These are two large reserves of the world. And we can see that it is used for electric vehicles. We have a target for electric vehicles as far as the government of India is concerned. The target is illustrated over here. We are also signatory to the Zero Emission Vehicles Declaration COP 26 2021. And what is present in lithium ion battery? Clear? And as far as the battery waste management rule is concerned, the battery waste management rule of India is 2022. Clear? 2022. But see, one questions can be troublesome. 2020. The purpose of 2022 battery waste management rule was to direct these used batteries to the recyclers. But now the purpose should be, instead of directing only, we should also put thrust on recycling of these batteries with immediate effect. Clear? Recycling of these batteries. Because when you recycle, a number of substances you get from recycling. Clear? A number of substances you get from recycling. Suppose if mobiles, laptops, etc. are recycled. Clear? Recycled. So we would be getting what? It consists of rare earth metals. We are dependent on China for the supply of rare earth metal. 90% of the rare earth metal reserves are present in China. But if we extract from the used mobiles these kind of rare earth materials, clear, rare earth materials, we extract from these kind of used gadgets like mobiles, like laptop, like tabs. This process is called as what? This process has a different name, and this process is called as urban mining. Clear? This process would be called as what? It would be called as urban mining. I think it's clear. Fine. I think it's clear. Urban mining. So these all things you have to know. We have discussed algae, different types, chemosynthesis, gas hydrates, polymetallic nodules, and with respect to polymetallic nodules, we discussed also lithium and batteries, because that is a thing that you have to remember. Clear? It's a thing that you have to remember, and all these things one by one you have to cover up. Remember these things. Questions can be asked on these. Now let's move ahead and discuss the biosphere reserves, the national parks, and also the wildlife sanctuaries. But in the limelight of these things, we have to discuss some important biosphere reserves, some important national parks, some important wildlife sanctuaries. And certainly, I have made different. We have seen that a question has been asked to you also, and some information I would be giving, because sometimes what happens, they ask you what kind of water bodies are present in these things. Clear? So different kinds of questions can be framed. So let's cover up these kind of questions. Clear? One by one, let's see these kind of questions. Now, first of all, let's since protected area is always in your syllabus, let's start with biosphere reserves. Let's cover that biosphere reserves. This I am saving because this certainly is a good information. We should be now when we say biosphere reserves. We say that these are areas of terrestrial or coastal ecosystem. These are areas of terrestrial or coastal ecosystem. Clear? And they have been declared as reserves. They have been declared as reserves. As reserves. Under the Man and Biosphere program of UNESCO. They have been declared as reserves under the man and biosphere. And discuss some questions on biodiversity also on this. Clear? Man and Biosphere Program of UNESCO. Now, this program of UNESCO is of the same date as of the Ramsar Convention, which was held in Iran. Clear? 1971. Urban mining, again, once again, just see, urban mining is a new term. Urban mining says that if we are responsible for extracting rare earth materials, metals from the used gadgets, like this is a tab from where I am seeing your questions. Clear? This is the smart board. This is the camera in front of me. This is my mobile. So when this becomes useless, we throw it off, we dispose it off. So why not extract the rare earth materials from them? And if we do so, this would be fulfilling 40% of our rare earth metal requirements. 40% of our rare earth metals requirement. So our dependency on China would be reducing. Clear? So the process through which rare earth materials are extracted from the used gadget would be called as what? It would be called as urban mining. Because urban areas you don't have mines. So it is the method through which, so this is called as what? This is the concept of urban mining. Clear? So we have discussed that when you are talking about, one concern is everybody knows that lithium ion battery is used for electrical vehicles. Nothing new as such. But what is present in lithium? Is only lithium present in lithium ion battery? Clear? First of all, that a question. Consider the substances present in lithium ion battery. This. And how many of the above are present in lithium ion batteries? Only two, only three, only four, etc. So that's clear. What is present? Second, if they ask you that can urban mining be conducted for lithium ion batteries? Yes. Clear? We can conduct urban mining for that purpose also. Used lithium ion batteries would be properly recycled to extract these substances. And why should we import lithium from other countries? If suppose we have a reserve also, and our requirement of lithium is very high today. First of all, that we should be responsible for using the reserve that we have in Jammu and Kashmir. But then it happens to be not sufficient for meeting the requirement of India every year. We have to import. So who are the exporters to India? Who export? Chile and Bolivia. They have the known reserves of lithium, large deposits of lithium. Clear? It's also called as white gold. So number of things I have discussed, and that is urban mining. I think that's clear. Fine. Now let's move ahead and discuss these things. 1971. Now they are not only meant for protecting biodiversity. So they are not only meant for protection of biodiversity. Biodiversity means the varied fauna and flora which is specific in that region would be called as biodiversity. Clear? So they are not only meant for protection of biodiversity but also cultural diversity. So mind the words cultural diversity. Now cultural diversity protection only would be taking place in biosphere reserves, not in national parks, not in wildlife sanctuaries. Cultural diversity. Cultural diversity means that humans have survived in nature for centuries. When you talk about cultural diversity, it means that humans have survived in nature for centuries. Their customs, traditions, practices, profession, etc., are all linked with nature. It's just very hard to separate the cultural landscape from your natural landscape. You are linked, intertwined with it. Clear? So this is called as our cultural diversity. But we can see some connotation of cultural diversity even goes further. It says that cultural diversity includes traditional land use patterns, traditional land use techniques, which happen to be commensurate with nature, which does not damage the nature in any way. Clear? So cultural diversity includes traditional land use pattern, traditional land use techniques, which happen to be commensurate with nature, which do not damage the nature in any way as such. So that's called as cultural diversity. Fine. So it's not only meant for protection of biodiversity, but also meant for protection of cultural diversity. First thing. But it is also used for fostering economic growth. Fosters economic growth. But then one condition should be there, that the development has to be sustainable in nature. That when you talk about development, development has to be sustainable in nature. Clear? As far as biosphere reserves is concerned, when we compare biosphere reserves, BRS, with national parks and wildlife sanctuaries, today we can see that more than 100 national parks are present. National parks are present. Clear? More than 100 and 106 national parks are present. I think so. Last I've seen that 106, and 573 wildlife sanctuaries are present in India. 18 biosphere reserves are present in India. So 18 biosphere reserves, 106 national parks, 573 wildlife sanctuaries present. Clear? But if you talk about the differences between the three, that what is the difference between biosphere reserves, wildlife sanctuaries, and national parks, we can see that the first difference between these three is what? That who declares them. Now, we know that biosphere reserve would be declared under Man and Biosphere Program of UNESCO. Clear? But national park, when you talk about national park and wildlife sanctuary, national park and wildlife sanctuaries would be declared by whom? Would be declared by the state government. State government. Clear? First is that. Second thing that you have to know is second thing that you have to know is that what is the pattern of orientation when you talk about biosphere reserves. Biosphere reserves are ecosystem oriented. They are meant for protection of ecosystem. When you talk about sanctuaries, wildlife sanctuaries, sanctuaries are species oriented. They are meant for protection of species. But when you talk about national parks, the thrust is on protection of one animal. The thrust is on protection of one animal. Clear? One animal as such. So that's your biosphere reserve, ecosystem oriented, sanctuary species oriented, national parks. The thrust is on protection of one animal. Then third thing we can see, the difference between biosphere reserve, national park, and wildlife sanctuary is what? The third difference is that which is comprehensive. Biosphere reserves are more comprehensive. Clear? Within it, more than one national park or more than one wildlife sanctuaries can be present. Clear? So biosphere reserves are more comprehensive. Within it, we can see more than one national parks, more than one wildlife sanctuaries can be present as such. Fine. More than one national parks, more than one wildlife sanctuaries are present. But if suppose we talk about wildlife sanctuaries are comprehensive, but not as comprehensive as biosphere reserves. And the third thing is what? That how human activities are regulated. So you can see human activities would be highly regulated, in national parks, very strictly regulated in national parks. Clear? So we can see that nothing would be allowed in national park, only recreational activities like tourism would be allowed. So you can see nothing would be allowed in national park, only recreational activities like tourism would be allowed. Clear? Then also we can see that tourism would be allowed. And as far as human activity is concerned, it would be less strictly managed in wildlife sanctuary. So mainly it would be managed in strictly regulated in national parks. Clear. And we can see recreational activities only would be allowed. Tourism, education, research would be allowed in this area. No cultivation, no cultivation of trees, no harvesting, no grazing would be allowed. But wildlife sanctuary can allow grazing, can allow harvesting. And when we talk about biosphere reserve, let's see what would be allowed in biosphere reserves as such. If we are talking about biosphere reserve, let's see what kind of activity would be allowed in biosphere reserves. So that you have to see. Clear that we have to cover up. So I'm saving this also. Everything has been mentioned. Now, as far as biosphere reserve is concerned, we can see that biosphere reserve consists of 4 zones. This would be called as what? Quickly we have to complete because that's not for means examination. Because we have to discuss other new parts also which I have brought for you. Core zone. Second is called as buffer zone. These things should be quickly covered up. And third is called as what? Is called as restoration zone. And fourth would be called as stable cultural zone. So biosphere reserve would be consisting of 4 zones, and this was discussed by the UNEF and UNEP and UNESCO. This was at Minsk. Minsk is Belarus in 1983, and the 4 different parts of biosphere reserves were demarcated. Clear? 4 different parts of biosphere reserves were demarcated. So these are the 4 parts. Now, when we talk about core zone, we can see in this core zone, first of all, remember that human activities would be minimal. Human activities would be minimal. And it's not that core zone is only found in biosphere reserves. Core zones would be also found in national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. When we are talking about core zones would be also found in national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. So human activities in this area is minimal. Very less human activity takes place in this area. Second thing is what? In this area, some activities like education, research, training can be allowed. Clear? And do remember that core areas of national park was banned for tourism in 2012. Now they allow in some national parks, but that was banned for because tourists when they go there, they are responsible for spread of litters. Clear? No. As far let's see, I'm coming to that question. That what about localites in national parks? The forest dwellers would be given the right to stay there, but they would be debarred from some activities, and that would be allowed for the forest dwellers in biosphere reserve only. Now, human activities would be minimal. Education, research, and training would be there. Obviously, human activities in this area in core zone of biosphere reserve is managed by 3 acts. First, the Forest Act of 1927. Second, Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Forest Act 1927, Wildlife Protection Act 1972, and third, Forest Conservation Act. One day we'll discuss the acts. Forest Conservation Act 1980. Clear? Forest Conservation Act 1980. So that's the thing that you have to know. Second, As far as buffer zone is concerned, when we have said this is the second zone, first zone we have discussed, second. Now this is buffer zone. In this area, we say that human intervention, human activities on a low scale would be allowed. Human activities on a low scale would be allowed. Clear? Low scale would be allowed. And activities would be including what? Activities would be including on a low scale would be allowed. Activities would include what? The activities which would be allowed would be including fishing, grazing, timber collection, timber collection. Then timber collection would be allowed. Hunting would be allowed. Now, hunting won't be allowed for me and you. Hunting would be allowed for forest dwellers. Clear? Hunting would be allowed for forest dwellers. So, as far as national park is concerned, hunting is not allowed for even forest dwellers. But as far as biosphere reserve, your answer to the question, as far as biosphere reserve is concerned, they are allowed to hunt. But they would be hunting only those species which, according to IUCN, is species of least concern. Clear? Which, according to IUCN, is species of least concern. So, they would be hunting that only. Clear? And they would be hunting for the purpose of their gathering their food stuff. The purpose is food only. Clear? Nothing else would be the purpose. So they can hunt for gathering of food stuff. As far as grazing is concerned, timber collection does not mean deforestation. The logs which have fallen down need to be collected. Hunting would be fishing. Overfishing cannot be done. Grazing, overgrazing results in desertification. So all these kind of activities would be nothing but highly regulated in nature. Clear? We are saying that all these kind of activities would be highly regulated in nature. And we can see that activities in buffer zone is managed by Environment Protection Act 1986. Environment Protection Act 1986. Clear? 1986. So this is managed by Environment Protection Act 1986. Now, the third is called as what? The third is called as restoration zone. Now, restoration zone means that this area has suffered degradation. And this has suffered degradation. Why? Because of human activities, because of anthropogenic activities. This area has suffered degradation due to anthropogenic activities, because of human activities. So this area needs to be restored to original form. This area needs to be restored to original form. Clear? Original form, this area. Clear? And we can see that for this purpose, what should be done? Reforestation should be conducted on a large scale. You cannot write afforestation because that area had earlier forest. So reforestation should be conducted on a large scale. Clear? Reforestation would be conducted on a large scale. Now, we can see that as far as the fourth zone is concerned, the fourth zone of biosphere reserve is called as stable cultural zone, and this reflects nothing but cultural diversity of biosphere reserve. This is reflecting nothing but cultural diversity of biosphere reserves. So all zones of biosphere reserve on the screen. Clear? So localites would be allowed to dwell in national park, but not in the core area. Clear? They would be allowed activities, but not hunting, grazing, etc. Clear. In biosphere reserve, they would be allowed, but all these activities would be highly regulated in nature. Everybody knows that altogether, altogether, there are 18 biosphere reserves in India. Biosphere reserves in India. The first which was established was the Nilgiris. Nilgiris. And Nilgiris stretches out in three states: Kerala, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. Clear, stretches out in three states. Nilgiris also has the Avalanche Valley. A part of Nilgiris is also called as Avalanche Valley. Although this is why, because Western Ghat is vulnerable for landslides. So part of Nilgiris is also referred to as Avalanche Valley. The 17th Biosphere Reserve, which was established, was called as Sesichalam. Sesichalam is in Andhra Pradesh. This is the 17th, and this is very famous for red sanders. Red sanders means the red sandalwood, and the import and export of which has been completely banned in India. It is used for traditional medicines also in Southeast Asia. Clear. You have asked me, is cutting of trees and hunting or exploiting resources allowed in the stable cultural zone? See, cutting of trees, since this area in a stable cultural zone, it reflects the cultural diversity. So it means that agricultural practices will be there. Clear. Hunting won't be allowed because each and every area you cannot allow hunting. Fine. Hunting in the wild cannot be allowed every time. So in buffer zone it is allowed only, not beyond that. Not beyond that. And only for forest dwellers it is allowed. That too for gathering food stuff. That too those species which are species of least concern according to IUCN. In that manner hunting would be allowed. It cannot be allowed for each and every zone. Clear. And cutting of trees cannot be allowed. Deforestation cannot be allowed. Timber, when you talk about timber collection, does not mean deforestation, because the woods which have naturally fallen down need to be collected. That's also timber collection. Clear. So it should not be allowed. See, any kind of forest resource, when it is utilized for non-forestry purpose, it should have the permission from the government. Otherwise, it cannot be. This is according to the Forest Conservation Act of 1980. Clear. So any kind of forest resource, when it is utilized for non-forestry purpose, should have the permission. If the central government gives the permission, then it can be allowed. Now, red sanders, the export, and the 18th reserve which was established was Panna. That's in Madhya Pradesh. Clear. Panna in Madhya Pradesh. But we can see out of the 18th, 12 biosphere reserve. Out of the 18 that we have, out of this, 12 biosphere reserves have been included in UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. In UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserves. Clear. And UNESCO's World Network, so which are the reserves which have been included? It includes first the Nilgiris. And Nilgiris, you know where it is present. It has been written. Second is what? Second is Nokrek. Nokrek is present in Meghalaya. Third is what? Third is Nanda Devi. Nanda Devi is present in Uttarakhand. Fourth is what? Great Nicobar, and you know where it is present. Clear. Great Nicobar, so you know where it is present. Fifth is what? Fifth is Simlipal. Simlipal is present in Odisha. Sixth is what? Sixth is Sundarbans. Sundarbans is present in West Bengal. Seventh is what? Seventh is Simlipal, Sundarbans. Seventh is what? Panna, Panchmadhi, Amarkantak, and all these from Madhya Pradesh. Maximum for a single state is from Madhya Pradesh only. Then you have Agastyamalaya. Agastyamalaya stretches out in two regions. One is Kerala and second is Tamil Nadu. Then you have not only Agastyamalaya, then you have Gulf of Mannar. Gulf of Mannar. And that is present where you know. And then you have Kanchenjunga. Kanchenjunga is present in Sikkim. Clear? Kanchenjunga is present in Sikkim. But Kanchenjunga, which is present in Sikkim, is also called as mixed heritage site by UNESCO. It's called as mixed heritage site by UNESCO because it's not only known for cultural diversity. It's not only known for cultural diversity, but also known for cultural diversity. Kanchenjunga, it's a mixed heritage site. It's not only known for cultural diversity, but also it is known for natural significance. Both cultural significance and natural significance. And Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve includes Kanchenjunga National Park within it also. So we can see that Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserves would be including within it the Kanchenjunga National Park also. And as far as the Kanchenjunga National Park is concerned, we can see it is within it, and it's very famous for musk deer. It's very famous for snow leopards, famous for red panda, etc. Clear? Red panda, etc. So that's your biosphere reserve, national park, and wildlife sanctuary. What is the difference as such? But this is one part. But the questions are asked on different kinds of biosphere reserves. Clear? Questions are asked on different kinds of biosphere reserves. And different types of questions would be asked. Which river passes through the biosphere reserve or national parks or wildlife sanctuaries? Like these questions are asked. Clear? Then they in biodiversity they are asking you what? These days they are asking you specific animals, trees. Clear? So in biodiversity they are asking you a specific type of specific animals which are more can be seen more in our national parks, biosphere reserves, and wildlife. So I'll today give you one uh, prepared. I have prepared one national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, etc. on one side, and which animals are found in these. Clear? In these biosphere, national parks and wildlife sanctuaries of India. See, the questions which they have asked you last year or before that are based on these animals. Civet, lion-tailed macaw. So go through because in the class we cannot cover up each and every animal as such. We'll cover up some, but each and everything cannot be. 573 wildlife sanctuaries are there, cannot be covered up. Clear? So it cannot be covered up. So I'm giving to you just now. I'll share also with them, and they will share in the group a list of national park wildlife sanctuaries and which animals you need to study. See, the animal list is long. But then there are some common animals. So 30, 40 animals if you study. That what type of animal they are. Are they diurnal in nature? Are they nocturnal in nature? Where they reside? Clear? Some questions obviously would be from outside our national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Some questions. But majority of the questions are on those animals which are present in our national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. You can see majority of the questions are from those animals which are present in our national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. I'm sending a list and then I'll discuss these types of questions also. Some of these types of questions in the class. Just now I'll try to send the list and discuss with you all different types of questions which are which I have framed on these things. Clear? So just now, just wait for 1 second. The majority of the main national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Just I'm saying, I'll tell them to send you just now for 1 second. उसको बुला दो सौरभ तिवारी को सौरभ because this should be delivered to you today itself. Saurav. Fine. I have sent him. He'll send it in the group. Fine. Just 1 second. And just after a few minutes, respond that whether it has been sent or not. Clear? After that, respond whether it has been sent or not. And then we'll discuss some questions related to. I have brought many questions related to that. So one by one, we'll discuss all these types of questions. Number of things. Clear? Let's see. Just 1 second. Just hold on. मैं तुम्हें एक ये देता हूँ, ये ग्रुप में शेयर करवाना है. सौरभ को भेज दिया. हाँ, उसको बोलना कि अभी ग्रुप में शेयर कर देगा. ठीक है? जो मैंने भेजा ना एक फाइल अभी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज नेशनल पार्क का, उसको बच्चों को शेयर कर देगा. Fine. That's done. Now see, let's discuss some questions on these things, and one by one, let's discuss some questions. Fine. Now, there's a national park. There's a national park which is called as Dachigam. This I'm saving. There's a national park which is called as Dachigam. Let's discuss some questions. Not questions, mainly some small notes on which the questions can be framed as such. Clear? Dachigam National Park is situated in Jammu and Kashmir as 22 kilometers from Srinagar. 22 kilometers from Srinagar. And we can see that the only species of red deer in India is present here. So, the only species of red deer in India is present here in Dachigram. Clear? And this is called as what? This is called as Kashmiri stag, or it's also called as the hangul. Clear? So sometimes they can ask you a question on that Kashmiri stag, or this is called as what? This is called as hangul. Now, red deer is present in India here only, not apart from here anywhere else. Red deer is present. But if you talk about red deer is generally present in Europe, Iran, Anatolian region. Anatolian region means where Turkey is present. So red deer is present in this area. Clear? Red deer is present in this area, and this you have to know first. Now, the second thing that you have to know, and this is what that the Green Himalayan National Park, not green, great, sorry, the Great Himalayan National Park, Great Himalayan National Park, sorry, is present where? It's present in Kullu district of Jammu and Kashmir. It's present in Kullu district of Jammu and Kashmir. And we can see that this consists of rich coniferous forest, rich coniferous forest it consists of. Fine. And as far as this park is concerned, it includes the Senj and the Tirthan Valley. It includes the Senj and the Tirthan Valley. Tirthan Valley. Sometimes they ask you water bodies, they ask you valleys, they ask you lakes which are present in the park. So it includes the Senj and the Tirthan Valley. Now, as far as everybody knows there, that Corbett National Park is present in Uttarakhand. Clear? Corbett National Park is present in Uttarakhand. And as far as Corbett National Park is concerned, National Park is concerned, remember that the Project Tiger in 1973 was launched from this park. Clear? Project Tiger in 1973 was launched from this park only. And this park has the highest density of tigers. Highest density of tigers in India. But maximum number of tigers would be present where? Maximum number of tigers would be present in Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh is called as the tiger state of India. But Madhya Pradesh is being given stiff competition. Yes, thank you. Madhya Pradesh is being given stiff competition by whom? It is given stiff competition by Karnataka. Clear? Because the number of tigers, if suppose tiger deaths takes place in Madhya Pradesh, then the tag would be given to Karnataka. That Karnataka is the tiger state of India. But Nagpur is called as what? It's called as the tiger capital of India. Tiger capital of India. And why tiger capital of India? Because the tiger reserves, some of the main tiger reserves converge in Nagpur. The meeting point is near Nagpur. So it's called as the tiger capital of India. Remember also that last year the Prime Minister of India announced that as far as tigers is concerned, India has more than 3,000 tigers. 3,000 plus tigers, which is 70% of global population of tigers, obviously, not us. 70% of global population of tigers. Clear? 70% of global population of tigers, and the number of tigers have enhanced. Now see, in one thing, just remember that the Indo-Gangetic plain, the number of tigers have enhanced. Then we can see the Sivaliks, it has enhanced. Then in Northeast, it has enhanced. But in Western Ghats, it has reduced. In Western Ghats, it has been reduced. And tiger census in India is always conducted after every 4 years. After 4 years, tiger census is conducted. So it was found that more than 3,000 tigers are present in India. 70% of the global population of tigers are present in India. Also, we can see that there is in Karnataka, there is the Nagarhole Tiger Reserve. And this is in the news by Nagarhole Tiger Reserve in Karnataka. Because in this tiger reserve, the Jenu Kuruba tribe are protesting against their eviction, against their eviction. So they are protesting against their eviction. So Janukurva tribes are there which are protesting against their eviction. Clear? But as far as Corbett is concerned, do remember that through Corbett a river flows, and that river is called as what? That river is also is called as Ramganga. So Ramganga flows through Corbett National Park, NP. Clear? It flows through Corbett National Park. So that's one information, some details for you. And as far as uh, we can see, when you talk about the rare golden langurs, rare golden langur is exclusive to only the Manas Tiger Reserve. When you talk about the the golden, the rare golden langur, not red, rare golden langur, it is present where? Golden langur. It is only present in one place in India. It's only present in Manas Tiger Reserve. That's in Assam. Manas Tiger Reserve. So that's present in Assam. Clear? Fine. So that's about the golden langur. Clear? Now see, next thing that you have to know is that as far as um, Kanha National Park is concerned, if no, don't have to erase it, you have to save it. As far as Kanha National Park is concerned, this is also home to a number of tigers. It is present where? It is present in Mandala district of Madhya Pradesh. And in this Kanha National Park, we can see Surupan River meanders through the Kanha National Park. The Surupan River meanders. Clear? And the first scientific study of tigers, the first scientific study of tigers was conducted in this park, and it was conducted by George Sclater. He conducted the first scientific study of tigers in Kanha National Park. Everybody knows that the Loktek Lake is present. The national park, which is a floating national park, that's called as Cable Lamjao National Park, which is present in Manipur, Bishnupur district, is present on the Loktek Lake. They have asked you this question. They won't be repeating it. Clear? They won't be repeating it. They have asked the question. But some of the centuries also which needs to be known to us, and certainly they would be of utmost importance to us, is in Tamil Nadu one century which is called as Annamalai century. Annamalai century. This is adjacent to Muddumalai. Annamalai is adjacent to Muddumalai century, and this is very famous for, exclusively very famous for two things. One is lion-tailed macaw. Lion-tailed macaw they have asked you last year in examination. And second is what? Nilgiris langur. So they are very famous for lion-tailed macaw and also the Nilgiris langur. Obviously, we cannot cover each and every animal and each and every wildlife sanctuary and national park, but let's go through some important ones so that there is something at the back of the mind that we know that this certainly is important for us. Clear? Because these are questions, and one is your Valley of Flowers. Valley of Flowers is present where? It is present in Chamoli, Chamoli district, and this is present in Uttarakhand. This is present in Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, and as far as this, it has 600 varieties of flowers, 600 plant species, which are a variety of flowers as such, and the blooming season is from May to October. The blooming season, May to October. But we can see that as far as Valley of Flower is concerned, this is adversely affected by an invasive species. Invasive species. And this is responsible for impacting on the blooming of flowers. And this invasive species is called as Himalayan. So all these I am bringing from the journals. Knotweed, Himalayan knotweed. So botanical name is what? Polysacchum and Polyganum. Himalayan knotweed. Invasive it is weed, and this is responsible for affecting the blooming season of Valley of Flower in Chamoli district of Uttarakhand. Clear? Uttarakhand. When we talk about some of these species, we can see snow leopard was earlier classified as endangered. Clear? Snow leopard. This is present in a number of national parks in India. Snow leopard, particularly in Himalayas, was classified earlier as endangered. Now it is vulnerable. Clear? Vulnerable. Why? Because the number of snow leopards enhanced. Number of snow leopards enhanced, and snow leopard can be seen from Central Asian republics. From there, it can be seen Central Asian republics, and this can be seen also in the Himalayas. So, snow leopard, it can be seen from Central Asian republics to Himalayas. Fine, in which, but we can see that India, and do remember that Darjeeling Zoo is the only zoo in India or the only conservation center in India which has a breeding program for snow leopards. When you're talking about Darjeeling Zoo, this has a breeding program for snow leopards. So interesting facts these are. Breeding program for snow leopards. So all these related to all objective type questions, fine, related to national parks. And do remember that India was India was very instrumental in launching an alliance which is for the 7 member of the cat family. See, India played a very pivotal role, you can say, in launching of cat alliance. And we can see that this alliance, it consists of what? It consists of 97 countries and also some organizations. So altogether there are 97 countries and organization. All are not countries. Clear? And cat alliance is for protection protection of 7 members of cat family. 7 members of cat family, which includes what? Which includes tiger is one, second lion, third is leopard, fourth is a snow leopard, snow leopard, then jaguar, then puma, then cheetah. So these are 7 members. Clear? 7 members of for protection of this. The Cat Alliance was launched by India, but also we can see not only this. When you talk about the cat family, it is called as what? It is called as felines. Clear? So felines would be the name given to cat family. Felines would be the name given to cat family, and there are 37 members in cat family. 7 members we have launched a cat alliance, but there are 37 members in the cat family. So felines, and we can see that just like felines, there are also what is called as canines. Canines would be including the dog family. Clear? Then there are equines. Equines include what? Mule, horses, donkeys. So they would be included in equines. Then also that is called as what? One is called as bovines. Bovines means the bullock, cow, buffalo. All these will be called as bovines. Then there is swines. Swines. Swines means the pig family. Pig family. And there is also another term which is called as what? It is called as the ovines. Ovines means the sheep family, and as far as caprine is concerned, caprine means the goat family. So ovines, it means the sheep family, and caprines, it means the goat family. Goat family. Clear? So all different. Why we are mentioning this? That all these categories were mentioned in last year. A bill which was presented in Parliament, and that bill was called as Livestock and Livestock Products Bill. Clear? This was called as Livestock and Livestock Product Bill. Now it put in the category of livestock dogs and cats also. So in the category of livestock, dogs and cats were also put. And not only this was done, not only this was done, but we can see that the import of livestock products to India was also allowed. So there were reservation expressed by the members of parliament on this, and this was derailed. But in that bill, all these categories were mentioned. So felines, the cat family, canines, the dog family, equines, mule, horses, dogs, bovines, bullocks, cow, buffalo, swines, pig family, ovine, sheep family, caprine, goat family. Clear? That's why I mentioned when we discussed about the big. Uh, yes, that. See, it does not have big, all 7 big cat does not mean the protection initiative cannot be taken. In India, leopard is present on a large number, tigers, lions are present on a large number, snow leopard is present. If suppose jaguar is present in some other countries, they are members of this alliance. Clear? So it does not mean that all 7 big cats are endemic in India. Clear? So it does not mean, and an initiative can be taken because majority of them are present in India in large numbers, and particularly tigers. 70% of world's population of tiger is present in India. So why can't we take an initiative for that? Clear? So we can take an initiative for this purpose also. Fine. Now let's deal with some other questions related to this. One elephant is in news these days. And this elephant is called as what? This elephant, sorry, you don't have to erase it. Yes. One elephant is in news these days, and these are called as what? These are called as Kumki elephants. So we know that there is man-animal conflict, and the man-animal conflict sometimes occurs between humans and also elephants. The elephants, they move out of their habitat, and this results in man-animal conflict. So Kumki elephants are for the purpose of trapping wild elephants. And they are what? They are trained elephants. So the purpose is to avoid any kind of man-animal conflict. Okay, fine. Factual question. Okay, fine. Now we can see that Kumki elephants are for the purpose of trapping wild elephants, and trained elephants they are. And these Kumki elephants were brought from Tamil Nadu to Odisha. Clear? And the purpose was to trap the wild elephants. This kind of elephant is called as what? This is called as Kumki elephants. So that is one thing that you have to remember. But do remember that let's talk about some of the questions pertaining to the biodiversity and national parks as such. Now, snow leopard we have discussed, but do remember that India has, when you are talking about cat. So let's talk about one more thing about the cat family, that India has established what is called as tiger repository. Tiger repository is present where? It is present in Dehradun. Dehradun. And this was established by Wildlife Institute of India, which has its headquarters in Dehradun, and also by NTCA. NTCA means National Tiger Conservation Authority, which functions under the MOEF, which functions, just one second, which functions under the MOEF. Clear? And what is a tiger repository? Tiger repository in Dehradun has more than 20,000 photographs of tigers. More than 20,000 photographs of tigers. Clear? And these photographs of tigers would be help. Now, tigers which were present in India, obviously, in our national parks, in our wildlife sanctuary, they are present. And these photographs would be helping us if suppose a tiger skin is seized. So with the help of these pictures, we can say that from where the tiger was lifted. That's the purpose of this tiger repository. Clear? That's the purpose of this tiger repository. Now, some animals that you have to know and should be known to you, that one is what? One is the Great Indian Bustard, because they have asked you question on Great Indian Bustard, but indirectly they have asked you the question on Great Indian Bustard. So let's try to know about some animal species also, the birds and the other species as such, and how can the question be framed on this. Clear? So on some let's go through that, and after that we'll discuss what is biodiversity hotspot, mega hotspot, eco-sensitive zone, etc. These can be easily finished. Clear? Now, as far as Great Indian Bustard is concerned, Great Indian Bustard is the state bird of Rajasthan. First thing. So it's found in what? Found in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, these areas. And we can see that since this is heavy bird, Now, this is a ground nesting bird. Ground nesting bird. Clear. So it nests on the ground because it's a heavy, it cannot fly to a greater distance. So it's a ground nesting bird. And the habitat of this is what? Habitat is arid and semi-arid grasslands. These are the main habitat, grassland. So the main reason behind their diminishing number, is irrigation. Because when irrigation came, what happened was that these areas, which are the arid and the semi-arid areas, were converted into what? Were converted into agricultural land. So their habitat was disturbed. But along with irrigation, poaching, electrocution, etc., is responsible for their diminishing numbers. Remember that Great Indian Bustard was considered to be national bird of India also, but then it was rejected and peacock was selected as such. Now this is about Great Indian Bustard. The second thing that you have to know is that vultures. About vultures you also have to know. Now when you talk about vultures, the population of vultures in India have reduced. We know that more than 90% reduced. There are many reasons for their diminishing numbers. Clear. But as far as the main reason is concerned, the main reason is use of a drug which is called as diclofenac in cattle. Now this diclofenac, vultures are what? Vultures are scavengers. When we divide animals and microorganisms, when we consider, suppose plants we consider in one category, but when we consider animals and microorganism can be divided into different categories. One would be called as saprophytes. Saprophytes are responsible for what? Saprophytes are responsible for decomposition of dead plants and animals. So bacteria, fungus can be considered as saprophytes. Clear? Critically endangered. IUCN status is critically endangered. Clear? So we can see bacteria, fungus would be considered as what? It would be considered as saprophytes because they are responsible for decomposition of dead plants and animals, and they would be attaining their food stuff, nutrition through such decomposition only. Clear? They would be attaining their nutrition from such decomposition only. So they are there. Now, second is what? So second would be parasites. Parasites are responsible for deriving their nutrition from host. So if suppose mosquitoes are sitting on our body, we are the host. Mosquitoes would be called as parasites. So we would be acting as a host for mosquitoes. So mosquitoes would be called as parasites, and they derive the nutrition from us. So we are nothing but host for parasites. See, as far as the national and the state animal birds are considered, there's no fixed criteria. Clear that there are criteria, so from where you should read about these criteria, no fixed criteria. One thing is that this would be spelling the biodiversity of that region. One thing that is taken into consideration generally, that whether this species is endemic in your area or not. It's a part of your biodiversity or not. That's one thing. So, and it is widely the species is widely known among the population or not. It's not that you would be declaring an invasive species as your state bird. No, it cannot be. So one should be that as far as now the sources are many, the government documents we read, you can come to the conclusion what criteria was selected. One thing is what? That whether it is endemic in your region or not. So that's one. Second is what? That species would be known to the wider population. It's not only few people know about this species. Clear? And one way is what, that if we declare them, the purpose would be to save this animal also. Save this animal also. So when we are talking about the animals and microorganisms, it can be saprophytes. Saprophytes means they are deriving their nutrition from decomposition. They would be responsible for decomposition of dead plants and animals. Bacteria, fungus can be considered as saprophytes. Then second would be what? Second would be called as parasites. Fine. Second would be called as parasites. Parasites means they would be deriving their nutrition from the host and would be responsible for causing disease to them. So that's called as, so that would be called as parasites. And third would be called as what? Third would be called as scavengers. So first is saprophytes, second is parasites, third is scavengers. Scavengers means that they are responsible for cleaning up the environment. Clear? They are responsible for cleaning up the environment. And they would be consuming the dead animals. For example, vultures are nothing but scavengers. Eagles are nothing but scavengers. So we can see the main reason for their decline was diclofenac. Diclofenac. Diclofenac was used as an anti-inflammatory drug in cattle. And this passed into the food chain. This passed into the food chain. And passed into the food chain, when any drug, any substance, exotic substance passes into the food chain, this would be called as bioaccumulation. Accumulation. But when it reaches the upper trophic levels, then it would be called as what? It would be called as biomagnification. When it reaches the above trophic levels, it would be called as biomagnification. Clear? Biomagnification. So one is called as bio accumulation when it enters the food chain, and second would be called as biomagnification when it reaches the upper trophic levels. Upper trophic levels. Clear? Fine. Magnification. So it reached the vulture's body through biomagnification, and this was responsible for kidney failure among vultures. Kidney failure among vultures. And also we can see renal failure also. Kidney failure can be called as renal failure also. So this was responsible for kidney failure among vultures, or this was responsible for renal failure, because of which the vulture died. The same drug and in the same manner is responsible for diminishing number of eagles in India also. The same drug in the same manner is responsible for diminishing number of eagles in India also. Clear? But there were other reasons for their diminishing number also. Not only diclofenac. The other reasons included what? Other reasons were included electrocution. Then also use of pesticides. For example, in Kamrup district in Assam. Kamrup district in Assam, there were a number of wild dogs. There were a number of wild dogs. And to check the wild dogs means stray dogs. Not to say urban areas exactly wild dogs, you cannot say. Wild dogs or feral dogs would be found in jungles, but stray dogs are present in urban areas. So in order to check the stray dogs, what the municipal corporation of Kamrup did was that it used pesticides in the carcasses of cattle, because dogs also feed on the dead bodies of cattle. But the purpose was that who ate those things? Who ate those cattle? Vultures. And they fell sick. And they were dead. So we can see use of pesticides also in this manner. Then also sometimes habitat loss would be responsible for their diminishing number. Habitat loss, for example, in Maharashtra, Maharashtra. And due to a tropical cyclone called Nisarga, this happened, habitat loss. So all these are the reasons behind their diminishing numbers. Now the most common type of vultures in India is called as the gyps vulture. Gyps vulture. There are different types of vultures also. Himalayan vulture, gyps vultures, and in rarest among the gyps vulture, rarest among the gyps vulture, one kind of gyps vulture is called as white-backed vulture. Second kind of gyps vulture is called as long-billed vultures, and third kind of gyps vulture is called as slender vulture. So slender-billed gyps vulture is the rarest. Clear. What happened was, because of diclofenac, the number of vultures diminished. So government of India banned diclofenac. Banned diclofenac. And this was banned for use in animals. Humans still use diclofenac. The most common type of painkiller that you will be getting by the doctors is nothing but diclofenac. So the question is why it does not damage us, because the immune system of different organism is different in nature. Our immune system is well developed against diclofenac, which is not in case of vultures. Clear? So this was banned for use in animals, and for this purpose we can see that a number of alternates were used. A number of alternates were used. For example, alternates which were used included what? It included eclenofenac. Sorry, this is the wrong. Nofenac. This is one. Second is nimesulide. And third is what? Third is called as ketoprofen. Now all these three proved to be detrimental for vultures again, because they converted into diclofenac. They converted into diclofenac. Clear? Now we can see that for the conservation of vultures, for protecting the vultures, an initiative was taken by the Bombay Natural History Society. Bombay Natural History Society. Clear? BNHS. History Society. And this along with the MOEFCC. That's Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So they took a conservation initiative for protecting the vultures. For protecting the vultures. And this conservation initiative was for the establishment of what is called as vulture conservation and breeding centers. Vulture conservation and breeding centers. So we see BCs, and these vulture conservation and breeding centers have been called as what? Have been called as Jatayu. Have been called as Jatayu. So we can see vulture conservation breeding centers have been established. They have been established at roughly about 9 places in India, not roughly exactly, 9 places in India. So these places include what? That you have to know. Let's save this also. These places include what? It includes Pinjar. Pinjar is in Haryana. Second is Raja Bhatkawa. Raja Bhatkawa is in West Bengal. Third is what? Third is Rani. Rani comes from Assam. Fourth is what? Fourth is Kerva. Kerva is a dam. Bhopal. Fifth is Muta. Muta is in Ranchi. Sixth is Junagadh. Junagadh is in Gujarat. Seventh is Hyderabad. That's Telangana. Well known to you. Eighth is what? Nandankanan. Nandankanan. Nandankanan is in Odisha. Clear. Ninth is what? Beribasi. Beribasi is in Gorakhpur. Gorakhpur. So all these are vulture conservation and breeding centers in India. Nine vulture conservation and breeding centers. Bombay Natural History Society is the oldest NGO functioning in India for conservation of nature. Do you remember that? And this has the logo as what? The logo as hornbill. This has the logo as hornbill. Clear? So oldest NGO functioning in India, and this has the logo as hornbill. Fine. This is Bombay Natural History Society. Fine. Now let's go even further. Now we can see also that one good news is from Valmiki Tiger Reserve. Valmiki Tiger Reserve is in Bihar. Clear? Valmiki Tiger Reserve is in Bihar, and the number of vultures have enhanced. Because if you take a conservation initiative for protecting the tigers, the number of vultures would enhance. Why? Because remember that vultures are in a stiff competition with wild dogs, feral dogs, on feeding up the dead cattle. See, the number of vultures would be reducing. The number of feral dogs would be enhancing because their food reservoir would be enhanced. Clear? So I'm saying that if the number of vultures would be reducing, the number of feral dogs would be enhancing because their food stuff, their food reservoir would be enhanced. First, because there is stiff competition with feral dogs to feed up the dead cattle. Feed up the dead cattle. That's one thing. But the second thing is what? That when we talk about vultures, we can see that if the number of leopards enhance in that area, the number of vultures. Why? Because the leopards, they feed on small prey. They won't be consuming that prey at one go. The remaining part of that prey would be hidden by the leopards on the trees, which is beyond the visibility of vultures. Clear? So their food reservoir would be restricted. But tigers, if their numbers enhance, the number of vultures would enhance. And why so? Because if the number of tigers enhance, we can see number of vultures enhance because tiger eat big animals. They are responsible for consuming big animals. And if they consume big animals, they are responsible for consuming. They won't be eating it completely. A part of it will be left open in the environment. This enhances the food reservoir of vultures. That's why if the number of vultures, tigers enhance, the number of vultures would be enhancing. Clear? Number of vultures would be enhancing. Now, as far as vultures is concerned, this is the story about vultures. So we have discussed the snow leopards, the vultures, the valley of flowers, etc. And let's solve some other questions and know about some other details which would be helping us in solving these questions. Now, one such thing that you have to know is also about not only great Indian bustard, Indian bullfrog. Indian bullfrog is an invasive species. Clear? It is endemic in the Indian mainland. Indian mainland means India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. But this is a big frog, not a small frog. This is a big frog, and this is endemic in the Indian mainland. But it was brought to Andaman and Nicobar Island. It turned out to be invasive for Andaman and Nicobar Island because the feeding habits of these frogs, the Indian bullfrogs, are very akin to amphibians. You would have seen that frogs are consumed by snakes. These are frogs which consume snakes. They consume snakes, they consume giant centipedes, and each clutch of this frog consists of 5,000 eggs, so breeds on a large scale as such. Each clutch of this frog consists of 5,000 eggs, so it breeds on a large scale as such. So, first thing that has to be known. So, that's called as Indian bullfrog. And there's diminishing number of house sparrows also in India. And as far as house sparrows are concerned, if you are talking about house sparrows, they share their habitat with humans. They share their habitat with us, humans. Now, one reason for their diminishing number is what? Microwave pollution. Microwave pollution means the pollution which comes out, the frequency which comes out from the mobile towers, the radiation which comes out from the mobiles. The frequency which is coming out from the mobile towers is less harmful for us, but more harmful for the sparrows because there is a thermal impact of this frequency. And this thermal impact of this frequency falls on the chicks of the sparrows present inside the egg cell, because of which their brain ruptures. That's one reason for their diminishing number. The second reason for their diminishing number is, as far as house sparrows are concerned, the second reason for their diminishing number is what? Is use of pesticides in gardens, because these pests are their food reservoir. And when we use pesticides in garden, we restricted their food reservoir. Third is what? Use of unleaded petrol. Earlier we used this. Now we have phased it out. Unleaded petrol. Unleaded petrol is responsible for, when burnt, it generates methyl nitrate. Methyl nitrate, which is not good for the sparrows, which is harmful for the house sparrows. And fourth is what? Fourth is the urban heat island, the establishment of urban heat island. Urban heat island means concrete structures in the urban areas have been established. So this is resulting in their loss of habitat. So we can see a Save Sparrow campaign. A Save Sparrow campaign was launched from a Save Sparrow campaign was launched from Dehradun by ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Commission, in 2007, and this was for re-establishing the habitat of house sparrows. This was for re-establishing the habitat of house sparrows. Clear? Now, another thing that you have to know, and that's also in the news, which is called as horseshoe crab. Clear? Horseshoe crab. Let's see what is horseshoe crab and why it is called as the living fossil. So, based on some of the reports in journals, etc., putting all these things together, because this would be, you never know from where the questions are asked. So many national parks, so many wildlife sanctuaries, and so many animals also. But you can sort out these animals also cleverly. Fine. But one thing. Next is your horseshoe crab. Clear. Now, horseshoe crab, in Indian horseshoe crab, if we say, Indian horseshoe crab is present in two areas. One is Balasore in Odisha, and second is what? Second is the Sundarbans in West Bengal. Now, horseshoe crab has been called as what? Horseshoe crab has been called as living fossil. living fossil. And living fossil, why? Because the first fossil which has been detected of horseshoe crab, it dates back to 420 million years ago. Years ago. And yet the animal lives in the same habitat. It dates back to 420 million years ago. And yet the animal continues to live in the same habitat. Continues to live in the same habitat. Clear? So that's about horseshoe crab. And we can see that it faces a type of facing threat due to the pharmaceutical companies, because horseshoe crabs are used by pharmaceutical companies for medicines. Horseshoe crabs are used by pharmaceutical companies for medicines. First thing, clear. Second is what? Second, if we talk about horseshoe crab, we can see they are also facing threat from the crows. And crows, why? Because they turn horseshoe crab upside down and they feed on their eggs. So that's, they also are threatened by fishermen. Because horseshoe crab, what it does, horseshoe crab is responsible for tearing their nets. So fishermen would be taking revenge against horseshoe crab. Clear? So that's how horseshoe crab is threatened. So remember that this is called as living fossil. Now, as far as the other things are concerned, one thing that you have to know, and that is what? One more thing we can take, and that is your olive-reded turtle we can take. Clear? Olive-reded turtle. I made a list of all these, that how many things to cover up. It's many, it's many. Olive-reded turtle. You can see olive-reded turtle. Their habitat is what? That's found in Odisha, mainly Bhitarnika. Now we can see Bhitarnika and also Wheeler Island, Gahirmatha. That's all in Odisha. Clear? Olive. These are small turtles. And we can see that they are threatened due to what? They are threatened due to coastal area development. And light is the main signal for them. If the light is more, then more danger would be there. Because the mother turtle comes and lays her eggs on the beaches. She returns back to the high sea. Hatching of eggs takes place during night time. So the young ones which is coming out of the egg cell would be surviving if they move towards water. If they move towards terrestrial area, they would die. Because the morning the solar radiation comes, then this would be falling on their skin and their skin would be ruptured. So they would die. If they move towards terrestrial area, they would be definitely dying. So that's one problem related to olive-reded turtle. Now, as far as olive-reded turtle is concerned, we can see that today the main threat is what? Coastal area development. Because the natural signal for the young one which is coming out of the egg cell is the reflection of moonlight. But today what happens? They see light in the opposite direction. So they see the reflection of the moonlight, they move towards the sea. Clear? Now they see the light in the opposite direction because of the coastal area development. Since light is the only signal, they move towards the territory. They can be crushed by vehicles. Clear? They can be crushed by vehicles. So that happens in case of olive-reded turtle. They can be crushed by vehicles, or the scorching rays of the sun falls on them, their skin gets ruptured. So you can see nets have been established in Odisha for preventing the diminishing number of olive-reded turtle. Clear? Preventing the diminishing number of olive-reded turtle. Now as far as sometimes devices can be used. Now, just have to remember that the platform termitter transmitter, platform termitter transmitter, transmitter. Now, this is used for what? This is used for sea turtles to determine that where they are located. It is attached at the back of the turtle. When the sea turtle surfaces for air, then the signal would be sent to the satellite. The signal is sent to the satellite, and we know the habitat of turtles. Clear? So that's called as platform termitter transmitter. The second device is called as SIM cards. SIM cards not only used in your mobile, but it's also used in elephants. Now, this is for the purpose of knowing whether the elephants would be elephants are within their habitat or have moved from out of their habitat. Now, this would be helping us to prevent a man-animal conflict. So, SIM cards. Then there is a device which is called as radio collars. Radio collars have been used for cheetahs. It is used for tigers, cheetahs, and for tigers it is used. Clear? Then there is a device which is called as passive integrated transponders. Passive integrated transponders. Integrated transponders. Now, this is used for what? This is used for fishes. This is used for fishes. Clear? Fishes. So, all these devices are there for these animals as such. Fine. These devices are there for the animals. And as far as the forest amendments to Forest Conservation Act is there, we will discuss that in legislation and amendments. The amendments to Biodiversity Act also discuss that in legislation and amendment. But uh, just remember that when you are talking about the biodiversity, biodiversity would be having some perspectives that you have to know. One such perspective is what? One such perspective is that the number of species which are present in that area. So that's one perspective that you have to. 5 perspectives there are. Second is what? Not only the number of species which are present in that area is one perspective, but also their distribution is another perspective. So second would be their distribution. Third would be what? The number of endemic species. How many endemic species are present there? Fourth would be what? Genetic diversity. And fifth would be what? The subpopulation of individual species. So 5 perspective of biodiversity. When we talk about biodiversity, we can see that alpha, gamma biodiversity we discussed in the last class, and in situ ex situ conservation also takes place. But of late, the biodiversity is suffering a threat. And why? Because the relationship between the plants and the insect is being disrupted. Clear? And this disrupting of relationship between plants and insect is responsible for what? This disruption of relationship between plants and insect is leading the plants to self-pollination. Now, for a short period of time, this self-pollination would be a short-term gain also. But on a long period of time, if suppose we view it on a longer period of time, we can see that this would lead the plant towards extinction. Clear? Because cross pollination is a must. This would be leading to evolutionary decrease of the plant and also towards clearing out of the plant or extinction. So one threat that is faced by the biodiversity as such. Now we can see that more than 50% of biodiversity, I'm saying that more than 50% of biodiversity is concentrated in what? Is concentrated in only and only 50% of biodiversity is concentrated in only 17 countries. And these 17 countries are called as mega biodiverse countries of the world. More than 50% of biodiversity of Earth is concentrated in 17 countries. These are called as mega biodiverse countries of the world. Just remember one thing. India is one of them. One of them is nothing but India. So India is one of the mega biodiverse countries of the world. And say that India is one of the mega biodiverse countries of the world. One thing. The second thing that you have to know is that, and let's come back to some other questions on biodiversity and national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Some questions like, and just remember these things one by one. We'll discuss these kind of questions. One, some of the water bodies. Some of the water bodies, for example, there's a Palamu Tiger Reserve in Bihar. And the river which passes through it is called as Koel River. Clear? Koel River. Now, this Mudumalai Sanctuary, we have just discussed that that's adjacent to Annamalai Sanctuary. That's in Tamil Nadu. Mudumalai. From here, the Moer, not Moel, Moer River passes. Surpan, you know, it passes through, meanders through Kana, and Ranthambore. We talk about Ranthambore National Park. Through Ranthambore National Park, in Ranthambore National Park, there is a talao that's called as Padam Talao. But do remember also a fact that in Bhitarnika, the confluence of two rivers takes place, Brahmani and Baitarni. Some facts, whatever I remember. Brahmani and Baitarni river takes place. Clear? So the confluence of Brahmani and Baitarni river is. Now there's an animal, although it's not present in India, and this animal is called as what? This animal is called as Saula. That animal is called as what? It's called as Saula. Saula, if you see that this animal, let's see that animal. Okay, Saula is also called as Asian unicorn. Unicorn. It appears to be just like cattle, but the horns, two horns are there, and these two horns are straight. Sometimes it appears like deer also. It's a category of deer also. So Saola. It appears to be just like cattle, but it's a category of deer. And all these two horns are straight like this. Clear? So it's called as Asian unicorn, but it has two horns. First thing. And we can see this is critically endangered according to IUCN. Critically endangered. And why it is under threat? It is under threat because of whatever these animals we can see in the newspapers and the journals I'm discussing, because this is hunted for meat. Clear? So this is critically threatened. Why? Because it is hunted for meat. And we can see that this Saula is endemic in Vietnam and Laos. This is endemic in Vietnam and Laos. Vietnam and Laos. Some other animals also. Let's take up. One is called as what? One is called as Nilgiri Tahar. It appears to be just like a sheep or a goat. Clear? Nilgiri Tahar. Now, Nilgiri Tahar is the state bird of. It's vulnerable also. Tamil Nadu. Clear? So there are two horns. It appears to be now. Nilgiri Tahar is close to sheep. On the other hand, we can see Himalayan Tahar is also there. Himalayan Tahar is close to goat family. Nilgiri Tahar is closer to sheep, but Himalayan Tahar is closer to goat family. And as far as the Nilgiri Tahar is concerned, we can see that there are horns, but the horns would be bending backward like this of Nilgiri Tahars, and there are rings situated at the end. Clear? So suppose this is Nilgiri Tahar. There are two horns, and these two horns would be bending backward, and at the end there would be rings also in the horns. Clear? And we can see Iraviculam Silent Valley National Park gives high degree of protection to this type of animal. So Iraviculam, the Silent Valley, Iraviculam Silent Valley National Park. That's in Kerala. Gives high degree of protection to Nilgiri Tahar. Clear? So Himalayan Tahar is closer to the goat family. Nilgiri Tahar is closer to the sheep family. Now there's another animal which sometimes is also mentioned in the journals, and this is called as Nilgiri marten. Marten. It's also called as white-bellied marten. White-bellied marten. It's also called as white-bellied marten. And these are small, they are very small, carnivorous, and they feed on what? They feed on livestock, small livestock. Small livestock, chicken farm, they take chicken from the chicken farm, feed upon that. Clear? And we can see that they are endangered. They would be endangered, falling under the category of endangered. And we can see that the area which gives greater degree of protection, the Pampadan, Shola National Park, that's also in Kerala, gives a high degree of protection to Nilgiri marten. They are hunted for their fur also, and the people, the owner of the poultry farm or the livestock, would be taking revenge from these animals also, because of which we can see their diminishing number is also there. Clear? Diminishing number is also there. Then there is a frog which is in news, and this is called as what? It is called as glass frog. This is called as glass frog. And you can see this is transparent. It generally lives on the trees. They are diurnal. Clear? And generally transparency can be seen. Generally transparency can be seen in aquatic organisms, aquatic animals. Like you have octopus, transparency can be seen. Jellyfish, transparency can be seen. But among the terrestrial animals, transparency cannot be seen. Clear? And why transparency cannot be seen among the terrestrial animals? Why? Because these animals, these terrestrial animals, transparency cannot be seen because they consist of RBC. So light is disallowed to pass through the RBC. Now, certainly, if you are talking about glass frogs, they are terrestrial. They are not present in water. They are present on the trees that we have discussed. Clear? So they are present on the trees, and trees won't be present in water. Trees are present in the terrestrial area. So how come they are transparent? Because these frogs have a tendency. They have tendency to hide their RBC in their liver. They hide their RBC in their liver, and because of which they turn transparent in nature. Clear? This can be seen in the southern part of Latin America on a large scale, and also in the central part of Latin America on a larger scale. So these are called as the glass frogs as such. Glass frogs. Fine. And let's discuss the questions first of all, which they have given to you. We have given to you. Clear? So that's, I think, more than enough for today. Number of things we have discussed. Tomorrow we will discuss biodiversity hotspots, biodiversity mega hotspot, phytoremediation, bioremediation, then also ozone layer. This much should be, and start with global warming and climate change. So because we first day we missed the class, and see in the list that I have given to you, go through some of the animals, important animals that you can see in the list. Clear? Important animals that you can see in the list. For example, uh, the sloth bear you can go through, red panda, musk deer, then also cheetal, flying squirrel you can go through, and then uh, s- uh, you can go through Sinkara also, Sambar also. So you see the list. The main thing, there are hardly 30 or 40 animals which you have to go through. Go through, and that would be asked in your examination definitely. Clear? That would be asked in your examination. Otherwise, we can continue like this, but never the things would be ending. Let's see the questions that have been framed for you. And as far as the questions are concerned, let's see that what are the questions they are being asked. Now, with reference to ecosystem, consider the following statements. Primary production is the amount of biomass produced over a unit area over a period of time by plant during photosynthesis. Now that's correct. Only one is correct. Clear? Secondary production productivity is the rate of production of organic matter during photo, not during photosynthesis. It's by consumers, you know very well. We have discussed. Gross primary production of an ecosystem is the rate of formation of new organic matter. Clear? New organic matter is by consumers. It would be secondary productivity. So these two things would be wrong. So the correct answer is only one. Clear? Correct answer is only one. With reference to process of autotropic succession, consider the following: nudation, invasion, competition, coaction, stabilization. You can see 1, 3, 4, 5. Just now we have discussed would be the correct answer. Nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong in that. Clear? So 1, 3, and that is the correct order that we have discussed. Now, if we talk about keystone species, now, keystone species, the option would be C. That should be if they are eliminated from ecosystem, it can seriously affect the community. It affects the structure of the ecosystem because you know that keystone species are responsible for maintaining the structure of the ecosystem. If suppose they are removed, the structure of the ecosystem would be disrupted. So the C option would be the correct option as such. Now, we can see as far as Ranipur Tiger Reserve is concerned, it is located in Uttar Pradesh, not in Bihar. It's located in Chitrakoot. Then Marayur Sandalwood Reserve is concerned, it is located in Kerala, not in Karnataka. Karlapat Sanctuary is concerned, it is located in Odisha. And Shul Paneshwar Wildlife Sanctuary is concerned, it's not located in Rajasthan, it's located in Gujarat, it's in Surat, near Surat. Clear? Surat is located. Now, which one of the following are the strict criteria to qualify as biodiversity hotspot? It should contain at least 1500 species of vascular plants found nowhere else on the earth. Vascular plants are those which have vascular bundles present in it. So that's true. Plant species basically they are. It should have lost at least 70% of its primary native vegetation. Primary native vegetation is what? The vegetation which is established through primary plant succession. Clear? So both these are correct. Both these are correct. Tomorrow we'll study this also. Consider the following statement with respect to phytoremediation. It refers to the use of plants as well as associated soil microbes. The soil microbes should be present within the rhizosphere. Clear? Not beyond that. To reduce the concentration of toxic effects of contaminants. Definitely, that's true. It is not widely acceptable method as it involves high cost in restoring the environment. No, this is wrong. It is accepted. This technology, we can say this technology is limited to root zone of the plant. See, first thing is wrong. It refers to the use of plants as well as associated reduced concentration of toxic effects of contaminants. In fact, it is for the purpose of removing. We can see it is for the purpose of removing. No, just one thing. See, 1 and 3 would be the correct answer. First is correct. It's not a widely acceptable method. It's a widely acceptable method. This technology is limited to root zone of the plant. That is also true. Clear? From there it sucks in. So first and 3 would be the correct answer, but second won't be. Now we are referring to plants as well as the soil microbes which are present near the rhizosphere of the plant. Clear? Now next question. With reference to state of a rhino report, consider the following statement. Incidences of poaching of rhinos have decreased significantly. Now the first statement would be considered as wrong because it has not decreased, it has increased. The greater one-horned rhino population in India and Nepal continues to grow. Now that's correct. All species of rhino found in Asia lie in the endangered category. Now this is incorrect because when you talk about the rhino species, there are different species of rhinos. One is black rhino. Now this is critically endangered in Africa. Second is white rhino that we have discussed, and one was your northern white rhinos, which is the most imperiled mammal, and the last surviving member of that Sudan was lost. Clear? Two female members survived, and second is more abundantly available south white rhino. So as far as African rhino is concerned, it is one black rhino and second is white rhino. One horned rhinos, and this vulnerable species in Asia region, particularly India, Nepal. So that's vulnerable species. But there are critically endangered rhinos also. For example, Sumatra rhinos. For example, Java rhinos. These are nothing but critically endangered. Clear? Critically endangered. So it's wrong. So you can see the first is decreased, it has enhanced. Second is what? Second is uh, first is wrong, second is correct, and third is also wrong because some are critically endangered. So only one would be the correct answer. With reference to bioremediation, consider the following statement. It is a clearing technique to remove only chemicals from the environment. It can be carried out both ex situ as well as in situ. Only aerobic bacteria are involved in the bioremediation process. See, first of all, it's wrong to say only aerobic bacteria. Anaerobic bacteria can also be involved. First, clear? So anaerobic bacteria can also, fungus can also be involved. It carried out both ex situ and in situ. That's correct. Bioremediation is what? Bioremediation is a process where you use microorganism for the removal of contaminant. Then it is a clearing technique to remove. It is clearing technique to remove only chemicals from the environment. Now, see, the first statement is incorrect. The second statement is incorrect. They have asked you what how many statements are incorrect. So only two is incorrect. Clear? Only two is incorrect. First and three is incorrect. Second is correct. Nothing wrong with that. With reference to eco-sensitive zone, consider the following statements. It is defined under National Environment Policy of 2006. That's correct. It's mentioned in the Environment Protection Act of 1986 and also under the National Wildlife Plan 2002-2016. It's mentioned. The state government notified them in consultation with the central government. This is incorrect because it is notified by the MOEF. These zones aim to create shock barriers around protected areas. Yes, they create shock barriers. They can be called as insulator. They can be called as shock observers because they insulate this area from those areas where human activities are allowed. Human activities will be allowed. Now, which one of the above protected areas are located around the Brahmaputra basin? And all of the above, because Dibru Saikwa Biosphere Reserve is present in Dibrugarh and also in your Tinsukia district. Bura Chapori Wildlife Sanctuary is present where it is present in your Sonitpur district in Assam. Pani Diling Wildlife Sanctuary is present in your Shiv Sagar district of Assam, and Orang National Park is present in your Assam itself. Clear? Assam itself, which is famous for leopards and deers and rhinos. So this much today for the class. Tomorrow we meet. And the last class, I think we have completed principles of ecology, biosphere reserves we have done, vultures, etc. We have completed a number of questions on biodiversity also. Now today, first of all, we'll discuss what? We'll discuss what is biodiversity hotspot, what is biodiversity mega hotspots, eco-sensitive zones. So let's discuss these things first of all. Clear? And discuss phytoremediation, bioremediation, the process which you on the question on which you have answered the questions. So let's discuss and then start with ozone layer and ozone layer depletion. Now, when you talk about biodiversity hotspot, the concept of biodiversity hotspot was given by Norman Mayer. And a question has been asked on this to you. And he says that if an area fulfills two conditions, then it can be called as a biodiversity hotspot. First of all, that at least 1500 plant species should be, and plant species means vascular, they have mentioned. Vascular means those that have the bundles vascular, the plant species should be endemic in that area. Should be endemic in that area. And second is what? Second criteria is about 70% of primary vegetation. Primary vegetation means that which has been established through primary plant succession. Primary vegetation has been lost due to anthropogenic activities. Anthropogenic activities. Now, this kind of area would be called as what? It would be called as biodiversity hotspots. There are, good morning everybody, there are 36 total hotspots in the world, out of which 4 are present in India. One is your Western Ghats. Second is your Himalayas. Third is the hilly areas of India-Myanmar border. Hilly areas of India-Myanmar border. And fourth is what? Fourth is Andaman and Nicobar Island. And Andaman and Nicobar Island is a part of Sundaland. So there are 4 biodiversity hotspots in India: Western Ghats, Himalayas, hilly areas of India and Myanmar border, and Andaman and Nicobar Island, which is a part of Sundaland. We can see out of these 4, the first 2 are the most threatened. It is said that they are the paradise of biodiversity on earth by M.S. Swaminathan, but yet due to anthropogenic activities, they happen to be paradise lost. Clear? Yet, but do remember that as far as funding of biodiversity hotspot is concerned, there are some agencies, for example, critical
Ecosystem Partnership Fund. This is responsible. We'll study more about this when we come to institutions. Then second is what? Second is not only Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund. The second is what? World Wildlife Fund. And the third in this league is what? Third is Conservation International. So these are three organizations which are responsible for funding biodiversity hotspot. And it's not only that biodiversity hotspot is there. There is also the concept of what is called as biodiversity mega hotspot. Now this concept of biodiversity mega hotspot was given by an international organization, and that international organization is nothing but what we have mentioned here, Conservation International. So they gave the concept of what is called as biodiversity mega hotspots. International Conservation International biodiversity mega hotspots. Now according to them, these are areas of enriched biodiversity. See, if you look at Mayer's definition, it is based on mainly flora. It does not talk about fauna anywhere. But these are areas of enriched biodiversity. Now, they have been threatened due to what? Threatened due to human intervention. They have been threatened due to human intervention. And that's why they are hotspot. And they lie at the confluence of, they lie at the meeting point of more than two countries. They lie at the meeting point of more than two countries. So that's why they are called as biodiversity mega hotspots. So 12 such hotspots are there in the world. So 12 altogether. 12 hotspots are there in the world. And we can see only one is present in India. And this hotspot which is present in India is called as the Namdhapa National Park. Namdhapa National Park is a very famous national park dedicated to tigers. And this is present in what? This is present in Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh. And we can see it is at the meeting point of India, Myanmar, and also China. So this is nothing but a biodiversity mega hotspot of India. So you can see altogether there are 12 mega hotspots in the entire world, of which is present in India. So biodiversity hotspots and biodiversity mega hotspots. You can take a screenshot or I'll send you the slides. Clear, I'm saving this. But if suppose this is a protected area, suppose this is a protected area. Maybe this is a biosphere reserve. This is a national park or wildlife sanctuary. Beyond the protected area to a stretch of about 5 kilometers should exist what is called as eco-sensitive zone. Eco-sensitive zone. And they have asked you a question on eco-sensitive zone, that it acts as a shock observer. So eco-sensitive zone would be existing as what? The Supreme Court of India has said that it should be reduced to 1 kilometer. So eco-sensitive zone, earlier it was 10 kilometer, but 2014 it was reduced to 5 kilometer. Eco-sensitive zone is what? It acts as a shock observer. And why we are saying shock observer? Because this is an area of anthropogenic activity. The impact of these anthropogenic activities can fall on the protected area. So this is what? This is nothing but a shock observer. It would be also called as insulator. So it is a shock observer. It is an insulator. Clear? Shock observer, or it is an insulator. It can be called as. And we can see references of references to eco-sensitive zone has been made at two places. First, the National Wildlife Action Plan 2002 to 2016. That's the first. And second, National Wildlife Action Plan 2002. And second is Environment Protection Act 1986. So we can see references being made here. And as far as the activities in this area is concerned, the activities can be divided into three types. Clear? So we would be responsible for dividing the activities into three types. Now, if we talk about activities, it can be divided into three types. One would be called as what? One would be called as permissible activity. Permissible activity means the day-to-day activity like agriculture would be called as permissible. Like agriculture, does not mean agriculture is the only activity. Clear? Second would be called as what? Second would be called as regulated activity. So these activities would be regulated by laws. So they would be called as regulated activities. Clear? These activities would be regulated by laws and they would be referred to as regulated activity. Now, third kind of activity would be called as what? It would be called as prohibited activities. For example, regulated activities, if suppose they ask you, for example, widening of roads is a regulated activity. Is a regulated activity. For example, establishment of river embankments is a regulated activity. For example, establishment of hotels and resorts is a regulated activity. Clear? So it can be widening of roads, it can be establishment of river embankments, it can be establishment of hotels and resorts. So these kind of activity would be called as a regulated activity. Now, prohibited activity means completely banned. For example, establishment of industries, banned. Establishment of sawmills, banned. So you cannot allow these. Clear? You cannot allow this. And we can see that the contemporary issue which is related to ESZ, eco-sensitive zone, is the issue of Western Ghats. Western Ghat has an area of 1,64,000 square kilometers. Clear? It suffered environmental degradation due to a number of factors. And the number of factors included what? Number of factors included the extension of agriculture, industrialization, urbanization on a larger scale. And not only this, industrialization and urbanization on a large scale, but also the establishment of a number of power uh, plants in this area. Clear? So number of power units in this area. And all these are different reasons as such for the degradation of Western Ghats. So Western Ghat, for Western Ghat, Madhav Gadgil committee recommendation was given. You can see Madhav Gadgil committee recommendation has been asked in your preliminary examination. Madhav Gadgil committee recommendation was given. And this recommendation said that out of 1,69,000 square kilometers of um, Western Ghats, 1,29,000 square kilometers, this is for Western Ghats, should be declared as ESZ. But the government cannot surrender such a vast territory. Clear? So the government rejected Madhav Gadgil committee's recommendation. And then another committee was established which was called as Kasturi Rangam committee. Just remember these names for preliminary examination. And Kasturi Rangam committee recommended that 59,940 square kilometer of Western Ghats should be declared as ESZ. This was roughly acceptable to the government in its draft environmental policy. Clear? So these are two reports which are related to nothing but Western Ghats, that this much should be declared as eco-sensitive zones. We can see non-acceptance of Madhav Gadgil committee's recommendation was responsible for Kerala floods also, because the area which was recommended in Madhav Gadgil committee's bulk of that area lied in Kerala, where environmental degradation on a large scale took place. Clear? And this disrupted the natural pattern of drainage. This disrupted the natural pattern of drainage. So this took place. Now,
Next thing that you have to know, let's save this slide. There are two processes. One process is called as what? One process is called as phytoremediation. Phytoremediation. And second process is called as bioremediation. You know, in the last class we have asked you a question on that. That phytoremediation is what? So suppose plants, and near the roots of the plants, the microbes which are present in the rhizosphere, they are used for the purpose of removal of contaminants. So we are saying that plants and also soil microbes which is present in the rhizosphere that's surrounding the roots. Now it is used for removing contaminants. The process would be called as phytoremediation. These types of plants, these category of plants would be called as what? It would be called as hyperaccumulators. Hyperaccumulators. And their characteristic, the characteristic of the plant would be called as what? It would be called as hypertolerance. So the plants would be called as hyperaccumulator. Their characteristic would be called as hypertolerance, and the process is called as phytoremediation. Phytoremediation. Clear? But it's not only that the plants can perform this feat. This feat can be performed by microorganisms as well. Now, this process through which microorganisms are responsible for removing the contaminants, toxic waste, hazardous substances. So anything it can be: toxic waste, contaminants, hazardous substances. It's not that all kind of hazardous substances or all kind of chemicals would be removed by the microorganism. It's not all. But if this happens, then the process is called as what? Bioremediation. For example, oil droplets can be removed by whom? It can be removed by Pseudomonas bacteria. They are present in the nitrogen cycle. Pseudomonas bacteria. So there was a Chitra oil spill near Mumbai. Chitra oil spill near Mumbai. And this was successfully removed by a technology called oil zapper technology. This was successfully removed by oil zapper technology, in which we can see Pseudomonas were used. Pseudomonas were used. The same bacteria, Pseudomonas were used. Clear? So oil zapper technology in which Pseudomonas were used. Now this process would be called as what? It would be called as bioremediation. It is referred to as nothing but bioremediation. So that's another thing that you have to know. Now, next thing that you have to know is bioremediation. It's called as bioremediation. Now, next thing that you have to know is that two institutes of India. One is Malabar Botanical Institute. That's in Kozhikode. And second is what? Bharat Petroleum Limited. Bharat Petroleum Limited. These two institutes, Malabar Botanical Institutes and Bharat Petroleum Limited, they developed three variants of bacteria. Three variants of bacteria. And these three variants were developed. These three variants were developed by genetic engineering. So process of genetic engineering was used. And we can see two variants were of a type of bacteria called Burkholderia. And one variant was of a type of bacteria called Pseudomonas that we know.
The purpose was to remove oil spill. The objective was to remove oil spill. Remove oil spill. This was the objective. But how? Because these kind of variants, they secrete an enzyme, whether it is bulk hold area, or they secrete an enzyme which is called as catechol. The full name is catechol 2,3 deoxygenase. This is an enzyme, and this enzyme is what? This enzyme is hydrocarbon degenerating enzyme. What is oil? Oil is nothing but hydrocarbon. So it is a hydrocarbon degenerating enzyme. That's why it can be removed. Clear? That's why it can be removed. So hydrocarbon degenerating enzyme it is. Fine. So oil spill can be removed. So this is phytoremediation. This is bioremediation. Remember that. Take a screenshot, or I'm saving this for you also. Just remember catechol 2,3 deoxygenase. Now let's start with one topic, and that's your ozone layer and ozone layer depletion. Now, when we talk about ozone layer, we can see that ozone layer is present where? Ozone layer is present in the stratosphere. So from 15 to 50 kilometers in stratosphere, this ozone layer is present. Clear? First thing. And ozone is never naturally present. So not naturally present. So we'll say naturally not present, but is generated. And is generated how? It's generated by the action of sunlight. So when the sunlight acts on oxygen molecule, it splits to form oxygen atom. So this splitting is called as what? It is called as a photolysis. When sunlight acts on oxygen molecules, this splits to form oxygen atom, and this oxygen atom would be combining with oxygen molecule to form O3, ozone, and this is how ozone is formed. This is how ozone is formed. This combines with oxygen molecule to form O3, ozone, and this is how ozone would be formed. Clear? And this cycle of oxygen ozone would be called as what? It is called as Chapman cycle. Just remember all these things. Chapman cycle. But the question is that when you talk about ozone layer, we can see oxygen is also present in troposphere, and also sunlight is present in troposphere. So why we can say that no ozone? Why we can see that no ozone would be formed in the troposphere? And if it is formed, what kind of ozone it is? Now there are three reasons why ozone layer won't be seen in troposphere. First reason is what? If in troposphere, we are saying that ozone layer is not present in troposphere. Clear? Not present in troposphere. Now first thing is what? In troposphere, if we move upward, temperature enhances, reduces. But if we talk about stratosphere, if we move upward, temperature enhances. So you can see that there's no mingling of air. Sorry. There is no mingling of air. There's no convectional current. First reason is no convectional current. In stratosphere. Clear? But in troposphere, there would be mingling of air. There would be convectional current. The hot air would be rising upward. The cool air would be taking the place. Clear? So we can see no mingling of air, no convectional current. So the ozone which is formed in stratosphere would be more stratified, would be more permanent as such. Clear? First thing. The second reason is what? That's the first reason. The second reason is what? The second reason is that the intensity of sunlight is less for photolysis. The intensity of sunlight is less for photolysis. Clear? In troposphere when compared to stratosphere. And the third thing is what? The third thing is that when we talk about ozone layer, the third thing is what? That if we talk about ozone layer is confined to the stratosphere. Ozone is always unstable for moisture. Stratosphere is what? A dry region. Stratosphere, we say, is a dry region. Clear? And troposphere is the region where moisture is present, because in stratosphere you cannot see clouds. Troposphere is a region where moisture is present. Clear? And we can see ozone always happens to be, O3 always happens to be unstable for moisture. Unstable for moisture. Clear? So that's the three reasons why we can say. But if you talk about that, how ozone is made in the lab. Now, ozone is made in the lab. How? When electric charge is given through an induction coil. When electric charge is given through an induction coil to oxygen, which is present in atmosphere, but not oxygen which is present in the lab. Clear? So if electric charge is given to by an induction coil to oxygen which is present in the lab, then O3 would be formed. Clear? Remember that O3 is used for not only used for water purification, but also purification of air. In very scant amount it can be used for. If suppose it is present in the air, then it becomes a pollutant. Clear? So it can be used for purification of water and also for air purification. Clear? But then the question can be asked on what? The question can be asked on what is called as tropospheric ozone, or what is called as ground level ozone, or what is called as surface level ozone. Clear? We know that. So let's have saved that. Now, as far as tropospheric ozone is concerned, if you talk about tropospheric ozone, this ozone is also called as ground level ozone. This ozone is also called as surface O3. Clear? Surface O3. Now, remember that ozone, if it is present in troposphere, it would be acting as what? It would be acting as a pollutant. And why? Because it's one among the 8 indicators which are present in the National Air Quality Index of India. Clear? It is one among the 8 indicators which are present in the National Air Quality Index of India. Second is what? Ozone is never a primary air pollutant. So directly it won't be emitted. Never. But it's always a secondary air pollutant, because it would be developed, it would be generated. So that's the second thing, that it is always a secondary air pollutant. And the third thing is, when you talk about tropospheric ozone sources include many. Sources of tropospheric ozone, first is what? Oxidation of methane. Methane we used in CNGs. Clear? So one is what? Oxidation of methane. Second is what? When dust storm comes, that also is responsible for spurting the level of O3. Third is what? Third is that when NOx reacts with volatile organic compounds in the presence of sunlight, then also O3 would be formed.
Clear? O3 would be formed. So we can see that O3 is a part of also photochemical smog. It is a part of photochemical smog, because photochemical smog consists of what? It consists of three things. It consists of peroxyacetyl nitrate. It consists of what? It consists of nitrogen dioxide. It also consists of what? It also consists of O3. Clear? Ozone. So it's a part of photochemical smog. So we can see these are the sources of. Then not only this, we can see benzene is also source of surface level ozone. Benzene would be coming from where? It would be coming from vehicular exhaust. And when it combines with other air pollutants, it reacts with other air pollutant, it forms O3. So all these are the sources of surface level ozone. When you talk about surface level ozone, we can see surface level ozone is defined as those ozone which would be present in the atmosphere up till an extent of 2 miles from the surface. So if this is present, this O3 would be called as surface level O3. Clear? Or it would be called as ground level O3. Clear? Surface level O3 or ground level O3 or tropospheric ozone. And generally present during daytime. And daytime why? Because of industrial emissions. But the CAC report report now it says that that's also present during night time. CSC report says that it is also present during night time. It's not only present during daytime. Now this is an alarm. CSC report means Center for Science and Environment. Clear? Smog types means, see, one smog is what? One smog is when smoke combines with fog. Now we are not concerned about that. It can spread on a large. Photochemical smog is due to the influence of solar radiation. What happens when, suppose, NOx is pumped into atmosphere due to vehicular emission, or suppose hydrocarbon is pumped into the atmosphere due to vehicular emission? Under the influence of solar radiation, they would be interacting among themselves, and they would be developing three kinds of oxidants. One kind of oxidant would be called as what? Peroxyacetyl nitrate. Second would be called as O3, and third would be nitrogen dioxide. In a combined manner, it would be called as what? It would be called as photochemical smog. So in a combined manner, it is called as what? It is referred to as photochemical smog. If the intensity of solar radiation is very high, this photochemical smog would be called as brown air. If the intensity is less, then this is called as what? This is referred to as gray air. So two names of photochemical smog based on different types of intensity: brown air and gray air. Now we can see that as far as photochemical smog is concerned, as far as photochemical smog is concerned, photochemical smog spreads is in a local area, localized phenomena which can be witnessed in metropolitan cities where the vehicular or industrial emission is very high. It's not a very widespread phenomena as such. Clear? Fine. Smog types. So basically, two types of smogs are there, and we can see that CSC report says that in the NCR region, that is National Capital Region, it is also present during the night time. Clear? It is also present during the night time. Now, this is an alarming situation. So that's about tropospheric ozone as such. Clear? And suppose question is that ozone, when it is present in stratosphere, this is beneficial for us. But when it is present in troposphere, it's harmful for us. Why? Because this is nothing but a type of what? Type of pollutant. This is responsible for tropospheric ozone is responsible for what? It's responsible for respiratory problems. This is responsible for like asthma. It is responsible for corrosion of buildings. Clear? So this would be responsible for all these kind of adverse impact. That's about tropospheric ozone. I save it now.
Next thing that you have to know, that when you talk about ozone layer, ozone, if it is present in troposphere, that's not good for us. That's harmful for us. But if ozone is present in definitely the stratosphere, it's beneficial for us because it filters the harmful UV radiation. And when we talk about UV radiation can be divided into three types. First is called as what's called as UVA. Suppose this is the O3 ozone layer and this is the surface of Earth. UVA would be directly reaching the surface of Earth. It would be hindered by the ozone layer. Clear? It won't be hindered by the ozone layer. And if we talk about that, what is the lambda of this radiation, wavelength of this radiation? The wavelength of this radiation is 320 to 400 nanometers. That's the wavelength. And this kind of UVA radiation would be responsible for some adverse impact. If it's striking the body of humans, then it's responsible for some kind of adverse impact. And what happens due to this is that the elasticity of skin would be reducing. Clear? That's elasticity of the skin reduces, and aging would be taking much earlier. Clear? So that's called as UV A radiation. Second type of UV radiation would be called as what? It would be called as UV B. UVB. Now UVB radiation reaches the surface of Earth, but reaches the surface of Earth negligible amount. We are saying that negligible it is. Fine. Minimally one can say. And lambda is what? Lambda is nothing but 290 to 320 nanometers. That's the lambda wavelength. Clear? So 290 to 320 nanometer is the wavelength. And we can see that if suppose it reaches the surface of Earth in abundance due to depletion of ozone layer, if it reaches the surface of Earth in abundance, this would be responsible for what? This would be responsible for damages that we know commonly, skin cancer or cataract as such. So that's the adverse impact. Now, third kind of radiation is called as what? It's called as UVC. UVC. Clear? And if suppose this is the ozone layer, this is the surface of Earth, we can see UVC radiation never reaches the surface of Earth. It is completely obstructed by the ozone layer. So it never reaches the surface of the Earth. And if we examine the lambda of this, wavelength of this, it is nothing but 100 to 290 nanometers. 290 nanometers. Clear? But if at all, suppose there's no ozone layer, it reaches the surface of Earth. Anyhow, it reaches the surface of Earth, then it would be doomsday for mankind because this would be responsible for what? Death for humans, because this would be responsible for tissue damage. And this can take place if there is no ozone layer. But this hardly happens. Why? Because if you talk about this hardly happens because if you talk about ozone layer depletion, we can see ozone thickness of ozone layer is measured in a unit which is called as Dobson unit. The thickness of ozone layer reduces, but it also enhances. Clear? We can see from 2020 to 2022, the whole over Antarctica was stable. But now again we can see that due to a number of reasons, the whole over Antarctica, the ozone hole over Antarctica has enhanced. Clear? Ozone hole over Antarctica has enhanced. So the matter of concern for us is what? UVB.
not UVA or UVC, because UVA is reaching the surface of Earth naturally, and UVC won't be reaching the surface of Earth. So, in the limelight of depleting ozone layer, the matter of concern, the UV radiation, which is a matter of concern for us, is only B, not UVA or UVC as such. Clear? UVC as such. And do remember that the ozone layer, the UV radiation, which is obstructed by the ozone layer, is UVB and UVC. Clear? UVB and UVC. UVA is not at all obstructed by the ozone layer as such. Fine. Now, next thing that you have to know in this limelight, one thing, and do remember seeing these figures, that energy is inversely proportional to wavelength. Why? Because see, the wavelength is decreasing, and more energetic is the UV radiation. So we say that energy is inversely proportional to wavelength, because the wavelength is decreasing, and more energetic is the UV radiation as such. More and more energetic is the UV radiation. So that's the first thing. Now, next thing we can see, that if you talk about ozone layer depletion, ozone layer depletion was reported for the first time in 1985. First time. Clear? And we can see the thick, and this was reported over where? It was reported over Antarctica. Antarctica. First time in Antarctica, ozone depletion, and the thickness of ozone layer. Thickness of ozone layer in 1950s over Antarctica was from 280 to 320 Dobson unit. 280 to 320 Dobson unit. But this reduced to what? This reduced to 136 Dobson unit in 1985. And the alarm bells were ringing that how it happened. Clear? The alarm bells were ringing that how it happened. Now, when you talk about the ozone depleting substances include many CFCs, HCFCs, clear, methane, nitrous oxide. Fine. So these are what? These are all ODSs. ODSs. But do remember that CFCs never does directly damage to ozone layer. No direct damage to ozone layer. But CFCs would be responsible for emitting chlorine under the influence of solar radiation, and chlorine does the damage. So chlorine combines with O3 to form ClO plus O2, and this ClO is responsible for damage, would be combining with O3 to form Cl plus 2O2. Clear? So damage takes place continuously, and chlorine would be also formed. Damage takes place continuously, and chlorine would be also formed. So that's one thing. Fine. Second is what? Second is that when you are talking about ozone layer depletion, we can see, when you are talking about ozone layer depletion, maximum damage is done by 4 free radical catalysts. 4 free radical catalysts. See, CFCs was used in air conditioners. CFCs are what? CFCs are gases. And at room temperature, they are gases. But if you give them modest pressure, and modest pressure would be given by what? Compressor. They would be liquefying. And this liquefaction process is used for the purpose of cooling. But then when they re-evaporate, they would be absorbing heat. And that's why we say CFC is not only a ODS, but also a GHG, greenhouse gas. And roughly about all ODSs are nothing but greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases. Now we can see 4 free radical catalysts are there. And these 4 free radical catalysts include what? It includes chlorine. It includes bromine. It includes OH hydroxyl, and also includes NO. These are 4 free radical catalysts. Clear? 4 free radical catalysts: chlorine, bromine, OH, and NO. And when you talk about NOx, we can see in NOx not only NO2 is present, but also NO is present, nitric oxide. Nitrous oxide is taken separately. Clear, you have mentioned nitrous oxide here. Clear, this is also ozone depleting substance. But maximum damage is done by 4 free radical catalysts, which includes chlorine, bromine, OH, and NO. Now, one thing, if you talk about among these 4, which is responsible for maximum damage, it's bromine. Maximum damage. But the problem with bromine is what? That bromine is never found in free state in atmosphere. And why never found in free state in atmosphere? Because it's highly soluble in water. And highly soluble in water, so if suppose we have to extract brominated compounds, it can take place only from one source. And that source is what? That source is called as brine pools. So if you have to extract brominated compounds, it can take place from brine pools. And brominated compounds which are extracted from brine pools would be mainly used as what? Would be mainly used as fire retardants. Brominated compounds which are extracted from the brine pools are mainly used as what? It is mainly used as fire retardants. Brominated compounds. Clear? They are mainly used as fire retardants. And just remember that if they are used as fire retardants, then they are called as BFRs, brominated fire retardant, and it is used in all products. It is used in plastics. That's a chemical present in plastic. Clear? Then it is used in textiles. Then it is used in not only textiles and plastic, but it's also used in mattresses, furnitures. So all these have what? All these have BFRs present, brominated fire retardants, which are present in it. Which are present in it. And the adverse impact of BFR is what? They have asked you in examination also. Adverse impact of BFR. See, BFR, if we say fire extinguisher is nothing but compressed CO2. Now this is fire retardant. This suppresses fire. Clear? This suppresses fire. So if we are using brominated fire retardant in suppose this tab or this furniture, it would be suppressing fire, because it suppresses a chain reaction which takes place during fire. So that's why it's called as brominated fire retardant. But there are adverse impact of BFR. One adverse impact of BFR is what? That it is bioaccumulative in nature. Bioaccumulative in nature means that it enters the food chain. And second is that it is endocrine disruptors. So if, suppose it is endocrine disruptors, it is responsible for disturbing the hormonal balance inside the body. Hormonal balance inside the body would be disturbed by BFR, brominated fire retardants. Clear? So this is about which substance does maximum damage to ozone layer. Clear? Fine. Now, next thing that you have to see, that one thing is that why damage takes place in Antarctica. There's a question also asked on that to you, that why damage would be taking place in Antarctica more. Now remember that maximum industrialized zone of the earth is the tropical areas of northern hemisphere. Northern hemisphere. Clear? That's the zone where industrialization is maximum. If this zone, the industrialization is maximum, it means also that emissions would be maximum. So ODSs would be more and more. Ozone depleting substances would be emitted in this area more and more. But then damage takes place near Antarctica more. Why is that? Now what happens, that the hot tropospheric air, which is carrying the industrial emission, means which carries the ODSs, when it mingles with the cold stratospheric air, we can see that a circulation is generated, and this circulation is called as Dobson-Buer circulation.
This circulation is called as Dobson-Brewer circulation. And this circulation will be responsible for pushing the emission towards the poles, towards the North Pole also and towards the South Pole also. The emissions would be pushed. Clear? Now, we can see the shape of the earth is responsible, one factor which is responsible. Why shape of the earth? We know that the shape of the earth is what? Shape of earth is spheroid. So bulging out at the equatorial area and flattened at the poles. So if suppose it is flattened at the poles, this is the shape of the earth, flattened at the poles. It means that if we consider the center of gravity from here, this distance would be always a short distance. This distance would always be a short distance when compared to this or this or this distance. Clear? This would be called as a short distance when compared to this or this. So these distances are short. The entire atmosphere of the earth is resting on earth because of the gravitational pull. Clear? If there's no gravitational pull, no atmosphere would be there. So the entire atmosphere of the earth is resting on earth because of the gravitational pull. So when the industrial emission carrying the ODSs reaches here, the north and the south pole, it gets accumulated. And when it gets accumulated, suppose this is getting accumulated, now there's a peculiar wind pattern which is seen in this area. And this peculiar wind pattern is called as what? It is referred to as the vortex wind. So this is called as vortex wind. Here also vortex wind and here also vortex wind. So you can see that the industrial emission which has got accumulated in this area rotates along with the vortex. Clear? And this industrial emission consists of ODSs. Vortex wind is formed how? Vortex wind is formed due to yes, dB circulation. dB circulation is what? When the hot tropospheric air, which is rising from the tropical areas of northern hemisphere, suppose, and this is carrying along with it the industrial emission, mingles with the cold stratospheric air. At this juncture, the Dobson-Brewer circulation would be generated, which would be pushing the emissions towards the poles. Clear? It would be coming here also. It would be coming here also, but it gets accumulated near the poles, and that is our main concern. That if it is getting accumulated near the poles, why? Clear? So it is getting accumulated near the poles due to nearer center of gravity, and for that sake we have said that the shape of the earth is responsible. Clear? Second thing is what? That it has got accumulated here. When the earth rotates, we can see formation of a wind pattern can be seen in this area, and this is called as vortex winds. Clear? Near north pole or near south pole. Polar stratospheric vortex is another thing. Clear? We'll discuss that also. But this is called as vortex wind, and this pattern would be seen in that area. Vortex wind. So now it is the ODSs, the ozone depleting substances, are now whirling along with the vortex wind. Clear? They are now rotating along with the vortex wind. And when the winter comes, so we can see second factor is rotation of earth. Now when winter comes, this vortex wind would be condensing, and this would be forming a highly reactionary cloud here also, and during winter here also. This would be condensing and forming a highly reactionary cloud, and this is called as polar stratospheric cloud. That is the only cloud which can be seen in stratosphere. This is called as the polar stratospheric cloud or PSCs, and this would be seen where? It would be seen near the north and the south poles. So when winter comes, the vortex wind condenses to form highly reactionary cloud, which is called as polar stratospheric cloud. Now we can see the ODSs are now trapped inside this cloud. Here the ODSs are trapped. Here the ODSs are trapped. Inside the clouds they are trapped. Clear? Inside the clouds they would be trapped. So nothing will happen during winter, because for depletion of ozone layer there are two factors required.
First factor which is required is low temperature. The first factor which is required is low temperature. The second factor which is required is sunlight, because sunlight, to trigger ozone depletion reaction, sunlight is a must. To kickstart ozone depletion reaction, sunlight is a must. So we can see that nothing will happen during winter because low temperature is there. Obviously, it is winter, low temperature, but no solar radiation is there. Why? Because the tilt of the pole is away from the sun during winter. So no solar radiation is there. So this cannot happen. Ozone depletion cannot take place during winter. But when the winter gets over, when the winter is over and sunlight again reaches this area, suppose sunlight falls on the polar stratospheric clouds, then from polar stratospheric cloud, O3 would be released. ODS would be released. The ozone depleting substances would be released, and this would be damaging the ozone layer like anything. It would be responsible for maximum damage to ozone layer during this phase. Clear? This would be responsible for maximum damage to ozone layer during this phase. ODSs would be released. And why maximum damage to ozone layer? Because if you talk about polar stratospheric clouds, inside the polar stratospheric cloud, there are thin sheets of ice. And in the ODSs would be released from these thin sheets of ice. So the thin sheets of ice won't be acting as only a source of ODS. The thin sheets of ice are not only acting as a source of ODS, but also as the platform for ozone depletion reaction to occur, because this is nothing but ice. So it's not only acting as a source of ODS, but also a platform for ozone depletion reaction to occur. And the arsenal is present nearby, the target is present nearby, and that's the reason why damage to ozone layer takes place, and this takes place on a larger scale during winter. Clear? This is the reason why damage to ozone layer takes place, and this takes place on a large scale during winter. Fine. But if this be the case, then we can see that in an identical manner, in an identical fashion, damage to ozone layer should have taken place in Arctic region and also in Antarctica. If this be the case, then we say that in an identical manner, in a identical manner, damage to ozone layer should have taken place in Arctic region and Antarctica. Clear? Now here we can see temperature of Antarctica plays a very crucial role. The temperature of Antarctica during winter can come down to minus 115 degrees centigrade. But temperature of Arctic region can come down to minus 60 or minus 70 degrees centigrade. We can see formation of PSCs takes place at minus 76 degrees centigrade. Clear? Formation of PSCs. So PSCs would be formed more in Antarctica when compared to Arctic region. Clear? First thing, PSCs would be formed, polar stratospheric clouds would be formed more in Antarctica when compared to Arctic region. That's first point. Second is what? That the icy layers, since the temperature has dipped down to minus 150 degrees centigrade, the icy layers of PSCs would be staying for a greater period of time in Antarctica. And damage to ozone layer in Antarctica would be more when compared to the Arctic region or when compared to any other part on the globe. So we can see there are three factors which are responsible for damage to ozone layer near Antarctica. One is the shape of the earth. Second is the rotation of earth. And third is what? Lowest temperature of Antarctica. Lowest temperature of Antarctica. There was a report which recently said that ozone layer depletion is related to global warming in more than one way. That was a report given by Lancaster University. And this report says that when ozone layer depletion takes place, more and more of global warming would take place. Now, the reason given in that is what? That all ODSs are nothing but greenhouse gases. So it means that if the greenhouse gases level enhance, the ODSs level would also enhance. That's the first point. All ODSs are nothing but greenhouse gases. Second thing is what? Second thing is that when you talk about ozone layer and global warming, we can see that if UVB radiation reaches the surface of Earth in abundance, this damages the phytoplanktons. It damages the phytoplanktons. And phytoplanktons are what? Carbon sinks. Oceans act as one of the biggest carbon sinks because of phytoplanktons and algae, because they utilize CO2 for photosynthesis. So if ozone layer depletion takes place, UVB radiation would be reaching the surface of Earth in abundance, and this would be responsible for damaging phytoplanktons. Clear? So due to this, what will happen? The carbon sink would be reduced. So if ozone layer depletion takes place, carbon sink reduced means that the impact of global warming would enhance. Clear? Impact of global warming would enhance because the absorbers of carbon would be missing. So that's the second point. First, second point. Third point is what? That we can see that due to global warming, the temperature of troposphere is enhancing, but that of the stratosphere is getting reduced. And why enhancing and getting reduced? Because the infrared radiation would be absorbed more and more by the greenhouse gases in troposphere. If the level of greenhouse gases in troposphere enhances, now it means that the escape of infrared radiation, which is coming out from the surface, the escape of infrared radiation to troposphere would be reduced, to stratosphere would be reduced. So we can see stratosphere would be gradually becoming cooler and troposphere would be gradually becoming warmer. Clear? Stratosphere would be gradually and again we'll discuss when it comes to global warming. Stratosphere stratosphere would be gradually becoming cooler, and we can see that troposphere would be gradually becoming warmer and warmer day by day. So if suppose we talk about stratosphere and troposphere, the temperature difference between troposphere and stratosphere would be enhancing. We say that the temperature difference between to, troposphere and stratosphere would be enhancing. Clear? And if the temperature of stratosphere is getting reduced, then it would be favoring ozone layer depletion in more than one way. Because first of all, you know very well that low temperature is favorable for depletion of ozone layer. Clear? Low temperature is favorable for depletion of ozone layer. And second is what? Second is what? So what's the question that you have asked me? See, hope spots are what? Hope spots are those parts of the ocean which are fragile for the health of the oceans. Clear? And it is given in the context of ocean, that what are hope spots. Clear? They are given in context of that's a special place that is critical to the health of the ocean, Earth's blue heart as such. And certainly that would be in context of nothing but the oceans as such. Clear? The oceans as such. And in this context, we cannot refer it to, yes, you can refer it to in the context of Antarctica. Clear? You can say that hope spots are what? Hope spots, for example, Andaman and Nicobar and Lakshadweep, they have been recently named as new hope spots by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. And mission blue is what? For protection of oceans, because this is for the sustenance of the entire earth, the oceans, because oceans act as one of the biggest carbon sink. Oceans are responsible for regulating the temperature of the earth. Clear? So hope spots would be given in that all those areas in the ocean which are very critical for, very significant for the health of the ocean, or for the stabilization of the ocean, or for maintenance of the oceans, those would be called as hope spots. Clear? Hope spots. Fine.
So that can be called as hotspots. Now, that is now we can see that there are three factors which are responsible: shape of the Earth, rotation of Earth, and lowest temperature of Antarctica. And I have said that the report which was given by Lancaster University, it said that ozone layer depletion is related to global warming in more than one way. Ozone layer depletion is related to global warming in more than one way, and there are three connects drawn. One is all greenhouse gases are nothing but ODSs. Second is what? Second is uh, carbon sinks. If suppose UVB radiation reaches the surface of Earth in abundance, the carbon sinks would be reduced. And what are carbon sinks? Phytoplankton would be getting damaged, because of which the carbon sink is reduced. Because oceans act as one of the biggest carbon sink, and this would be responsible for enhancing the level of CO2 in atmosphere, and this would be contributing into global warming. Clear? And third thing which you have said, that if the temperature of troposphere enhances due to global warming, because more and more of greenhouse gases will be present, and it would be responsible for absorbing more and more of infrared radiation, then the temperature of stratosphere definitely would be reduced, because the escape of infrared radiation to stratosphere is reduced, and low temperature of stratosphere would be favoring ozone layer depletion in more than one way. One is low temperature is favorable for its depletion, that you know very well. And second reason is what? Second reason is that formation of PSCs takes place at minus 76 degrees centigrade. Clear? So you can see two hope spots have been declared recently by IUCN, and one is Lakshadweep and second is Andaman and Nicobar Island. In context of India, remember those things. Now, next thing that you have to know is this is completed. When you talk about that, what initiatives have been taken for ozone layer depletion, the questions that we put forward included all the amendments to the Montreal Protocol, and that's correct. All the amendments are correct. But the main initiatives are what? In 1985, when ozone layer depletion was reported for the first time, ozone layer depletion was reported for the first time. We can see the Vienna conference was called. And the objective of Vienna conference was what? The objective of Vienna conference was to uh, conduct research to know about the impact of anthropogenic activities on ozone layer depletion first, and it asked the respective governments of the countries to take administrative and legislative measures for this purpose. To take administrative and legislative measures for this purpose. So that was asked. Clear? Now, as far as the concrete measures are concerned, one concrete measure was taken in 1987 when 27 nations signed. India was not included among the 27 nations, signed the Montreal Protocol. Now, Montreal Protocol was for twofold purpose. One purpose was to limit the production of ODS, to limit the production of ODSs. Clear? And second purpose was what? Second purpose was to not only limit, but also to phase them out. Clear? And for phasing these ODSs out, there were two time frames set. One time frame was set for developed nation. This was a shorter time frame. And another time frame was set for developing nation. This was a longer time frame. Under the Montreal Protocol, we can see ODSs were classified also. So class 1 ODS, class 2 ODS. In this context, we can see that if you talk about methyl bromide is a brominated compound, was used initially as pesticide in agriculture, but WHO banned it because this damaged the ozone layer to a greater extent. And under
the Montreal Protocol, this has been completely banned. Clear? This you have to remove methyl bromide anyhow. And India recently used methyl bromide for fumigation of agricultural produce that it imports from other countries. For fumigation of agricultural produce that it imports from other countries. Why? Because this may bring to India invasive species. So for this purpose, India used, and India justified that under the phytosanitary norms of WTO, we have the right to do so. But it was bitterly criticized by the developing nations. Clear. So methyl bromide. So it was used as a pesticide in agriculture initially, but WHO banned it because it damaged the ozone layer to a greater extent. Then we can see that after this, in 1990, a UN conference was conducted, and this constituted a fund that was of $240 million. It's less. Now, this was for the purpose of helping the developing nations find alternates to CFC. The alternate to CFC was found, and this alternate was found in the form of what? In the form of HFCs. Clear? So CFCs was now replaced by HFCs. Now, one thing is clear that HFCs da- damage ozone layer to a lesser extent. Clear? 5 to 10 times less damaging to ozone layer when compared to CFC. But the other perspective is very dangerous. And what is that? That when you talk about HFCs, when you're talking about HFCs is nothing but a greenhouse gas. And the global warming potential is very high as such. Very high. When you talk about the global warming potential, we can see global warming potential is what? It is the heat retention capacity. In other words, we can say. So, compared to CO2, on a unit scale, what is the heat retention capacity would be called as the global warming potential. If we take CO2, we can see CO2 is a greenhouse gas. Water vapor is also greenhouse gas. Clear? But the global warming potential, the heat retention capacity of water vapor is twice than that of CO2. But then water vapor would be short-lived in atmosphere as it would be falling down in the form of precipitation. Clear? It would be short-lived in atmosphere as it would be falling down in the form of precipitation. But the heat retention capacity of methane, suppose we take methane, is 25 to 28 times than that of CO2. Sometimes mentioned 84 times, 80 times, but if you look at all, you can see 25 to 28 times than that of CO2. But methane is also short-lived in atmosphere. It would be lasting in atmosphere for 9 to 12 years. 9 to 12 years. And if suppose we talk about the heat retention capacity of or the global warming potential of nitrous oxide, it is very high. It is 265 times than that of CO2. The heat retention capacity of not only nitrous oxide but another substance which is called as HFCs is very high. It is 1000 times than that of. And when we manufacture Teflon, when industrial manufacturing of Teflon takes place, a byproduct is developed. And this byproduct is called as what? This byproduct is referred to as CHF3. CHF3 means fluoroform. So you can see the heat retention capacity of or global warming potential of fluoroform, that is CHF3, is 11,700 times than that of CO2. Clear? And if you talk about heat retention capacity of not only fluoroform, heat retention capacity of fluoroform, this is, but also the last one, and that is SF6.
That is sulfur hexafluoride. The main source is making of electrical appliances, electrical insulators. So when you make electric insulators, sulfur hexafluoride would be emitted on a large scale. And the global warming potential of sulfur hexafluoride is very high. It is 23,500 times than that of CO2. Clear? Than that of CO2. So this is your heat retention capacity, or it is also called as global warming potential. Clear? Heat retention capacity, and this is how it can be exhibited. So very high as such. Now HFC. Now HFC was damaging for uh, was certainly not good. It was less damaging for ozone layer, but the global warming potential of HFC was very high as such. Global warming potential of HFC was very high. So what was done? We can see warming potential of HFCs was very high. And as far as HFC is concerned, we can see HFCs, for removing HFCs, Kigali Agreement was signed. Kigali Agreement, Kigali is in Rwanda. It's also an amendment to the Montreal Protocol, and this was signed in 2016. Clear? This was signed in 2016. Now, the purpose of Kigali Agreement was what? The purpose of Kigali Agreement was to phase out 90% of HFCs. 90% of HFCs should be phased out by the mid of this century, 2050. And if this is done, then the temperature of Earth would be reducing by 0.5 degrees centigrade. This would be certainly very significant in meeting the target of the Paris Declaration. Clear? So the temperature of Earth would be reduced by 0.5 degrees centigrade, and this would be very much significant in meeting the target of Paris Declaration as such. So that's called as Kigali Agreement. But we can see Kigali Agreement is based on what? It is based on CBDR. CBDR means common but differentiated responsibility. Differentiated responsibility. It means that if we talk about the developed and developing nation, both have a common concern. The concern is to mitigate the adverse impact of global warming and climate change. That's a common concern. Clear? But more effort should be made by, more responsibility should be made by the developed nation when compared to developing nation. Why? Because it is because of them that this happened. Clear? Suppose when you talk about pre-industrialization level, the temperature has enhanced when compared to the pre-industrialization level. It has enhanced. The main contribution has been made by the developed nations. India believes in what is called as uh, polluter pays principle. Polluter pays principle means those who are responsible for polluting the atmosphere of the earth, those who were responsible for polluting the atmosphere, those who were responsible for global warming, those who were responsible for ozone layer, they should take the first initiative to mitigate the adverse impact of global warming. Later on, it should be taken by the developing nation. First would be taken by developed nation. So if suppose we developing nation take initiative for mitigating the adverse impact of global warming and climate change, the fund should come from developed nation only. Clear? The funding should be that of developed nation only. So this is called as polluter pays principle. Those who are responsible for polluting the atmosphere of the earth should be responsible for paying for the damage. Second principle on which we adhere to is called as ecological depth, because we were under the imperial rule, colonial rule. So the resources of developing nations were utilized by developed nation during their imperial or colonial rule. Now it is the time to pay back, and they should be paid back in the form of funding for mitigation measures. Because if we divert our fund for this purpose, what will happen? Our development process would be impeded. So we can see that India's stand is based on what? India's stand is based on polluter pays principle. India's stand is based on ecological depth. India's stand is based on CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. Clear? Common but differentiated responsibility. So this was done under the Kigali Agreement. Now, if we say that what are the substitutes, now the substitutes for HFC today is what? R32. We are using difluoromethane in air conditioners today. CFC was replaced by HFC, and HFC has been being replaced by what? R32, which is called as difluoromethane. Clear? Which is referred to as difluoromethane. And we can see that we have the potential to use other gases also. For example, R290, that is nothing but propane. Refrigeration series we are talking about. R600A, that is nothing but isobutane. R717, which is nothing but ammonia. So these gases can be also used for refrigeration series. These gases can be also used for refrigeration series. Clear? Fine. And do remember that why methane is a concern. So all these things in ozone layer depletion you have to know. Clear? Now, methane is certainly a concern. We'll discuss that at the end, and we'll discuss what is called as global methane pledge also. So in that we'll discuss methane. But for solving the question that was given to you yesterday test, we'll discuss briefly methane. But at the end we'll also discuss that why methane is a concern and how global methane pledge was signed. Clear? Scientists. This much in ozone layer depletion. Now we talk about global warming. We know that the greenhouse gases which are present in the atmosphere of the earth, for example, CO2 is present, methane is present, water vapor is present. All these are greenhouse gases. They are responsible for moderating the temperature of earth. And moderating the temperature of earth means that the incoming solar radiation, we are talking about the incoming solar radiation. The incoming solar radiation is of a shorter wavelength. So first of all, they are transparent to the incoming solar radiation. These are the greenhouse gases. They are transparent to the incoming solar radiation. So they allow the solar radiation, incoming solar radiation of a shorter wavelength to reach the surface of the earth. And the incoming solar radiation is from 0.2 to 4 micrometer. Clear? But the surface of the earth won't be directly, the troposphere won't be directly heated by the solar radiation. It will be indirectly heated by the solar radiation. So what happens that from the surface of earth, the infrared radiation is generated. We are saying that from the surface of earth, first of all, the incoming solar radiation of a shorter wavelength is responsible for striking the surface of the earth, and from the surface of the earth, the long wavelength infrared radiation is generated, and the wavelength of this is from 4 to 100 micrometer. That's the wavelength of infrared radiation. Clear? Now, if suppose there's no greenhouse gases present, this would be escaping into the atmosphere, and the temperature of earth in that case would be minus 20 degrees centigrade. But since the greenhouse gases are present, they absorb this infrared radiation and they also revert them back. So when they revert them back like this reverting back of infrared radiation is called as what? It's called as counter radiation forcing. It's called as counter radiation forces. In technical term, it would be also called as carbon flux. So it is due to the absorption of infrared radiation by the greenhouse gases, and also due to the counter radiation forcing or what is called as the carbon flux, that the temperature of earth gets moderated, the temperature of earth gets regulated, and earth becomes suitable for our survival. Earth becomes suitable for our survival. Clear? So that's how. But the concern is that this happened naturally every time. The concern is what? The concern is rising industrial emission. Clear? That's the main concern. Rising industrial emission. So if the industrial emission is rising, it means the level of greenhouse gases is rising. And if the level of greenhouse gases is rising, more and more of infrared radiation would be absorbed. More and more of counter radiation forcing would be produced. This results in enhancement of temperature of Earth, which is termed as what? Which is termed as global warming. This results in enhancement of temperature of Earth, which is termed as global warming as such. Clear? And you have seen the global warming potential of. And since temperature is responsible for determining a number of geographical phenomena, that's why we say that climate change due to global warming is inevitable. It's bound to take place. Climate change due to global warming is inevitable. It is bound to take place. Clear? So that's global warming. First thing. Now, next thing that you have to know is the different types of phenomena that you have to study. Fine. One phenomena that you have to study is that how is cryosphere a contributor to global warming? And how is that? First of all, let's understand all those things. When we talk about the sun, suppose this is the sun, and obviously this is the earth. We can see that's not from the sun. When you talk about the sun and when you talk about the earth, we can see that from the sun, not only solar radiation would be, not only light rays would be coming towards the earth, but from the sun also we can see charged particles would be directed towards the earth. And these charged particles which are directed towards the earth from the sun include what? It includes alpha, that's doubly charged helium atom, electrons, protons. Now the coming of these charged particles from the sun towards the earth would be termed as what? It would be termed as solar wind. Solar wind. In other words, we can say that suns, if you look at sun's yellow surface, the sun is a gaseous mass, obviously. So the yellow part, the visible yellow part of the sun would be called as what? It would be referred to as the photosphere. So this is the visible yellow part. So this is called as the photosphere. And the temperature of photosphere of the sun is roughly about 5,500 degrees centigrade, sometimes written 6,000 degrees centigrade also. But there would be some places on sun's photosphere which would be where the temperature would be low. Clear? These places where the temperature is low would be called as sunspots. So one thing about is that these are areas of low temperature, but these are also temporary. These are also temporary. They are also not only temporary, but they are also localized magnetic fields. Localized magnetic fields. Fine. So you can see that the photosphere of the sun has an average temperature of 5,500 degrees centigrade. Clear? And there are certain areas on the photosphere where the temperature is low. These areas would be called as what? They would be called as sunspots. These areas are temporary. These areas are temporary, and they would be localized magnetic field. They are called as localized magnetic field. Fine. And there is a sunspot cycle also. Sometimes the lit up areas would be getting converted into sunspot, and sometimes the sunspots is getting converted into lit up areas. If you look at the atmosphere of the sun, The atmosphere of the sun would be called as what? This part is called as chromosphere. And the outermost part of this atmosphere is called as corona, from where we can see flames erupt. And these flames are more than 1000 kilometers in length. These flames are called as what? These flames are called as prominences. Prominences. Clear? So we can see that from the sun towards the earth, not only the solar radiation is directed, but charged particles are also directed towards the earth. And the charged particles consist of what? It consists of alpha particles, which are doubly charged helium atoms, electrons, and also protons. Now we can see that the magnetic field of the earth, suppose the magnetic field of the earth would be consisting of two ring shaped belts. These are imaginary, not real. So the magnetic field of the earth would be consisting of two ring shaped belts. Clear? Two ring shaped belts. And these two ring shaped belts would be called as what? It is called as Van Allen belt. Van Allen belt. So when the charged particles are directed from the sun towards the earth, they would be accumulating inside the Van Allen belt. So electron, protons, alpha particles would be accumulating here. And when the earth rotates, they would be directed towards the poles. So when they are directed towards the poles, they would be striking different kinds of gases which are present in the atmosphere of the earth. And when they strike different kinds of gases present in the atmosphere of the earth, they would be generating different kinds of energy levels. Now these energy levels would be visualized to us in colorful streaks of radiation, which are called as auroras. So you can see in the North Pole, it would be called as auroras borealis. And in the South Pole, it would be called as aurora australis. So in the North Pole, it is called as aurora borealis. In the South Pole, it is called as aurora australis. Clear? Aurora australis. First thing. Second thing that you have to know that when you talk about aurora australis, and if we talk about that, what are the gases which are present in the atmosphere of the earth which strikes and generates different energy levels as such? There are two main gases. One is oxygen and second would be nitrogen. If suppose it strikes oxygen, if oxygen is struck by these charged particles, we can see a red or green color would be generated. But if nitrogen is struck, blue or purple color would be generated. Nitrogen, it comes in contact with nitrogen, strikes nitrogen. So these are auroras. Now we can see also that as far as the solar wind is concerned, solar wind can be called as CME. CME means coronal mass ejection, because this is coming from corona. Clear? And after every 10 years, 10th year, we can see every 10th year, sometimes in the 10th year, every time, not sometime, every time, the solar activities enhances. And the solar activities enhances, and that enhances on the photosphere of the sun, obviously. So when the solar activity in the 11th year, after the 10th year, enhances in the 11th year, this phenomena is called as what? This phenomena is called as solar flare. Solar flare. Clear? A result of solar flare would be what? That more and more of charged particles would be pushed towards the earth. More and more of charged particles would be pushed towards the earth. And if more and more of charged particles is pushed towards the earth, the intensity of auroras would be magnified. This condition would be called as what? It would be called as solar tsunami. Clear? So it's not a real tsunami as such. So this condition would be called as solar tsunami. So this would be responsible for disrupting the power grid in the polar regions. This would be disrupting the communication network in the polar regions. Clear? See, we can say that that the recent reports have suggested, and that report came from Japanese university, that auroras are also responsible for ozone layer depletion. Clear? Auroras. That's why I'm discussing this. That auroras are also responsible for ozone layer depletion. Fine. Auroras are also responsible for ozone layer depletion. Now, that's one thing that you know. But do remember here one more thing, that as far as auroras is concerned, not auroras. If suppose we take this as the sun again and this as the earth again, and this is the amount of solar radiation which would be directed from the sun towards the earth. We know that if entirely this radiation reaches the earth won't be a hospitable place for our survival. So the part of solar radiation, a part of solar radiation, and roughly about one third would be reflected back. We say that one third of solar radiation would be reflected back. So the reflecting back of one third of solar radiation, so that earth becomes suitable for our survival. If suppose the amount of solar radiation is directed towards the earth, this which is directed towards the earth reaches the earth in total, the earth won't be hospitable for our survival. Clear? We won't be surviving because the temperature would be very high. So one can say that one third of the solar radiation which is reflected back would be making earth conducive for survival. And this reflection of one third of the solar radiation are referred to as what? It is referred to as auroras. Auroras, sorry, is referred to as, not auroras, just one mistake. Aurora we is called as what? It's called as albedo phenomena. Fine. The reflecting of one third of the solar radiation is called as albedo phenomena, and through this earth becomes suitable for our survival. But what when you talk about albedo phenomena, we can see contribution is made by what? 60% of contribution in albedo phenomena would be made by ice cover, and 30% of contribution in albedo phenomena would be made by clouds. Clear? So if more and more of albedo phenomena takes place, what will happen? The global warming would be reduced. Global warming would be reduced. Aurora समझ नहीं आया? Aurora and twilight are two different things. Twilight means the colorful sky that you see during the sunrise or the sunset is called as twilight. See, again, aurora means what? That first of all, the sun is not only responsible for directing photons. Photons means light to the earth. Clear? From the sun, charged particles are also directed towards the earth. From the sun, charged particles are also directed to the earth. These charged particles which are directed towards the earth includes what? It includes protons. It includes electrons. It includes alpha particles. Alpha particles are doubly charged helium atoms. Clear? Alpha particles. And when they are directed from sun towards the earth, certainly what will happen? When they are directed from the sun towards the earth, they would be, first of all, now the coming of, remember that the coming of charged particles from the sun towards the earth would be called as what? It would be called as solar wind. It is also referred to as CME. CME means coronal mass ejection. Clear? CME, corona, because coming from where? It's coming from corona, the outermost part of the earth. Sun's atmosphere is nothing but corona. So this is called as CME, coronal mass ejection. Now, first of all, it is trapped inside the Van Allen belt. What is Van Allen belt? Van Allen belt is nothing but a part of the Earth's magnetosphere, a part of the Earth's magnetic field. That's called as Van Allen belt. Now, this is first of all trapped inside the Van Allen belt. And as the Earth rotates, it moves towards the poles. Clear? It is moving towards the poles. And when it moves towards the poles, I'm again speaking about that. I'm coming to solar tsunami. When it moves towards the poles, it would be striking different kinds of gases which are present in the atmosphere of the earth. What are the two main gases which are present in the atmosphere of the earth? Nitrogen, nitrogen. And second would be what? Second would be oxygen. Clear. More than 70% is nitrogen, more than 20% is oxygen. Now, what happens when it strikes the different kinds of gases, the charged particles? The different frequency levels would be there. Clear? Different frequency would be emitted of different energy levels, and these frequency would be visualized to us in the forms of colorful streaks of radiation. These colorful streaks of radiation is called as auroras, which is visualized to us in the north pole and in the south pole. If visualized on the in the north pole, it is called as aurora borealis. If visualized in the south pole, it is called as aurora australis. Clear? So it can be in the north pole and it can be in the south pole as such. Is that clear? Fine. I am saying that auroras are also responsible for ozone layer depletion. One thing. Second thing is what? That when you talk about the solar activity after 10 years enhances every 11th year. So when the solar activity would be enhancing, where it would be enhancing? That would be enhancing on the photosphere of the sun. So when the solar activity enhances on the photosphere of the sun, this would be called as what? This would be called as nothing but solar flare. I have named it. Clear? So what will happen as a result of solar flare? More and more of charged particles would be directed towards the earth. And if more and more of charged particles is directed towards the earth, more and more of striking of these charged particles with the gases in atmosphere would take place. So the intensity of aurora is magnifying. Clear? And if the intensity of aurora magnifies, then we can see that this phenomena is called as what? This phenomena is called as solar tsunami. If the intensity of aurora magnifies, this phenomena is called as solar tsunami. Now here, if suppose and here the intensity has magnified, it would be disrupting the communication network. It would be also responsible for disrupting the electricity grid. And if suppose you are a scientists, you are in the space near the north or the south pole conducting research, your research is bound to get disrupted due to nothing but coming of more and more of charged particles. Clear? Fine. Is that clear? Now the auroras and the solar tsunami is clear. When there will be more concentration of greenhouse gases, then there will be no as such significance of albedo effect, क्योंकि फिर सनलाइट तो बाहर जा नहीं पाएगा. It's not that. It's not that there won't be any kind of, see, what is there that the sunlight would, the sunlight can penetrate these kind of gases. And you know that I have discussed here that the greenhouse gases are transparent to the incoming solar radiation. Clear? They are transparent, and albedo phenomena would be affected by a number of factors also. Clear? Now when we say cryosphere, although the research in cryosphere is very inadequate, cryosphere is that part of biosphere which is covered with ice throughout the year. When I am saying that cryosphere as a contributor to global warming, cryosphere is that part of biosphere which is covered with ice. Clear? That part of biosphere, and it includes the permafrost region. There are two definitions of permafrost region. One definition is that in this area, even the summer solar radiation is unable to thaw, unable to melt the frozen soil. Then it's called as permafrost region. Second definition is what? That if in an area the temperature does not enhance beyond the freezing point for 2 consecutive years. If in an area the temperature does not enhance beyond the freezing point for 2 consecutive years, then this would be called as what? This would be referred to as permafrost region. Clear? Then this is referred to as permafrost region. Now permafrost region formation would be at Not only high latitudes. High latitudes means what? High latitudes means the polar regions. North Pole, South Pole, permafrost region would be there. It would be also at high altitude. High altitude means what? Mountain glaciers. Clear. So the formation of permafrost region would be taking place at high latitude and also at high altitude. But we know that 30% of albedo phenomena is performed by the clouds. We have studied in a stereotyped manner that when global warming takes place, sea level would be rising. Clear. And polar ice would be melting. It's a stereotype. Mountain glacier would be melting. Polar ice would be melting. Sea level would be rising. Now, if suppose the sea level rises, polar ice is melting, or if suppose the mountain glacier is melting, it means what? Now, this is nothing but the reduction of cryosphere. Clear? This means that the cryosphere, this means that the cryosphere is shrinking. Clear? This means that the cryosphere is shrinking. Fine. The cryosphere is getting reduced. And if the cryosphere is getting reduced, you know that 30% of albedo phenomena is performed by the clouds. If the cryosphere is getting reduced, it, it means that the solar radiation, if the cryosphere is getting reduced, it means that the albedo phenomena performed by the cryosphere is also getting reduced. So it would be enabling the solar radiation to reach the surface of Earth in abundance. And this would be aggravating the impact of global warming and climate change. Clear? Fine. Second is when cryosphere was formed in the Holocene period. We are also today in the Ice Age. Ice Age has not ended. So when the cryosphere was formed, lots of CO2 was absorbed in its formation. When it melts, this CO2 would be released, and this would be aggravating the influence of global warming. This would be aggravating the influence of global warming. Third thing is what? That the organic matter, dead plants, animals, etc. The organic matter trapped inside the cryosphere would be exposed due to melting or polarized due to melting of mountain glacier. And when this happens, if aerobic decomposition of organic matter takes place, then CO2 would be released. If anaerobic decomposition takes place, methane would be released. Both these are greenhouse gases. Clear? You know that in cryosphere, in permafrost region, gas hydrates are also present. So due to melting of cryosphere, due to melting of polar ice, due to melting of mountain glacier, the gas hydrates would be disassociated. Methane would be also released. And this would be aggravating further the influence of global warming. So in the above four connects, one is reduction of albedo phenomena. Second is what? Second is CO2 emission. Third is methane emission. Clear? Methane emission. And fourth, and methane emission due to gas hydrates, and methane and CO2 emission due to decomposition of organic matter. So in the above four connects, we can see that cryosphere, when we are talking about cryosphere as a contributor of global warming, cryosphere acts as a contributor to global warming. So it's not only a source, but it is contributing more and more to global warming. Clear? So this phenomena through which global warming is itself responsible for global warming, because global warming is not only an impact but also a source. This phenomena through which global warming is itself responsible for aggravating its influence, this phenomena would be called as what? This phenomena would be referred to as feedback effect. This phenomena would be called as what? It would be called as feedback effect. Clear? Effect. And the rate at which, the enhanced rate at which we can see that carbon emissions would be taking place due to all these factors from cryosphere or from the permafrost region would be called as what? It would be referred to as carbon bombing. So it is sometimes referred to as carbon bombing. So this Carbon bombs that we are talking about. Fine. So two phenomena. One is feedback effect and second would be called as carbon. Clear? Fine. That is the thing that you have to know. And everything has been depicted on the board itself. I'm saving this for you to be delivered at the end of the class. Now, next thing. There's a phenomena which is called as which we have missed in ozone layer depletion also. Now there's a phenomena which is called as SSW. SSW. Now this means what? This means sudden stratospheric warming. Sudden stratospheric warming. If you talk about winter, suppose we are considering winter in the polar regions. So if we consider winter in the polar regions, we can see the tilt is away from the sun. Clear? Let's consider that. So if we consider winter in the polar regions, suppose this is the North Pole and this is the South Pole, the tilt is away from the sun and no solar radiation would be there. But on the other hand, the equatorial area is receiving the solar radiation as it is. But since the tilt is away from the sun, feedback effect, feedback effect means that global warming, four connects we have discussed that how global warming is enhancing more and more. In the above four connects that we have mentioned, that if suppose the polarized melts, then the cryosphere would be shrinking. The cryosphere shrinking means the albedo phenomena would be reduced and this would enable the solar radiation to reach the surface of the earth in abundance. Second, we have discussed that CO2 would be released because it was absorbed in the formation of cryosphere. Third, we have discussed that gas hydrates would be disassociated, so methane would be released. Fourth, we have discussed that the decomposition of organic matter would take place because of that. And not only methane, but CO2 would be also released. So in the above four connects that we have discussed, we can see that global warming is itself responsible for aggravating its influence. So it's not only a source, but it's also an impact. So if global warming is itself responsible for aggravating its influence, this phenomena is called as feedback effect. Clear? And because of all these four reasons that we have discussed, the enhanced rate at which carbon is released from the cryosphere, carbon is released from the permafrost region, would be called as what would be referred to as carbon bombing. Clear? It would be referred to as carbon bombing. So there are two terms which I have given. Now see that during winter in the polar areas, the tilt is away from the sun. And if we talk about the solar radiation is striking just like it did earlier on the equatorial area. But nowhere the solar radiation is present near the poles during winter. Why? Because the tilt is away from the sun. Clear? So if we examine, if we take the stratospheric temperature of the equatorial area. So if this is the stratospheric temperature of equatorial area and compare it with the stratospheric temperature of the polar regions, we can see a big gradient can be noticed. A big gradient can be noticed. And this gradient, which can be noticed, would be called as what? It would be called as polar stratospheric gradient. Or you can say stratospheric gradient. Now, because of this, what will happen? Because of this gradient which develops between the stratosphere of the equatorial area and the stratosphere of the polar region, a jet wind would blow. See, jet wind blows due to not only pressure gradient, it blows also due to temperature gradient. So this is what? This is a temperature gradient, widening difference in temperature between the troposphere and the stratosphere. So we can see jet wind would be blowing, and this jet wind goes and encircles, this blows and it goes and encircles the cool breeze, the cool wind, which was blowing, which is nothing but the vortex wind, which was blowing in this area, because all entire wind does not convert into polar stratospheric clouds during winter. Clear? So this would be this wind formation would be seen, which is nothing but a type of jet wind. So this is a jet wind, and this formation is called as what? It is called as polar stratospheric vortex. Polar stratospheric vortex. Clear? So there's a difference between vortex wind and polar stratospheric vortex. And every time we can see during winter, polar stratospheric vortex would be formed. Clear? During winter, we can see formation of polar stratospheric vortex would take place. And sometimes what happens? The polar stratospheric vortex would be getting disturbed like this. Clear? So if the polar stratospheric vortex is getting disturbed like this, what will happen? The hot air from the equatorial area would be moving towards the poles. And second would be the reverse case. The cold air from the polar regions would be moving towards the tropical areas. Cold air from the polar regions would be moving towards the tropical areas. Now, this hot air which moves towards the polar region would be warming the temperature of polar region during winter. So this is called as what? This is called as sudden stratospheric warming. That's why it is called as sudden stratospheric warming. Clear? But on the other hand, we can see that the wind which comes from the cool breeze which comes from the polar regions would be responsible for bringing cold wave in India. Clear? Would be responsible for bringing cold wave in the subcontinent, cold wave in India, and this is the result of sudden stratospheric warming. But the question is, why the sudden polar stratospheric vortex gets disturbed? The polar stratospheric vortex is getting disturbed because of what? Because of a formation which is called as atmospheric waves. Now, atmospheric waves would be formed naturally, and they are formed naturally due to land sea gradient. They are formed naturally due to land sea gradient. Clear? Atmospheric waves formed naturally due to land sea gradient. And where is land sea gradient more visible? So in the northern hemisphere, it would be more visible. So if we can see that if polar stratospheric vortex takes place 7 times in, sorry, sudden stratospheric warming takes place 7 times in northern hemisphere, once only it is taking place in southern hemisphere. Clear? Only once it is taking place, because the land sea gradient in southern hemisphere is less. Clear? In this respect, we mention that towards the north of the Scandinavian countries, there is a area which is called as Barents Sea. Now, Barents Sea is very famous. Why? Because the sea ice cover in this area has completely melted. So, since the sea ice cover in this area has completely melted, we can see this is more favorable for the formation of what? Formation of atmospheric waves. And this would be disturbing the polar stratospheric vortex more and more, which results in sudden stratospheric warming. Now, this is called as sudden stratospheric warming, and I've saved this again for you now. But as far as global warming is concerned, there are numerous questions which can be asked in case of global warming. Remember that ruminants are animals like cattle, buffaloes, cows, These animals are responsible for chewing their food for a longer period of time. They take their food, chew it for a longer period of time. They graze on the pasture land. So ruminants are responsible for enhancing the adverse impact of global warming. How? Because the total contribution of ruminants in greenhouse gas emission is 14.5%. And this is report of what? FAO, Food and Agricultural Organization. Clear? And we can see if we compare it with transportation, the contribution of transportation is 14% only. So 14.5% by ruminants, and transportation is contributing only 14%. So we can see that ruminants are slightly more than transportation when it comes in total greenhouse gases emission of the world. Ruminants are slightly more than transportation when it comes in total greenhouse gas emission of the world. Clear? So what are the gases emitted by ruminants? Now the gases emitted by ruminants include methane, includes no, nitrous oxide, it includes CO2. These are the gases, but bulk of it is methane. Because of enteric fermentation in cattle, bulk of it is nothing but methane only. Clear? So there are some effective steps which can be taken for this purpose. One is the National Dairy Development Board of India has developed probiotic feed of these animals so that they emit less of gas. They are responsible for emitting less of gas they would be emitting, and they would be giving more and more of milk. Clear? So that's one thing which can be done by to check the emission from ruminants. Now we can see that breeding of these animals takes place on a large scale. Artificial breeding. And artificial breeding, if it is taking place on a large scale, it means that if artificial breeding is taking place on a large scale, this is for the purpose of meeting the demand of milk and meat. Clear? This is for the purpose of meeting the demand of milk and meat. So if breeding of these animals takes place on a large scale, then certainly more and more of global warming would take place because these gases are emitted from ruminants. So one can say that milk and meat consumption, because milk and meat would be derived from these animals, milk and meat consumption cannot be regarded as sustainable. Why? Because it damages the environment. It enhances global warming. You are breeding these animals in large numbers. This would be responsible for enhancing the level of greenhouse gases. So you can see breeding of these animals would be responsible for enhancing the amount of greenhouse gases, and that's why we can say that milk and meat consumption cannot be regarded as sustainable in nature. Milk and meat consumption cannot be considered as sustainable in nature. One thing. Now, also we can see that antibiotic resistant genes are present in the milk or meat of these animals. Now, for this purpose, what we have done? For this purpose, lab grown meat, which is also called as mosa meat. Now this is developed through tissue culture so that our dependency on meat from these animals would be less. And one thing is that the National Dairy Development Board of India has developed probiotic feed of these animals so that they emit less of gas and give more of milk. That's National Dairy Development Board of India. Clear? And give more of milk. So that's another thing which has been done for this purpose. Clear? Now the next thing which has been done here is that in the pasture land in Latin American nations, trees have been planted on a large scale to neutralize the emission from ruminants. So this method is called as what? This method is called as silvopastoralism. Silvopastoralism. So this has been done. to check the emission from ruminants as such. And UNEP in its emission gap report said that plant-based diet should be considered. Plant-based diet should be considered instead of what? Instead of milk and meat consumption. Plant-based diet should be considered instead of milk and meat consumption. So all these things for ruminants. Then you have to know also the concept of what is called as carbon credit. And trading. Yes, last year also we can see this question was asked in your examination last year. Anyway, they repeat sometimes the questions. So last year also we can see this type of question was asked in your examination. Now, what is carbon credit? You know that Kyoto Protocol. Just revise it. I think that most of you would have read it. So let's revise that. And remember one thing, that in this context, there's a new development on which they can ask you questions in examination. And that is called as what? That is called as green credit. So let's see. What is green credit as such? Clear what is referred to as green credit. And let's talk about carbon credit first of all. Now, when you talk about carbon credit, Kyoto Protocol was signed in 1997. And this protocol asked the developed nations, the industrialized nations, to reduce their emissions by 5.2%. Developed nation to reduce their emissions by 5.2%. Clear? So industrialized nations were asked to reduce their emissions by 5.2%, taking 1990 as a base year. 1990 as the base year. Now, there are two drawbacks of this protocol. First, the biggest emitter of that time, US, was not a signatory to this protocol. That's the first drawback. And second, although India and China, they signed it, developing nations, they signed it, but they were not asked to reduce their emissions because they were considered as late industrializers. So for reducing emission, we established what is called as carbon reduction projects. For reducing emission, carbon reduction projects would be established. Carbon reduction projects means that these are based on renewable energy. For example, wind energy, for example, solar energy. So these are based on renewable energy, tidal, etc. So carbon reduction projects are. So when you establish carbon reduction project for reducing emission, certainly what will happen? The emissions would be reduced. So a certificate is given to any industrial unit or to a nation also. And this certificate is for carbon reduction. This certificate is called as what? This certificate is called as carbon credit. So this certificate given for carbon reduction would be called as what? It would be called as carbon credit. Carbon credit. Clear? So certificate given for carbon reduction would be called as carbon credit. And as far as carbon credit is concerned, it's not that I reduce only a bit, a carbon credit would be given to me, and you reduce drastically a carbon credit, one carbon credit would be given to you. No, it should be quantified. So quantified means that should be measured. So if 1 metric ton of CO2 is reduced, we are saying that if 1 metric ton of CO2 is reduced, 1 credit would be given. 1 credit would be given. Clear? So carbon credit is also called as what? It's also called as CER. CER means
certified emission reduction, because it's a certificate given for certified emission reduction. It's a certificate given for emission reduction. So carbon credit is nothing but a certificate given for uh, emission reductions. It's called as certified emission reductions. Clear? So one credit is equal to 1 metric ton of CO2 reduced. When you talk about the mechanism of carbon credit and carbon trading, there are three mechanisms of carbon credit and carbon trading. One mechanism is called as what? It's called as joint implementation. Joint implementation. Suppose there is a onus, there is a responsibility on the developed nation to reduce carbon emission. But developed nation for this purpose has to establish carbon reduction project. But the developed nation cannot do it. Developed nation cannot do it. And why cannot do it? Why? Because certainly as far as developed nation is concerned, it won't be able to do it because there may be many reasons, maybe paucity of space, maybe laws in that country. See, first of all, mind your language, clear it is nothing but an instruction. Clear? Now, first thing is that as far as earlier you said there is no ozone layer near troposphere. I said that ozone layer is not present in troposphere, but ozone can be present in troposphere. Ozone layer means that the extent of ozone layer is from 15 to 50 kilometers. Clear? In the stratosphere. That is ozone layer. You understand between layer and what is called as the presence of ozone? There is a layer, it means that it has accumulated like anything. There's a difference. First of all, understand English. Or tell me to teach in Hindi like other teachers. So first you have to see that what is ozone layer. Ozone layer is present where? Ozone layer is present in stratosphere. Clear? Layer is present in stratosphere. Parat hai wahan. Troposphere does not has ozone layer. No ozone layer is present. Then, but tropospheric ozone can be present as pollutant. This would be present in traces, not in the form of layer. You understand between layer and the presence? Clear? Tropospheric ozone is not good for health. We'll try to remove it as soon as possible. Tropospheric ozone develops due to a number of reasons. Clear? One is oxidation of methane. Naturally, it cannot develop. Oxidation of benzene. Dust storms which come. From dust storms, we can see NOx is removed, tropospheric ozone would be spurting up. Fine. So this is the reason. See, ozone depletion surface from near Antarctica or Arctic region, it mainly depletes in Antarctica. Clear? Recently, if you can see the newspaper, the hole near Antarctica is more profound. Hole does not mean you can look into it. Hole means that the thickness of ozone layer has reduced. First thing. And do remember that the low temperature in Antarctica is responsible. Lowest temperature in Antarctica is present during winter. Lowest temperature means that if low temperature is present, mind the words, the presence of PSCs would be for a longer period of time. The IG layers in PSCs would be present for a longer period of time. Depletion of ozone layer would take place for a longer period of time. Clear? Fine. And the clouds which are responsible for formation of PSCs,
the clouds which are called as PSCs would be formed where the temperature is lowest. Clear? Temperature lowest means Antarctica mainly, because minus 76 degrees centigrade is the criteria for formation of these clouds. Clear? So it would be formed in Antarctica. First thing, is that clear to you? Respond, or again I have to explain. This is for preliminary examination. You have to cover a number of topics till 4 o'clock or 4:30. Now see, first method is called as what? First method is called as, so understand what is tropospheric ozone. So it's not in a layer as such. It is present. Carbon monoxide is also present. Is there a layer of carbon monoxide or traces it is present? Now, first mechanism is called as joint implementation. Joint implementation means that from a developed nation, a carbon reduction project, maybe the developed nation is not able to establish such a carbon reduction project, and this may be due to many reasons. It may be due to paucity of space. It may be due to the laws of that area. Clear? So that's first thing. So developed nation, what it does, okay, it's fine. Don't have to worry, but don't ask it in a clear-cut manner that I'm not able to understand. Now, now, joint implementation means what? Joint implementation means that from the developed country, the carbon reduction project means that the developed country has to reduce its emission. So carbon reduction. Now, carbon reduction project would be transferred from one developed nation to another developed nation. The carbon reduction project would be transferred from one developed nation to another developed nation. We can see that the first nation, this nation, one developed nation, the first nation is responsible for establishment of the project, and the second nation where the carbon reduction project has been established would be responsible for its maintenance. Both the nations are involved. Both the nations are developed nations. Both the nations are under binding obligations of UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change. Clear? And both the nations are under binding obligation to reduce their emissions. So we can see that the carbon credits obviously would be earned through carbon reduction project, but this should be equally shared by both the nations. Equally shared by both the nations. First thing, carbon reduction project should be equally shared by, because both are developed nations. But there's a mechanism which is called as what? It is called as CDM. That is your clean development mechanism. So there's a mechanism called clean development mechanism. In this case, from the developed country, the carbon reduction project would be transferred to developing nation. From the developed country, the carbon reduction project is transferred to a developing nation. Obviously, the developed country is responsible for establishment. The developing nation is responsible for maintenance. But the credits which are earned would be straight away going to developed nation, not to developing nation. But then the question is, what is the developing nation going to earn? Now, for developing nation, credits do not mean anything, because developing nation is not under binding obligation to reduce its carbon emission. It faces another challenge. Developing nations, for us, another challenge is there. And the challenge is what? Our development process. For us, the biggest challenge is what? Our development process. So what we would be doing is that we don't want carbon credit, because we haven't emitted. No need of reducing emissions as such. But for us, what is more important is money. Clear. For us, what is more important is technology. So developed nation would get credits, but developed nation would have to transfer money, capital, and developed nation would have to transfer not only money but also has to transfer technology, to developing nation. Clear. So they have to transfer money, they have to transfer technology. So is the main gainer is the developing nation, because carbon reduction project established in the territory of developing nations means a better environment, money also, better environment also, and technology also. Clear. And technology also. So the main gainer is what? The developing nation as such. First thing that you have to see. The second thing which can be said is that there is a mechanism which is called as the third mechanism. First, obviously I've said that first mechanism is called as the uh, joint implementation. Second is called as the CDM, clean development mechanism. The third mechanism is called as international emission trading. International emission trading. This is also called as carbon trading. It can be called as international emission trading, or it is called as carbon trading. Clear. First, now under this we can see that developing nations, they have surplus carbon credit. Developing nation, suppose I am a developing nation, I have surplus carbon credit. Why? Because I haven't emitted. See, suppose this is a benchmark. This benchmark was fixed, and crossing this benchmark, binding obligation would be imposed on you to reduce your carbon emission. But as a developing nation, this is for you, you are a developed nation. But as a developing nation like me, my emission level is here, far below the benchmark. So I haven't emitted this much so that binding obligation can be imposed on me. So this emission, which is certainly my present emission, which is far below the benchmark, this difference between the benchmark and my present emission would be quantified, would be measured, and would be called as my surplus carbon credit. Clear? Surplus carbon credit. Now this surplus carbon credit, I can sell in the open market, and the purpose would be to earn money, would be the buyers. Now surplus carbon credit of developing nations would be sold in the international market, and the developed nation would be purchasing it. The buyers would be developed nation. Clear? And this took place at two agencies. Now one was called as the Chicago Climate Exchange. Chicago Climate Exchange. And second was the European Climate Exchange. European Climate Exchange. And European Climate Exchange, you can see, is situated in London. So trading took place at two main centers of the world, Chicago Climate Exchange and European Climate Exchange. This trading took place two main centers of the world, Chicago Climate Exchange, and we can see that India was the biggest beneficiary of this trade, because 30% of the global benefit, 30% of global benefit went to India. 30% of the global benefit went to India. First thing. But now that means that India constantly sold its carbon credit. But one can ask a question that one country is selling, another is purchasing, how it is going to benefit the world environment. Clear? How it is going to benefit the world environment? The answer lies what? There's a rift between developed and developing nation. That who would be paying for the damage? Who would be funding? Developing nation want developed nation to pay for it, for all the mitigation measures that it takes. Because if we divert our fund for this purpose, our development process will be mitigated.
our development process would be mitigated. So if we divert fund for this purpose. Clear? So we believe in what is called as polluter pays principle. Suppose if we sell our carbon credits more and more and exhaust our surplus carbon credit. If suppose our surplus carbon credit which we have is exhausted, now it means that we would be on the same footing that of the developed nation. Why? Because we have sold our surplus carbon credit. We have exhausted our surplus carbon credit. So binding obligations can be imposed on us also. Clear? Binding obligation can be imposed on us also. And these binding obligations which can be imposed on us, clear, it would be beneficial for the entire world, because invariably it would be imposed on not only the developed nation but also the developing nations. So it can be imposed. Clear? Binding obligation can be imposed on us. At this point of time, the world environment would be getting benefited. Now, do remember that Article 6 of the Paris Declaration, Article 6 of the Paris Declaration deals with the carbon market mechanism. Market mechanism. And we have, India has credits worth 5,000 crore rupees unutilized. So India is negotiating for this purpose. Remember Article 6. But there's a mechanism today of what is called as green credit. Green credit. Green credit means that this initiative has been taken by the government of India. And the purpose of green credit is to award or provide incentives. The purpose of green credit initiative is to award or provide incentives to those agencies or individuals who take positive steps for environment. Suppose there is a wasteland. Now this is converted into agricultural land. Clear? This is converted into forest. This is converted into agricultural land. Now the credits, the incentive which would be given for this purpose would be called as what? This would be called as green credit. Green credit. So green credit initiative of the government of India is for providing awards, incentives to agencies or individual for taking positive steps for environment. If a wasteland is converted into an agricultural land, arable land, forest, etc., green credits should be allocated. So remember this, that what is carbon credit and the prices of carbon credits in the recent times have declined. And the recent times it has declined. Why? Because of the economic crisis faced by the West. The prices of carbon credits have declined because of the economic crisis faced by the West. And also due to the COVID pandemic, the prices of carbon credits have declined. Now, that's one thing. Second thing, we have cryosphere, we have completed, etc. Now, there are different forms of carbon also. And there are different forms of hydrogen also. One type of carbon is called as blue carbon. Blue carbon. See, if suppose we say that this is mangrove vegetation, we talked about mangrove vegetation, and in that we discussed that it reduces the adverse impact of global warming. So if suppose this is mangrove vegetation, we know that the area where mangrove vegetation is present, in that area saline soil is present. In this area, this saline soil is present. So if saline soil is present in this area, it means oxygen is lacking. No oxygen is present. Clear? Saline soil lacks oxygen. So the roots of these vegetation have difficulty in getting oxygen from the soil. They modify and they come out of the surface like this. And these kind of roots are called as pneumatophores. Pneumatophores. These kind of roots would be called as pneumatophores. Directly they are getting oxygen from the atmosphere. Clear? Because they have pores present in them. So directly they are getting oxygen from the atmosphere. First thing. But mango vegetation would be also responsible for performing photosynthesis. So CO2 is absorbed by the mango vegetation. Clear? And in general, in any other vegetation, we are not talking about the mango. Suppose this is a vegetation. CO2 is absorbed for photosynthesis. Now, this is utilized by the leaves for photosynthesis. The upper part of the leaves would be performing photosynthesis. So, this is utilized by the leaves for the photosynthesis. What happens? That when it is utilized by the leaves for photosynthesis, natural organic matter would be developed. Organic matter are nothing but carbon compounds only. Carbon compounds, and this gets stored in different parts of the plant. Now in branches, in leaves also, it comes to the roots also, and from the roots, from these organic matter, carbon would be released. Clear? From the roots, from these organic matter, carbon would be released, but this would be oxidized by the oxygen present in the soil. Oxygen present in the soil. Again, CO2 would be formed and it would be reverted back into the carbon cycle. Clear? See, green credit, yes. Green credit initiative is an initiative taken by the Indian government, and the purpose is to incentivize, to provide incentives, to provide awards, to provide certificates to those agencies, to those individuals who take positive steps for environment. Clear? Positive steps for environment can include what? Wastewater management. Clear? It can include not only wastewater, it can include also the water management, waste management, curbing air pollution, curbing water pollution. Clear? Capturing carbon. So all these kind of positive initiatives for this green credit would be awarded. So that's called as green credit as such. So any positive steps you are taking for environment, that would be incentivized, and incentivized in the form of green credit. Now, this is reverted back into the carbon cycle. So you can see CO2 is reverted back into the atmosphere through respiration also, through burning of fossil fuel also. Clear? Many ways, but it would be absorbed by plants. Clear? It would be absorbed by oceans, which act as a natural carbon sink. Now, in this case, the same thing happens. Carbon is released, but carbon cannot be oxidized because the saline soil lacks oxygen. So carbon would be getting deposited near the roots, of this vegetation, and it cannot be reverted back into the carbon cycle. Why? Because the saline soil lacks oxygen. This kind of carbon is called as what? This is called as blue carbon. Blue carbon. In other words, you can say another thing also, that CO2 is being absorbed by the mangrove vegetation, but it is disallowed to reach again the carbon cycle. So mangrove vegetation is acting as a carbon sink, but not allowing the carbon to reach again to the carbon cycle. So one can say that mangrove vegetation is responsible for reducing the adverse impact of global warming. One can say that mangrove vegetation is responsible for reducing the adverse impact of global warming. That can be said. Fine. But if you go and destroy the mangrove vegetation, what will happen? The blue carbon which is present in mangrove vegetation would be now exposed, and this would be oxidized by the oxygen which is present in the atmosphere. So we can see that maintenance of mangrove vegetation reduces the adverse impact of global warming. Destruction of mangrove vegetation enhances the adverse impact of global warming. Clear? Similarly, blue carbon can also be prepared by phytoplankton. Suppose this is the ocean phytoplankton, plant life in ocean is present, because CO2 absorbed by the ocean is utilized by phytoplanktons for photosynthesis. So blue carbon is also produced by phytoplanktons for photosynthesis. Clear? So this is produced, and we can see that when phytoplanktons utilize blue carbon for photosynthesis, definitely what happens now, when phytoplankton they die, when they perish, the blue carbon which is present in the carbon which is present in it would be getting deposited near the oceanic floor. Clear? We know that up till a depth of 600 meters, oxygen is present in water. But from 600 to 1200 meters, it is very less. That's called as oxygen minimum zone. And beyond that, we can see no oxygen is present. No oxygen is present. Clear? So it gets deposited near the oceanic floor and it cannot be oxidized. Why? Because no oxygen is present. It cannot be oxidized as such. No oxygen is present. So blue carbon is also produced by phytoplanktons. If suppose you enhance the concentration of phytoplankton by pumping nutrients, and the main nutrient which is required by phytoplanktons to grow in large numbers, the main nutrient which is required by phytoplanktons to grow in large numbers is nothing but iron. Remember. Clear? And this reduces the adverse impact of global warming. If the concentration of phytoplankton is enhanced, then it reduces the adverse impact of global warming. Another thing, there's a significant role played by a whale which is called as sperm whale. Sperm whale. When you talk about sperm whale's waste product is rich in iron. This is utilized by phytoplanktons to grow in large numbers. Clear? And if phytoplanktons grow in large number, it means that the adverse impact of global warming would be reduced. If we are saying that if phytoplanktons they grow in large numbers, it means that the adverse impact of global warming would be reduced as such. Clear? So if phytoplanktons grows in large numbers, so it means phytoplankton growing in large numbers, the adverse impacts. If you kill the sperm whale, then what will happen? The adverse impact of global warming would be enhancing because the concentration of phytoplankton would be reduced. If you are going to kill the sperm whale, then the adverse impact of global warming would be enhancing because the concentration of phytoplankton would be reduced. But related to blue carbon is another thing also. Not only sperm whale, phytoplanktons, and uh, the mangrove vegetation, but another thing which is related to phytoplankton is what? And that is what? That is that in the Southern Ocean is present near Antarctica. In the Southern Ocean, near Antarctica, we can see phytoplankton bloom has been noticed. Phytoplankton bloom has been noticed. So phytoplankton present on a large scale. Now phytoplankton bloom has been noticed in the Southern Ocean. Why? Because the dust storm which came from the Patagonia Desert is nearby in Argentina. So the dust storm which came from Patagonia Desert is rich in iron. So that's why phytoplankton bloom has taken place. In this area, there was a study conducted, study was conducted, and this study was called as NDREX project. This study, where the Southern Ocean reports phytoplankton bloom, this study was called as NDREX project. Antarctica Deep Water Rates of Exchange is the full name. But the purpose of this project was to study what is called as carbon biological pumping. Carbon biological pumping means that CO2 is present in atmosphere. Clear? This is absorbed by phytoplanktons to grow in large numbers. Then the phytoplanktons would be producing blue carbon, and this blue carbon would be deposited near the oceanic floor. Clear? So the method through which atmospheric CO2 is utilized by phytoplanktons to produce blue carbon which gets deposited near the oceanic floor and reduces the adverse impact of global warming, is called as what? Is called as carbon biological pumping. Is referred to as what? It is referred to as carbon biological pumping. And this thing was studied under the Antrix project as such. Clear? So the method was called as what? It was called as carbon biological pumping. I save this for you. Now see, next thing that you have to see is what is called as black carbon and what is called as brown carbon. Now the sources of black carbon is also called as soot. Black carbon is also short-lived in atmosphere. Short-lived in atmosphere. Clear? And the sources of black carbon includes many. One is burning of vegetable oil. You can see where the food is being cooked in the kitchen. Black carbon would be deposited. Burning of vegetable oil. Clear? Next is what? Next is not only burning of vegetable oil. Now incomplete combustion of petroleum products and like tar. So this is responsible for also this is also responsible for emission of black carbon. Then also incomplete burning of biomass. Then also we can see this is also emitted from volcanic eruptions. But when you talk about black carbon, suppose when it is present in atmosphere, this is black carbon. This is present in atmosphere. And this is a naturally occurring carbon which is present in atmosphere, and this is called as organic carbon. Clear? So when the sunlight falls on black carbon, now 23% of the solar radiation falling on it is absorbed. 23% of the solar radiation falling on it would be absorbed. And when sunlight falls on organic carbon, which is naturally present in atmosphere, 3% of it is absorbed. Clear? So we can see that black carbon is absorbing more when compared to organic carbon. Now this would be acting just like a greenhouse gas. And this is absorbing less. This would be acting as a coolant. Clear? This would be acting as a coolant and this would be acting as a greenhouse gas. So if more and more of black carbon is pumped into atmosphere, the impact of global warming is going to enhance. They are saying that if more and more of black carbon is pumped into the atmosphere, the impact of global warming would be enhanced. Clear? And if suppose organic carbon is present in atmosphere in greater amount, it would be acting as nothing but a type of coolant only. It would be acting as nothing but a type of coolant only. So this is the difference between black carbon and organic carbon. Now black carbon is also short-lived in atmosphere. We have discussed. In the year 2012, we can see an agreement was signed by six nations, which included US, Mexico, Canada, clear, Ghana, Sweden, and Bangladesh. Now this was called as Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Now the purpose was to remove, to phase out short-lived pollutants
The purpose was to phase out short-lived pollutants in atmosphere, which includes carbon, which includes black carbon, black carbon, which includes methane, clear, and it also includes HFCs. The purpose was to phase out short-lived pollutants in atmosphere, which includes black carbon, which includes methane, and which includes HFCs also, which was used as an alternate to CFC. But there's a rift between developed and developing nation on the issue of black carbon. See, developed nation want black carbon to be treated as greenhouse gas, and steps should be taken immediately for its removal. Developing nations do not agree. Developing nations say that there is no presently available mechanism through which you can remove black carbon in an isolated manner. So if you remove carbon, you have to remove carbon entirely. So along with it, along with black carbon, organic carbon also would be removed. And in fact, the global warming won't be reducing, it would be enhancing. Why? Because you are responsible for removing a coolant. You are responsible for removing a coolant. So you can see. So there's no separate mechanism of removing black carbon. So that's the case. Brown carbon, if we talk about brown carbon, if we say that over the Indian subcontinent from 3 to 5 kilometer in the ocean, in the atmosphere, a cloud is present which is called as ABC. ABC stands for atmospheric brown cloud. A cloud is present which is called as ABC. ABC stands for atmospheric brown cloud. Clear? Now, atmospheric brown cloud means what? That this consists of a type of carbon which is called as brown carbon. It consists of a type of carbon which is called as brown carbon. And this brown carbon would be showing the characteristic of reflectance. Because brown carbon, first of all, how brown carbon is present? Brown carbon would be present how? Brown carbon is present because the main reason for it is that biomass burning takes place. Biomass burning takes place in the rural areas of Indian subcontinent. Indian subcontinent. And this is why, because biomass is utilized as a cooking fuel. So if we burn biomass more and more emission of brown carbon would take place. Agricultural waste. If we burn more and more emission of brown carbon would take place. Now, brown carbon shows a characteristic which is called as reflectance. Why? Because from a spectrum, that's Vibgyor, brown carbon absorbs blue rays. So if blue rays would be absorbed by brown carbon from Vibgyor, we can see that a browning hue would be witnessed. A browning haze would be witnessed. And this browning haze would be falling on what? Historical monuments like Taj Mahal. This browning haze would be falling on historical monuments like Taj Mahal. Because of which we can see Taj Mahal appears to be pale. Clear? Taj Mahal appears to be pale. So Taj Mahal does not appear to be pale on account of acid rain. Acid rain takes place in Agra. Taj Mahal appears to be pale on account of what? On account of presence of brown carbon in atmosphere. Clear? Acid rain is responsible for marble cancer. Fine. Rainfall is always slightly acidic in nature. The pH value of normal rainfall is 6. But if suppose pH value reduces to 4.5 or even less, then that kind of rain would be called as acid rain. Clear? That kind of rainfall would be called as acid rain if the pH value reaches that. Now we can see acid rain would be taking place due to the presence of what? Due to the presence of um, CO2, NO2, SO2 in atmosphere, and this is due to industrial emissions. So under suitable circumstances, they would be combining with moisture to form different kinds of acids. And when these kind of acids would be coming down in the form of precipitation, this would be called as what? This would be referred to as acid rain. And these kind of acids would be coming down in the form of precipitation. They would be referred to as acid rain. Clear? Acid rain as such. Now, as far as acid rain is concerned, we can see that it destroys the crop cultivation, etc. And one culprit in acid rain is SO2. One culprit in acid rain is SO2. Clear? So this is responsible for acid rain. Now SO2 would be emitted how? This would be emitted from uh, the refineries. Methanol refineries is responsible for release of SO2 on a large scale. This is emitted from thermal plants also, because coal consists of sulfur. Clear? And we can see SO2 is recently more and more in the news. Why? SO2 is recently more news. Why? Because of SO2 reduction in atmosphere. I'm saying that because of SO2 reduction in atmosphere, global warming has enhanced. Global warming has enhanced. Clear? Now SO2, why we are saying SO2 reduction global warming has enhanced? Because SO2 acts as a coolant. It acts as a coolant. And why it acts as a coolant? Now it acts as a coolant because SO2 is responsible for cloud formation, which has tiny ice crystals. This is responsible for albedo phenomena. So if more and more SO2 is there in atmosphere, more and more of albedo phenomena would take place. Second thing is what? Second thing is that as far as SO2 is concerned, we can see that SO2 would be nothing but sulfate aerosols are also responsible for reflecting solar radiation. One is through clouds they reflect, but sulfate aerosols are responsible for also reflecting solar radiation. So reflecting solar radiation is nothing but albedo phenomena. But the question is how SO2 reduction has taken place. Because of which? Because SO2, when it is present in atmosphere, it cools. And cools why? Because of these two things. One is more and more formation of clouds, which consists of tiny ice crystals, which performs albedo phenomena. And second is what? Sulfate aerosols. They are formed because of SO2 only, and they are reflecting solar radiation more and more. So cooling would take place due to this. So if SO2 is removed, then warming would take place. Clear? But the question is why SO2? Industries haven't stopped. Certainly one thing has happened. And the thing which has happened that in 2020, the International Maritime Organization, said that the sulfur content of shipping oil, sulfur content of shipping oil should be reduced up till 3.5%. Sulfur content of the shipping oil should be reduced by 3.5%. So this was the what was said by, and we can see that this resulted in what? This resulted in 70% SO2 emission from ships. If you talk about SO2 emission, the contribution in SO2 emission globally, global SO2 emission, the contribution by ships include 30%, 13% through ships. And when this IMO ruling was given, then 70% of SO2 emission from ships, 70% SO2 emission from ships was reduced. Clear? Now this enhanced global warming. Why? Because SO2 is responsible for cooling in this manner. SO2 is responsible for cooling in this manner. So this enhanced global warming as such. Clear? Fine. Do remember that if a question on shipping pollution is asked, shipping, 90% of the global transport, more than 90%, takes place through ships only. More than 90% of global transport takes place through ship only. And ships are not only considered as their oil, as far as ships are concerned, we can see that the oil not only consists of the sulfur content for which the step was taken, but ships are also responsible for oil spill. Ships are also responsible for thermal pollution of oceans. Why thermal pollution of oceans? Because the blast water which is released from the ships, this is responsible for enhancing the temperature. Ships are also deep water ships, large. They are also responsible for damaging the ecosystem. So all these are the concerns related to ship, and we can see all this is related to brown carbon also we discussed. Then blue carbon also we discussed, all these things. So if suppose SO2 reduction takes place, global warming will be enhancing. Clear? Fine. Because SO2 is responsible for cooling, acts as a coolant in two ways. So that's one thing. I'm saving the slides. Clear? Now see, next thing that you have to see today is three types of hydrogen also. We have discussed three types of carbon, but three types of hydrogen. One hydrogen is called as what? It is called as green hydrogen. So suppose I draw it in green and write also in green so that you remember green hydrogen. Clear? Now green hydrogen would be produced how? It would be produced by splitting of water. Splitting water. Clear? And electrolysis would take place. Splitting of water. And for this, the energy would be, for this split, the energy would be renewable. That's why we say that this is green. So you can see hydrogen would be formed. So that would be a hydrogen formed. That's it's called as green hydrogen. And in this case, we can see no CO2 would be released. Clear? So hydrogen would be formed. This hydrogen would be called as green hydrogen. Second type of hydrogen is called as what? It is called as blue hydrogen. So this is blue hydrogen. And this is formed how? This is formed by splitting methane. Clear? So blue hydrogen would be formed. And but CO2 would be released. In this, no CO2 is released. No CO2 is released. CO2 would be released. But CO2 which is released is stored and used. So this is called as blue hydrogen. But there's a type of hydrogen which is called as what? This appears to be gray. This is called as gray hydrogen.
Now, in case of gray hydrogen, also we can see that this would be formed how? This would be formed due to splitting of methane, natural gas, splitting natural gas, methane. Clear? Now, CO2, which would be released, would be escaping into the atmosphere. That's why it is called gray. So one is called as gray hydrogen, one is called as blue hydrogen, and one is called as green hydrogen. Clear? So we can categorize hydrogen into three types. Fine. Categorize hydrogen into three types: green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and gray hydrogen. Now let's move forward. Now, just now we have discussed the method of carbon capture. Clear? Method of carbon capture. Now, carbon capture mechanism, when we talk about the carbon capture mechanism, India has launched National Hydrogen Mission, and this is for the purpose of trapping more and more of green hydrogen to be used in steel industries, etc. So, India has launched that mission. Clear? Now, the next thing that you have to know is the carbon capture mechanism. When there's a term which is called as carbon sequestration, is a term, and this term is called as what? Let's save this. Let's make it on a fresh page. Carbon sequestration. Now we can see carbon sequestration is a broader term. So when you talk about carbon sequestration, it not only includes the carbon sinks. So one thing is what? That it includes the carbon sinks. And these carbon sinks can be natural and it can be man-made. So it includes the carbon sink, and these carbon sinks can be natural or it can be man-made. Clear? Man-made. So two types of carbon sinks. There can be natural also, and this can be man-made also. Fine. Now when you talk about natural carbon sinks include what? Carbon sinks include oceans. You know that it absorbs 1/3 of CO2. It includes also forest. So both 1/3 of CO2 and 1/3 of CO2. But then wetlands would be considered as natural carbon sinks. But when you talk about the man-made carbon sinks, the man-made carbon sinks include what? It includes revegetation of abandoned mines. Suppose you have extracted coal from a mine. Revegetation of abandoned mines. So let's now revegetate that mine. Clear? See, अगर मान लो कि ब्लू है तो उसमें तो तुमने क्या किया, CO2 को स्टोर कर लिया, उसके बाद यूज कर लिया, उसे एस्केप तो नहीं करने दिया एटमॉस्फेयर में. अगर वो एस्केप करेगा एटमॉस्फेयर में तो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग बढ़ेगा ना. क्लियर? लेकिन ग्रे में तुमने ऐसे ही छोड़ दिया CO2 को, सो इट वुड बी हैविंग एडवर्स इंपैक्ट, क्योंकि CO2 ग्रीन हाउस गैस है. इट वुड बी इनहेंसिंग ग्लोबल वार्मिंग. क्लियर? फाइन. सो दैट्स व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड एज ग्रे, क्योंकि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को बढ़ाएगा. ब्लू में तो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग बढ़ा ही नहीं, क्योंकि आपने उसे स्टोर कर लिया और आपने उसे रीयूज भी कर लिया, स्टोर करके यूज कर लिया. ग्रीन में तो मतलब ही नहीं बनता, CO2 बना ही नहीं. क्लियर? फाइन. सोर्स देखो ब्लू और ग्रे में सेम. क्लियर? Lekin in case of green, the source is water. Electrolysis takes place. Splitting here means electrolysis takes place. But for electrolysis, it is green. Why? Green इसलिए है क्योंकि electrolysis के लिए जो energy आपने use किया है वो solar energy, tidal energy, wind energy, मतलब renewable form of energy होना चाहिए. Clear? Fine. मुझे लगता है समझ आ गया होगा बच्चों. Fine. So carbon sinks can be both natural and it can be man-made also. Revegetation of abandoned mines. जहां से आपने coal निकाला है वहां पर आप revegetation करें abandoned mines. So this would be responsible for establishment of carbon sinks. But if you talk about carbon sequestration does not only include the carbon sinks, but it also includes what? It also includes the methods through which the adverse impact of global warming would be reduced. Adverse impact of global warming is reduced. It includes the methods through which the adverse impact of global warming is reduced. How? First of all, pumping nutrients into oceans. और किस तरह के nutrients? Iron. Why? Because this would be enhancing the concentration of phytoplanktons. And more of CO2 would be absorbed from the atmosphere. Clear? More and more of CO2 would be absorbed from the atmosphere. Second is what? That establishing space mirrors. Countries like Japan, they are establishing space mirrors. Space mirrors means what? That these kind of mirrors which are established in the space. Yes, ecological restoration. Yes, definitely. Mining. Now, we can see these kind of mirrors which are established in the space would be enhancing albedo phenomena. Clear? Would be enhancing albedo phenomena. Certainly. Now we can see third is what? Third is that we can paint rooftops with bright colors, or roads also with bright colors. And the purpose would be obviously to enhance albedo phenomena. The purpose is to enhance albedo phenomena. But we can see that carbon sequestration also includes a third component. And the third component of carbon sequestration, because carbon sequestration also includes the carbon capture mechanism. So it does not only include, just one thing, let me write so that you don't forget there. It includes also the carbon capture mechanism. So three things would be included. Carbon capture mechanism. Clear? And when we talk about the carbon capture mechanism, suppose we say that we can see some countries have established the mechanism of directly capturing CO2 from atmosphere. Clear? Some countries are responsible for establishing the mechanism of directly capturing CO2 from atmosphere. Now this would be countries like Canada, Switzerland. Now these countries, for them, this would be a costly affair. Why? Because the percentage of CO2 in atmosphere is very less, 0.04%. Clear? So if you have to absorb CO2 from atmosphere, you have to collect CO2 from atmosphere, it incurs a very high cost. It would be incurring a very high cost. Why? Because you have to compress large volume of air. So this would be incurring a very high cost, that you have to compress large volume of air. Clear? This incurs a very high cost. Fine. So that's one thing. But the second thing that you have to remember, that
when we are talking about uh, suppose carbon capture mechanism, it would be a better way. See, there are two scenarios. One is enhanced rate of, yes, albedo inversely proportional to reducing global warming. If albedo phenomena enhances, global warming would be reduced. Now see, another thing is that there are two kinds of conditions. One condition is what? That enhanced rate of CO2 emission is contributing into global warming. That's one thing. The second thing is that CO2 shortage is faced by some industries like beverages, जहाँ पर CO2 use होता है, fire extinguishers where CO2 is used. Clear. So CO2 shortage is faced by some industries. Now, won't it be wise that we capture CO2 from the source itself and deliver it to those areas, those industries where the paucity is witnessed, where the shortage is witnessed? Clear. So, with this purpose, we can see the carbon capture mechanism is used. Clear. Carbon capture mechanism is used. So, either it can be delivered to the industries where the paucity is being witnessed, or it can be stored in geological formations. Clear. Or it can be stored in geological formations. But the question is, what is the source? Now, the source of, main source, although thermal plants are also a source, but the main source is what? The main source is cement industry. If we say that more than more than 43% emission of greenhouse gases takes place, or CO2 emission takes place due to burning of coal, 34% takes place due to burning of oil. Clear. 18% takes place due to burning of gas, and 4.9% takes place due to cement industry. So if a single largest contributor to greenhouse gas emission is asked, it would be cement industry. And why? Because 95% of, more than 95% exhaust of cement industry, more than 95% exhaust of cement industry is nothing but CO2. Clear. So first of all, we'll take this exhaust of cement industry and compress it and pass it over a sorbent material. Sorbent material. Sorbent material is a material which can absorb, when we talk about sorbent material, it is a material which can absorb liquid, which can absorb gas. And this absorption of liquid or this absorption of gas would be by binding with them at the molecular level. Clear. By binding with them at the molecular level. So first of all, the cement industry exhaust would be compressed and passed over the sorbent material. Clear. And this sorbent material, which is used for this purpose, is called as mesoporous silica. Mesoporous means semi-porous silica, or it is zeolite. Zeolite is nothing but silicate. So the sorbent material used for this purpose is, devices like super tree can be used, but less. So devices like super tree can also be used, but sorbent material, mesoporous silica or zeolite. And first of all, this sorbent material has been drained with amine. So it has been drained with amine. Drained with amine. So this is absorbed. Amine means what? Amine means a derivative of ammonia. So this is suppose ammonia, NH3. So in amine, one hydrogen atom is removed and this is replaced by an alkyl. Clear. So this is called as amine. So first of all, it has been drained by amine, and the sorbent material, which is mesoporous silica or zeolite, and then we can see the exhaust of cement industry would be compressed, and which consists of more than 95% is nothing but CO2, and passed over the sorbent material, and this is how it is absorbed. So this process is called as what?
This process is called as amine scrubbing process. This process is called as amine scrubbing process. Fine amine scrubbing process. So either you can take this CO2 and it delivered to those industry where the paucity, where the shortage is witnessed, which suffer from paucity of CO2, or CO2 can be stored in geological formations. Clear? So that's what is called as carbon capture mechanism that we have. Drained like amine. Drain means what? भिगो देते हैं उसे. Clear? Solvent material को आप क्या करते हैं? उसे भिगो देते हैं with amine. And then the absorption takes place. Clear? Drained with amine. Devices like super tree can be used, but less amount. We'll discuss super tree again when it comes to. That's why I haven't used here. I'll use that in air pollution as such. Clear? This is called as amine scrubbing process. Fine. Clear? So this you have to know. Now let's move forward. So all these things one by one. Now let's move forward and discuss. Next thing that we have to discuss as such is that how clouds contribute into global warming. Clouds. Just remember that we know that very well. We have a perception that 30% of albedo phenomena, that's 2 or 3 things, is performed by clouds. So it means that if cloud cover enhances, global warming would be reduced. Vice versa also. Clear? But it's not that all clouds are responsible for. It's not that all clouds are responsible for what? Reducing global warming. There's a type of cloud which is called as cirrus clouds. Cirrus clouds are what? Cirrus clouds are high-ranging clouds. High-ranging clouds. And these clouds, suppose this is cirrus cloud, this is a high-ranging cloud. Fine. These clouds are responsible for enhancing global warming. So they enhance global warming. Clear? Cirrus clouds enhance global warming. The question is how? Because these clouds, they consist of large ice crystals. Large ice crystals. They consist of large ice crystals. Now, if large ice crystals are present, let me drink water. If large ice crystals are present, it would be performing less of albedo phenomena. Performing less of albedo phenomena. Clear? So the reflection which is taking place from the clouds, this would be less. But the absorption of infrared radiation, this would be more. And counter radiation forcing would be more. So these clouds, they consist of what? They consist of large ice crystals, cirrus cloud. And they are responsible for absorbing more and more of infrared radiation, producing more and more of counter radiation forcing. Since more and more of infrared radiation is absorbed and more of counter radiation forcing is produced, then this certainly would be enhancing global warming. Clear? But the albedo phenomena performed by these clouds would be less. On the other hand, if we consider low ranging clouds, if we consider low ranging clouds, now these low ranging clouds consist of tiny ice crystals. Tiny ice crystals. They perform
More of albedo phenomena. So means this would be more and more. But the absorption of infrared radiation would be less. The counter radiation forcing would be less. Clear? So more of albedo phenomena. Malo, suppose this is a stylus that I'm using. Just 1 second. This is a stylus which I'm using. The surface area is this much. Clear? I see that this is less surface area. When I break it up into a number of pieces, the surface area would be enhancing. Clear? So similarly, large ice crystals, the surface area is less. Here the surface, tiny ice crystals means the surface area is more. So more of albedo phenomena would be performed and less of, we can see less absorption of infrared radiation would take place and less of counter radiation forcing would be produced. Now, someone can say low ranging clouds reduce the adverse, but cirrus clouds are responsible for enhancing the adverse impact, and this would be responsible for reducing the adverse. So, do remember that what we have said, that from SO2, the clouds which are formed are nothing but low ranging clouds, which consists of what? Which consists of tiny ice crystals. That's why we have said that SO2 acts as a coolant, because this produces those clouds which have tiny ice crystals, which performs more of albedo phenomena. Clear? Which performs more of albedo phenomena. And the sulfate aerosols are also responsible for reflecting the solar radiation. So that's the reason why it acts as a coolant. We can see a type of cirrus cloud. A type of cirrus cloud is also called as contrail cirrus. Contrail cirrus. Contrail cirrus means this has been formed due to the exhaust of aeroplanes. This has been formed due to exhaust of aeroplanes. So exhaust of aeroplanes consists of tiny particles which are hygroscopic, which are acting as seed nuclei. So which are hygroscopic, which acts as a seed nuclei, and this is responsible for enhancing the adverse impact of global warming in the same manner. So you can see that when you talk about COP28, COP28, the Dubai Declaration makes a reference to aviation industry. Makes a reference to aviation industry. Although we can see the contribution made by aviation industry in total greenhouse gas emission is 2.8% in total greenhouse gases emission. That's the contribution of aviation industry. But then why COP28, the Dubai Declaration, made a reference to the aviation industry? Why? Because this aviation industry is bound to grow day by day, grow day by day in future more. So this would be enhancing the adverse impact of global warming. But as far as aviation industry is concerned, there are two types of impacts. One is what? One is direct impact. Direct impact. And this is why this is due to the fossil fuel used. And one is what? One is indirect impact. And indirect impact is due to the cirrus, contrail cirrus clouds formed by aeroplanes. So one can be said as direct impact, and second would be called as indirect impact due to aviation industry. We can see that the Indian oil has targeted what? Has targeted that the aviation fuel made by 2030, 2% of that would be Nothing but biofuels. Clear? So it would be taken from biological sources as such. For example, ethanol based. Ethanol based. That's our target. That the aviation fuel is nothing but fossil fuel only. But our target is 2% of the aviation fuel would be nothing but ethanol based biofuel. Clear? Ethanol based biofuel. And we can see that for this purpose, we would be taking the fuel from biological sources. Ethanol is nothing. But in this, the oxygen is removed. And not only the oxygen is removed in ethanol based fuel, but also the nitrates and sulfates are removed. Nitrates and sulfates would be removed. Clear? Would be removed. So all these related to the carbon capture mechanism, and then we discuss the aviation industry, which has been mentioned. Not control cirrus. See, it's not control cirrus, it's contrail cirrus. First of all, get it corrected. Contrail cirrus. Now, I'm again explaining. See, contrail cirrus is nothing but a type of cirrus cloud. तो cirrus cloud है तो वो high ranging cloud होगा. और हाई रेंजिंग क्लाउड क्योंकि एरोप्लेन तो फ्लाई करते हैं हाई रेंज पर. क्लियर? उनके एरोप्लेन के एग्जॉस्ट से निकलता है क्या? सीड न्यूक्लियाई. सीड न्यूक्लियाई मतलब टाइनी टाइनी पार्टिकल्स हैं. क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन कहाँ होता है? क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन टाइनी पार्टिकल्स पे है, which are hygroscopic in nature. Hygroscopic means those particles on which cloud formation takes place. Clear? So you can see that contrail cirrus is nothing but a type of cirrus cloud which has been formed due to the exhaust of aeroplanes. And this exhaust of aeroplanes, they consist of seed nuclei, which is hygroscopic in nature. Clear? Hygroscopic in nature. First thing. The second thing that you have to remember, that it is responsible for enhancing global warming in the same manner. क्योंकि उनमें होते क्या? उनमें होते large ice crystals which would be absorbing solar radiation more and more. Sorry, absorbing the infrared radiation more and more, producing more and more of counter radiation forcing. कार्बन फ्लक्स भी वो प्रोड्यूस करेंगे और लेस एल्बिडो फिनोमेना. लेकिन लो रेंजिंग क्लाउड्स को देखो तो उनमें क्या है? उनमें है टाइनी आइस क्रिस्टल्स. क्लियर? स्मॉल आइस क्रिस्टल्स. सरफेस एरिया बढ़ जाएगा. So more albedo phenomena, they would be absorbing less of infrared radiation. Clear? Absorbing less of infrared radiation. तो अगर एविएशन इंडस्ट्री पे सवाल आए तो दो उसके चीज हैं. Just remember that. Now let's move forward and deal with. Don't have to deal with the adverse impact of global warming, etc., like this in detailed manner because that's for mains. But let's take the excepts from there. The things which can be asked as objective type questions. Clear? So let's take it from there. And for example, dead water zone, oceanic acidification already I have discussed. So let's take all these things. Now we know that when we talk about the adverse impact of global warming, the adverse impact is first rise in sea level. And just remember, लिखना नहीं है इसे. Rise in sea level. Rise in sea level is due to melting of the polar ice, melting of the mountain glaciers, mainly the melting of polar ice. Sea level rises. Every year the sea level rises by 1 to 2 mm. Every year. The concern is mainly what? The coastal areas. And why? Because in the coastal areas, 30% of world population is present. In the coastal areas, 30% of world population is present. So you can see that this happens. 30% of world's population is present in the coastal areas as such. Now that's one thing. Second thing that you have to remember, that when you talk about melting of polar ice, melting of polar ice has taken place more in Arctic region when compared to Antarctica. And why so? Because the sea ice cover near Arctic region and near Antarctica, there's a sea ice cover. So the sea ice cover in the Arctic region is less. Now this acts as an insulator. Clear? So this disallows the impact. But when you talk about sea ice cover near Antarctica, sea ice cover near Antarctica is more when compared to the Arctic region. First question, first thing. Second thing is what? That if we talk about Antarctica, in Antarctica we can see three parts: western part or western sheet we can say, peninsular Antarctica, which is the middle Antarctica, peninsular Antarctica, and third is called as what? Third is called as the eastern sheet. So first of all, the western sheet of Antarctica. Second is the peninsular Antarctica, the middle part, and the eastern sheet. More than 80% of melting in Antarctica has taken place from western sheet. And why? Because the sea ice cover in this area is less. So if we have a place which is called as Barent Kara Sea, near Arctic region in the north, in the southern part near Antarctica, we can see in the western part of Antarctica, we have Smith Island, we have Pine Island, Smith Island, Pine Island, and these are nothing but reflections of adverse impact of global warming and climate change. Clear? So Smith Island and Pine Island. But also remember there is a type of ice shelf, and this ice shelf is called as what? It's called as Larsen ice shelf. This is present in peninsular Antarctica, and this has started to calve out. Calve out means separate. Started. It hasn't separated. This has started to calve out, and if it separates completely from Antarctica, it would be enhancing the sea level to a greater extent. If it is separated completely from Antarctica, it would be enhancing the sea level to a greater extent. Clear? Larsen ice shelf. First thing. And do remember one more thing, that calving is a natural process. But in Arctic region, if we talk about, under the Ottawa Declaration of 1996, they've asked you this in UPSC. For the development of Arctic area, for the development of Arctic area, of Arctic region, Arctic Council was formed. For the development of Arctic region, Arctic Council was formed. Arctic Council was formed. Clear? And now this is mainly for the development of the Arctic region, but this consists of what? It consists of 8 countries. So it consists of US, Russia, Norway, Sweden, Finland. Then it also consists of Denmark, Canada, and also Iceland. Denmark, Canada, and Iceland. So 8 members are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Clear? India is a permanent observer in the Arctic Council. I'm saying that India is a permanent observer in the Arctic Council. And we can see this year, for the first time, The scientific expedition of India was sent to the Arctic region. A scientific expedition of India was sent to the Arctic region. Clear? Because India has a research station over there, and this is called as Himadri. Himadri. Clear? India is much interested in Antarctica Declaration will come. Clear? So this is as far this it has a research station over there which is called as Himadri. Clear? Fine. And when you talk about these things, remember that more than 30% of oil and gas reserves of the world are present in these areas only, the Arctic and the Antarctic region. So India is much interested in the oil and the gas reserves also of the Arctic region. As such, India became the 17th or the 19th member of the Eastern Economic Forum of Russia. Eastern Economic Forum of Russia. Clear? Fine. And this was established at Vladivostok for the development of Vladivostok region, which is in the far east. Now, this is your Arctic Council. We'll come through Antarctica Declaration through questions. So I'll discuss that in the questions itself. But this amount of knowledge you should be having. Next. Now, next thing that you have to know is that due to just remember, interlinking of rivers project won't be asked in preliminary examination, but remember that as far as the adverse impact of global warming is concerned, the temperature of troposphere due to global warming enhances. Clear? But that of the stratosphere reduces. Why? Because the greenhouse gases are present in troposphere. So the temperature of troposphere would be enhancing, but that of the stratosphere would be getting reduced. Clear? Why? Because infrared radiation would be more and more absorbed in troposphere, and the escape of infrared radiation into stratosphere would be reduced. So it makes stratosphere more cooler, and with more and more of global warming, we can see the temperature gradient between the two enhances. This results in what? This results in erratic formation of clouds. Erratic formation of clouds. And this results in what? This results in irregular rainfall. Erratic formation of clouds, and this results in irregular rainfall. Clear? Now this enhances the frequency of floods and droughts. Enhances the frequency of floods and droughts. Floods and droughts are two major disasters of India. Clear? Floods and droughts are two major disasters of India, for which we have interlinking of rivers project that has been proposed. But if temperature of troposphere is enhancing, the troposphere would be expanding. The troposphere would be expanding. And if the temperature of stratosphere is reducing, the stratosphere would be squeezing, contracting. This would affect the drag of the earth. Drag of the earth. Clear? This would be responsible for affecting the drag of the earth. And drag of the earth is on the satellites. So the orbit of satellites would also get altered. The orbit of satellites would also get altered. Clear? Also get altered. This you have to know. Now, next thing that you have to consider. Let's see the questions also first of all. Solve the questions. Save this and solve the questions. Then we come back again. Now, which one of the following are the amendments to the Montreal Protocol? See, all are the amendments to Montreal Protocol. All of the above. Everything. Just remember these things. London Amendment, Copenhagen Amendment, Montreal Amendment, and Montreal Amendment is itself a amendment to Montreal Protocol. Then Beijing Amendment, Kigali Agreement of 2016, just now we have discussed, is an amendment to Montreal Protocol itself. And Montreal Protocol is what? To limit the production of ODS and also to phase the ODS out. So that's second. Depletion of stratospheric zone is more pronounced in southern hemisphere. Yes, because the stratospheric ozone would be more pronounced in southern hemisphere. And why? The reasons, because polar stratospheric clouds would be formed near Antarctica mainly, because minus 76 degree is the requirement for formation. The formation of polar stratospheric clouds is more prominent in the southern hemisphere. That's true. Clear. So both statements are correct, and statement 2 are correct explanation of statement 1. With reference to methane, consider the following statement. Both the lifespan and global warming potential of methane are greater than that of carbon dioxide. See, as far as global warming potential is concerned, it's high, 25 to 28 times. Sometimes it is written 80 times also. But the lifespan is not. Lifespan is why? Because it's short-lived in atmosphere. So you cannot say that the lifespan of reason for temperature gradient is what? See, just 1 second. Reason for temperature gradient is that the greenhouse gases are present where? Are present in the troposphere. Greenhouse gases are present in troposphere. So we can see that in troposphere, more and more of absorption of greenhouse gases will be taking place. Clear? So more and more absorption of the infrared radiation is taking place because the greenhouse gases are present in troposphere. Greenhouse gases are not present in stratosphere. So more infrared radiation is absorbed. Suppose it is absorbed more here. So the scape, ये जो पहले पहुंचता था स्ट्रेटोस्फेयर में, वो तो उतना पहुंच ही नहीं रहा है. So the temperature of stratosphere would be reduced. Clear? And that's why more of enhancement in temperature of troposphere takes place, more reduction in temperature of stratosphere would take place. See, everything is practically possible to remember. Don't say this much. I have remembered this for all these things, and new things every day I add. See, SO2 addition has been there every day. So don't make excuse, please. You're youngsters, all young, enthusiastic students. Just go through it once. Don't mug it up. रटो मत. एक दो बार जाओ, याद हो जाएगा. क्लियर? लेकिन देखो क्वेश्चंस भी इसी तरह के आते हैं. प्लीज बच्चों, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आप रटो. फाइन. लेकिन आप क्या करो कि 2-3 बार उससे गुजरो, अपने आप याद हो जाएगा. ये साइंस है, रटने की चीज है ही नहीं. मुझे देखो, मैं याद करता हूँ, अच्छा ये पढ़ा है कि कैसे होगा, अच्छा ऐसे होगा. इस तरह से मैं करता हूँ. तो प्लीज थोड़ा सा अपना एंथुजियाज्म रखो, और आप ही के जैसे बच्चे करते हैं. 15-20 साल तो मुझे पढ़ाते हो गया, इतने बच्चों को देखा है मैंने करते हुए. कोई एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी बच्चे नहीं रहते, वो सब आप ही के जैसे. उन्होंने भी बार बार पूछा है इसी चीज को. कोई नई बात नहीं है. प्लीज, आप वैसे ही हैं जैसे क्वालिफाइड स्टूडेंट्स थे. अपने आप को कम मत आंके आप. फाइन. एकदम थम्स अप रखो अपने आप में, एंथुजियाज्म. खूब एनर्जी अपना बढ़ाओ, खूब अच्छी तरह से खाओ पियो. Put the energy level more. Clear? You will succeed. भगवान पे विश्वास रखो. You will succeed. Efforts अपनी तरफ से जेन्युइन करना बस.
Now see, with reference to methane, consider the, I think enough has been said. Thumbs up for all of you. Now with reference to methane, consider the following state. Both the lifespan and global warming potential of methane are greater than that of, देखो, lifespan methane का क्या है? Lifespan of methane is 9 to 12 years. Lifespan of CO2 is 120 to 200 years. तो ये तो गलत है. Clear? So this is wrong statement. Fine. And emission from natural sources are higher than that from anthropogenic. देखो emission जहाँ मीथेन की बात आती है 40% emission जो है of methane is through natural sources. लाइफस्टॉक है, एग्रीकल्चर है, एग्रीकल्चर में मेंटेनेंस ऑफ मैनवर जहां पर होता है, मैनेजमेंट ऑफ मैनवर, वहां पर मीथेन का एमिशन बहुत ज्यादा है. क्लियर? उसके बाद पैडी फील्ड से मीथेन का एमिशन होता है बिकॉज डिकम्पोजिशन ऑफ ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट टेक्स प्लेस. क्लियर? तो मीथेन एमिशन, लेकिन ज्यादातर मीथेन एमिशन जो है वो एंथ्रोपोजेनिक, ऑयल, गैस, ये सबसे मीथेन एमिशन ज्यादा है. क्लियर? Methane emission, so we can see emission from natural sources are higher, so this is also wrong. Methane emission leads to ground level ozone pollution, which is responsible. This is correct. Only one is correct. Why? Because I have discussed oxidation of methane is a source of tropospheric ozone. Clear? So only one would be the correct answer. See, with reference to tarbols क्या है? Oil droplets होते हैं, उनका weathering हो जाता है, chemical, biological, फिजिकल प्रोसेसेस से, तो ये वो स्टिकी तरह के बन जाएंगे आपको बॉल्स. क्लियर? ऑयल के ही बॉल्स हैं, उनका वेदरिंग होगा तो स्टिकी तरह के बॉल्स, वो छोटे भी हो सकते हैं और बड़े भी हो सकते हैं जैसे बास्केटबॉल, तो वो जाकर चिपक जाएंगे. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड एज tar balls. See, these are formed by weathering of crude oil in the marine environment. This is true. Clear? This is true. They are deposited on the Western Ghat in the monsoon season. This is also true. They are small particles, whose size is less than 1. They are large particles also. Clear? So this is incorrect. How many of the above statement is incorrect? Only one. Third. Clear? Only one is incorrect, and that is third. Now, with reference to dead water zone, consider the following statements. मैं पढ़ाऊंगा अभी, इसके बाद dead water zone ही है. These are naturally occurring zones without any human intervention. सही है, naturally occurring zones है, without any human intervention ही है ये. Clear? ऐसा गलत है, ये स्टेटमेंट ही गलत है. दोनों चीज से होते हैं, नेचुरल भी है सेडिमेंट डिपोजिशन से, और ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन भी होता है. क्योंकि अगर वेस्ट डिस्चार्ज करोगे आप वाटर में तो डेड वाटर जोन्स बनेंगे ही. The pollutants in water body is responsible for reducing the dissolved oxygen level. Clear? These zones are formed as a result of process of eutrophication. Eutrophication means what? Deposition of sediment. Sediment deposition हो रहा है, जिसके कारण क्या हो रहा है कि nutrient content water body का बढ़ रहा है. So aging of water body is taking place and nutrient content of water body is enhancing. So this is called as eutrophication. They are formed by the elimination of cyanobacteria due to excess nutrient load in, not by elimination, presence of cyanobacteria in more numbers. Clear? So we can see how many of the above statements are correct. We can see, so this is incorrect, first one is incorrect, and only second is correct. So only one. With reference to carbon capture storage, consider the following statements. This method involves the capture of carbon dioxide emitted from agricultural sources. The captured carbon dioxide is injected into deep geological formation. देखो, एग्रीकल्चरल सोर्सेज से तो आप करोगे नहीं, क्योंकि उसकी एमिशन जो है CO2 का एग्रीकल्चर से होता तो है, बट मेनली इट इज कैप्चर्ड फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्री, और सीमेंट इंडस्ट्री से आपने कैप्चर किया, तो फर्स्ट इज रॉन्ग. एक चीज याद रखें इसी में, एक चीज जस्ट रिमेंबर, आई विल गिव यू द डाटास. दिस कैप्चर्ड carbon dioxide injected into deep geological formation under this process. That's true. But remember one thing. When we talk about emission of greenhouse gases, clear? Emission of greenhouse gases. The emission takes place mainly from the in India, energy sector is the biggest contributor. Fine. Second is what?
Second is agricultural sector. So you can see more than 75% plus is from agriculture sector, is from energy sector. More than 13% is from agriculture sector. Then comes industries, industrial production, and this is what, more than 8%. Then comes waste, and this is more than 2%. So when you are talking about that which are the contributors in greenhouse gas emission in India, mainly it is the agriculture sector which would be considered as the biggest contributor in greenhouse gas emission. Agricultural sector which would be considered as the biggest contributor in greenhouse gas emission. तो इसे लिख लो. फाइन. आगे बढ़ा जाए. नेक्स्ट. See, with reference to carbon capture mechanism, we have studied, and Antarctica Bill. See, Antarctica Bill 2020 introduced in the Indian Parliament. Consider it aims to have India's own national measures for protecting the environment of Antarctica. That's true. Clear. That's true. And we can see it will ensure demilitarization and eliminate mining activities in the region. That's also because that's a pristine area that needs to be conserved. The Indian Antarctica Authority would be set up as an apex decision-making body. That's true. Clear. So all the three statements are nothing but true only. The term global dimming, sometimes seen in the news, refers to the absence of air pollution and aerosols in the atmosphere. No. See, it is substantial decline in the amount of sun's energy reaching the Earth's surface. That's true. But let me explain to you what is called as global dimming. Global dimming means that some of the scientists say that industrial emissions are not only responsible for enhancing the level of greenhouse gases. Industrial emissions are not only responsible for enhancing the level of greenhouse gases, but also responsible for pumping tiny particles in atmosphere. Tiny particles in atmosphere. And these tiny particles are what? Hygroscopic. Hygroscopic का मतलब है कि जिस पर cloud formation हो. These tiny particles are hygroscopic in nature. Clear? And see, because of this, what will happen? More and more of clouds will be formed in this area. Clear? So industrial emission does not only enhance the level of greenhouse gases. We can see industrial emission would be responsible for enhancing cloud formation. Enhancing cloud formation. Clear? So when what happens? The solar radiation when falls on it. Suppose the solar radiation is falling on it. It would be getting scattered in different directions. Clear? It will reach the surface of the earth, but reach the surface of earth from different directions. So substantial decrease in amount of solar energy reaching the earth's surface, that is true in global dimming. Clear? Now what will happen due to this? The plants which perform photosynthesis, the plants which are responsible for performing photosynthesis, they perform photosynthesis from the upper part of the leaf. Clear? From the upper part of the leaf. Now it falls on each and every component of the plant, so the lower part of the leaves would also perform photosynthesis. So we can see that photosynthesis would enhance. Clear? Oxygen regeneration would enhance, and certainly there is reduction of amount of solar energy reaching the Earth's surface. So this is called as what? This is called as global dimming. This is called as global dimming. Is that clear? Fine. Let's see another questions. With reference to oceanic acidification, consider the following statement. It refers to a significant increase in the pH value. See, how can pH value? pH value घटेगा तब तो oceanic acidification होगा. Clear? Acidification means the pH value is getting reduced. Fine. So this is wrong. First is incorrect. The only source of oceanic acidification is burning of fossil fuel. No. Oceanic acidification takes place due to cement industry waste also, fertilizer waste also. So we can see both these statements are incorrect. So nothing of them would be considered as correct as such. Now last, with reference to permafrost region, consider the following. It is a ground that remains frozen for at least 3 consecutive years. That is for 2 consecutive years. This layer is always found above the ground surface. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, नीचे भी surface पे हो सकता है वो. Clear? तो पहला भी गलत, दूसरा भी गलत. It is always formed in one sheet. ये भी जरूरी नहीं. So you can see how many of the above statements are incorrect. All are incorrect. All 3 of them would be nothing but incorrect only. Clear? All 3. This much for today.